Hey everyone, welcome back. So in this particular video, you are going to learn each and everything that you need to know to start your journey with Node.js Microservices. So let's see what all tech stack we are going to cover in this whole video. So for backend, we are going to use Node.js with TypeScript. We are also going to use Express 5. For database, we will be using Postgres. Also, this video is sponsored by Neon. We are going to use Neon Postgres as our DB and Neon storage for object storage throughout this project. I've added a link in the description so you can check it out and register before we will begin. For API Gateway and Auth, we are going to use Express Gateway, HTTP proxy middleware, JWT, Bcrypt. We are also going to have both user and admin roles, and the most important part, you will understand that how you can properly implement role-based access control and ownership checks in a microservices project. For event-driven backend, we are going to use Kafka with Docker. For uploads and object storage, as I mentioned, we are going to use Multer and Neon object storage. For security and quality, we will be using a couple of packages. So we are going to use Helmet, Course, rate limiting. For validation, we are going to use Zod. For logging, we are going to use Pino, and for local infra, we are going to use Docker. Now the most important part, that what all concepts you are actually going to understand once you complete this video, right? So first of all, the most important part, you will understand how you can properly implement API gateway, reverse proxy and service boundaries in a microservices project. Okay, JWT authentication, role-based access control, ownership checks. How you can work with Postgres and service own tables. Now this is very important because each and every service is going to manage its own schema. You will also understand that how you're going to properly implement a connection polling, validation, logging, how you can properly implement and also interact with various services, and also how you're going to properly implement file upload functionality using object storage and Multer. You will also understand very clearly that how you are going to use Docker Compose, Kafka, various Kafka concepts, producers, consumer groups. And remember, this is not only concept. Okay, you are actually going to understand practically how you can implement all of this in a microservices project. Now let's see that how many phases or what all section, or basically the most important part, will be in which sequence we are going to complete this video. So first we'll start with project foundation and shared packages. So here you'll understand base folder setup, Postgres setup, shared packages setup. So shared packages is actually very important. So this is where we are going to keep all our reusable packages, okay, so that we can use all of these from individual services. DB polling, errors, AppError, helper functions, logger, response helpers, and body validation. Then we are going to have a dedicated section on auth service. Moving to next one, which is one of the most important and core concept, and that is how you can properly implement API gateway, proxy, and role-based access control. Now this section is actually very important. Okay, so here you are going to understand gateway setup, proxy implementation, how your API gateway and auth service is going to interact, also how you can properly implement a gateway, role-based access control, and middleware. Then we will move to our next service, which will be our task service. Then we are going to have a complete dedicated section on file upload functionality. So you will understand how you can properly use object storage. Also, you're also going to understand that how you can implement this one with Multer, because remember, we are not going to store all our file uploads in local. We will be storing those in cloud. Then we are going to fetch our URL, and then we are going to store that URL in our DB. And then you are also going to have a complete dedicated Kafka prerequisite section. Now this is mandatory. So this section is going to give you enough information before you will move to the next section, which will be Kafka practical. And we are going to end this particular video with Kafka practical section. So here you are going to understand how you can implement Kafka in a microservices stack, publish various events, how you are going to consume events with consumer groups. So all these we are going to cover. I have also added the source code that is completely free. You can download from my website. So I've added the link in the description. So with this, now let's get started and good luck. Okay, so let's get started. So first of all, you see that I created a blank folder, okay, and I don't have anything else here. Now a couple of things I wanted to mention. Why? Because it's very important to set the expectations. So first of all, I will assume that you already know Node.js pretty well. Very important. You also need to know TypeScript, right? And for this one, what I'll suggest, right, I already uploaded both TypeScript and Node.js video. So please watch, because if you're a beginner and let's say you're starting this particular part, you are doing a mistake, you should not do this. And I'm not going to cover each and every concept from scratch, and that is the reason I uploaded part 1. So what you're going to do, right, so for this one, so see, this video, whatever you're going to see, right, this is created with too much plan. You will not believe this, because this took me so much time. And you'll see that each and every section that we are going to learn, right, you'll see that there is a reason why I am creating the section 2 after section 1. You are getting what I am talking about. So for example, the first part, so what I mean by this, do not skip any of the section, then only you will understand. Okay, or else it's not like that I will just created this project directly from ChatGPT or some AI tool. In that case, this video will take me like at least 5 to 6 days and I can upload videos after videos. It doesn't work like that. So this video, whatever you're seeing, that this video took me 1.5 months to create. You believe me or not? Because I actually decide a lot of things, how I'm going to present, how I'm going to teach, and these things usually matter. So why I'm mentioning all of this, so that the way you are going to learn, right, the practical part, okay, this section will come after this section, and then you have to join all the pieces together and then try to create a project by yourself without watching this video. You're getting, then only you'll be able to understand the concept, or else what will happen, right, you will watch videos after videos, you'll not able to do anything. So first, what are you going to do, right? Okay, so the database we are going to use Neon, we are going to use Cloudinary, because I already covered the basic part in the part 1. We will not wait to set all the CNV. So what we're going to do, right, first we will actually set up our project entirely. What I mean by this, so env variables, for example, we need our Neon Postgres URL, we need our Cloudinary secrets, all these things we are going to set in the second part. But first part, what we are going to do, right, so let's understand the very basic concept, that what we're going to do, right, so we are going to have our apps. So app will be our one of the folder where we are going to write all our logic, okay, and then we are going to have one more folder that we usually call as packages. So these packages is going to hold all the shared logic in the sense, let's say I'm going to create a shared utility, and that particular thing, instead of creating an individual apps level or individual service level, what you're going to do, you're going to create all of this in our packages. You're getting, so this will be your shared package. Okay, and then we are going to have our third folder, which will be our SQL means where we are going to write our schemas, and then we are going to have our top level package.json, our tsconfig, all these things. So first let's start with this one, and we'll take things very slowly. So first, what you are going to do, right, here on this top level means on your root file, you just do npm init -y. So first, this is going to create a package.json, and this is the first thing we have to do. Okay, then I'm going to give enter. So you see that we have a package.json. Now, as I already mentioned, we have our main apps folder. Then I'm going to create another folder which will be packages. Okay, so these will be our packages folder, and then I'm going to have our SQL folder. So these three folders we are going to have for now. Later, let's say we need to create something, so whenever we need that particular logic, in which folder we are going to add it. Then we are also going to create a tsconfig file. So I'm going to do tsconfig, okay, and this will be your tsconfig base file. So whenever we are going to create our tsconfig individual service level, what we are going to do, right, we are going to extend this base file. You're getting, so this one will be tsconfig.base.json. So first, in your package.json, couple of changes we'll do. So first, let's keep this one as Node.js Microservices. That is fine. Let's do 1.0. let's keep this one. And I'm also going to add, let's add a private property here. So I'll do private will be true. Okay, description, you can give a description here. The important part, what you have to do, right, also let's remove these scripts. This is not needed. Okay, keyword and all of this you can keep. All of this type also we don't need, so remove this. License also you can remove. Author also, this all we can remove basically. So let's keep this one. And now what I'm going to do, right, we are going to add a workspace. So here I'm going to add a workspace. So what will be our workspace? Our workspace will be where we are going to write all our logic, which is nothing but our apps folder and our packages folder, correct? So here what I'm going to do, right, so I'm just going to do, okay, this will be my apps, and then I'm going to also add my packages. Okay, so these two things we are going to add. This will be packages. You have to be careful with the spelling. Okay, so this is the first thing. Then what you're going to do right now, let's save this. For ts base I actually already created, so I'll just copy this one, and for now let's just paste it. If we need later, we'll just change this one, this particular part. But first, what we have to do, right, the important part, we have to install a tsx and TypeScript. That is the first thing. So I'm just going to do npm install -d, and I'm just going to do tsx and I'll do TypeScript, and these will be on your root level. See here, whenever you're going to install any packages, right, you have to be very careful, because sometimes what will happen, you have to install something on a particular folder. Sometimes you have to install on our root level. So for this one, we are going to install our TypeScript and tsx both. And now let's install this one. So what will happen, right, so this is going to add the dev dependencies in this particular package.json. So you can see that we have a dev dependency, tsx and TypeScript. That's it. So till this part, what you understood that okay, we are going to use our apps folder, packages, which will be our shared packages logic we are going to write here. So inside this slide, for example, let's say what we are going to do, right? Maybe let's say we are going to add our loggers logic, we are going to add our auth related logic or some DB logic or DB connection pool. So what will happen, right? Instead of creating DB connection pool every service, we are going to add all this in our shared folder, and then we can just directly use it. Okay, and why I'm not explaining now, once we'll do section by section, right, we'll see that each and everything will be very, very simple. I can guarantee if you complete this video, you will be able to create microservices project by yourself. I can give you that much guarantee. Okay, so with this one, the first section is completed, and this whole video actually created section by section. So consider this one as section 1. So with this, now let's move on to the section 2. So what we're going to do, right, we are going to create our main two base setup. So one will be our Postgres DB. We need to get our URL, and also we are going to get our cloudinary. Okay, we can do this one later also, but why we are doing first, so that you'll understand what all the things that we are using, and then once we'll do service by service implementation, we just have to add those port in our env. So with this, now let's move on to section 2. Alright, so let's start the section 2. So first, what you're going to do, right? So first we are going to create our DB, we are going to get our URL, and also before that, let's create our env. So I'm just going to create env, and also let's create our git ignore file, right? So what you're going to do, we'll do dot git ignore. So here we'll add node modules for now. Also we are going to add our dist folder, and also let's add the env, because we are not going to push our env in GitHub. So first, I've added a link in the description, so you can register for free, or else if you already have an account, you can just log in and you can create the DB. So what I'm going to do, right, I'm just going to do login, and let's do Google, and I'm just going to, maybe let's select this account only. I already have created one Node.js Microservices here, so you can create one new. So what I'll do, right, so let's create a new project, and here I'm just going to give this one as Node.js Microservices 2026, and I'm just going to do Postgres version 18. Okay, let's keep the region, and let's do create. And once we'll do that, so we are going to get our connect. So here what you're going to do, right, we'll do connect, and we'll get our connection string, and let's copy this. So I'm just going to do copy. This is copied. Now let's go to env. So first let's start with our database URL. So this will be, so I'm just going to give a comment, and this will be our db Postgres db URL, and here we are going to, let's give this one name as database underscore URL equal to, and then paste it. So this is the first thing that we need. Now once we will create our DB pool or DB connection, and then we are going to actually, I'm also going to show you a very interesting thing, that how you can create branches, and this is very interesting concept. And also we are going to see our tables and SQL editor later once we'll start our implementation. First we'll start with our auth service, right? So then we are going to explore more. So this is the first thing that we are going to do. Second, we'll go to cloudinary, and again let's do sign up for free, or let's do login. I think we can do sign up. Let's do sign up with Google. I'm just going to select this account. So we need three things. We need the cloudinary cloud name, cloudinary API key, and API secret. Okay, so let's go here, and you have to go to let's go to home, go to API keys, and you're going to get your cloud name. So let's start with cloudinary. So I'll do cloudinary. So this will be your cloudinary cloud name, cloudinary API key, and you need cloudinary API secret. So these three things we need. So we'll copy the cloud name, API key, not API key, cloud name. This will be your API key and the API secret. So I'm just going to copy this and then paste it here. So this is the first two things we're going to do. So now what will be our next step? Next step, what we're going to do, right, we will start with creating our packages. Okay, so packages means our shared packages. So shared package is going to hold a couple of information, and we're going to see that what all files we're going to create and why, because we also need to understand why, right? So let's move on to the section 3. All right, so section 3. So section 3, we will start with our shared packages logic. Okay, so here multiple helpers we need to create. So first we'll start with setting up our folder. So what we'll do, right, so inside these, let's create a shared folder. Okay, now so this is actually very important, and you have to understand a couple of things here. So what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to do right click and let's do open in terminal, and here inside this particular folder first, let's close everything. So I'll do close everything, and here I'm just going to do npm init -y. Now remember, these I'm actually creating inside this particular folder. So this is going to create a package.json, and here you'll see this name. This name is shared. Now this is very important, and you will understand why. So first, what are you going to do? First, and let's keep description. You can add like shared logic or whatever you wanted to give. Add it. Main. What are you going to use main? So these will be, so inside shared we are going to create our source folder. Okay, so this will be our source folder. So here main will be, so once we'll create the file, we're going to change this. But before this also, here inside shared we are going to create our tsconfig, because we need our TypeScript configuration file, right? Because this is actually going to use that how your TypeScript is going to compile to JavaScript. So this will be tsconfig file, but how we are going to use this one? So what do you have to do, right? So first of all, this is now it's going to extend something, because you already mentioned that we are using a base file, right? So what are you going to do, right? So I'm just going to go to that path, and I'll see that we have this tsconfig base.json. So this is going to extend that. Let's add some compiler options, and inside this first I'm just going to add a root directory. Root directory will be source, because we are using source, and then I'm just going to use output directory, and this will be dist. Okay, and then we also need to add an include here. So I'm just going to do include, and this is going to include our source folder. That's it, and we don't have to do anything. Okay, so this is going to extend our base TypeScript config, and compiler root directory is source, and output directory will be dist. Now next, what we're going to do, right, in the package.json, first let's do one thing. Inside source we are going to create our entry file. So this will be our index.ts. So now what I'll do, right, so we'll go here, and then I'm simply going to change our main file. So main file will be, so I have to go to source/index.ts. Okay, now what I'm going to do, right, I'm just going to use an export here. So I'm just going to do exports, and here I'm simply going to give a dot, and then we just have to give the path here. So path will be your entry file. So this will be your source/index.ts. That's it, and I think this is done. Let's remove the scripts. I think we don't need, I think scripts we can remove this. We don't need script here. Then we can also remove all of this. We don't need. So now what we're going to do, right, we are going to install a couple of packages here. So first let's understand what are the packages we need. So first we are actually using Postgres, right, Neon Postgres, and for this one we are going to use our pg package. So I'm just going to do npm install. So we'll do pg. Also let's use pino, and I'm just going to do pino http. In Node.js version 1 also I've used this. Also you're going to use zod. And remember, again I'm repeating, see where I'm actually installing. Don't do this one blindly and then install on the outer path. Okay, you have to be careful where you are installing all of these. So enter, and then this is going to install these packages. Okay, what happened? Oh, we have to give this one. See, my bad. This is my bad. See, that's why. You see what you're getting, right? This is what I wanted to mention, that you don't have the workspace setup here. So that means when we are installing, right, we have to give the workspace, okay, from where I wanted to install this. So how we are going to do this? And to do this one, what we are going to do, right, we have to tell, okay, this is what we are going to install, and then I'm just going to give, okay, my workspace will be shared. So this is going to automatically pick from here, because we have our workspace here added. This is our workspace. And then if I do enter, and you'll see that now this is going to install the packages. Okay, so if you go to package.json, you'll see that you have this one. Okay, now this is not yet done. We also need to install our types. So how many types we need? So we need npm install -d, and I'm just going to do let me just check. Okay, so we'll do types. Okay, these will be express. Then also we need types/node. We also need, I think, okay, we need the types/pg. We also need the TypeScript. This we need, and then I will do workspace will be shared. Okay, and let's wait, and you can see that this is installed. So now you have your shared, this is your package.json, you have your dependency pg, pino, zod, express, node types, pg types, and TypeScript. That's it. So this will be basic setup. Okay, so now what are the things we need to create? So first of all, let's go here. So you'll see that first of all we need to create our DB connection here. Okay, so that will be the first thing. So the DB connection means our DB polling, right? And this is what we are going to use in all our services. So we'll go here to source, and then I'm just going to do DB. Oh no, this will be DB. Then we need our errors also, so I'm just going to do errors. Then we also need not here inside source, we also need logger. Okay, and so notice the pattern, right? We are actually instructing all the reusable logic inside this particular folder. Then also I'm just going to handle our response and any kind of validation logic also I'm just going to add here. Okay, and then all of this I'm going to just export in this we are going to use in our index.ts file. Means we're going to export it so that we'll be able to use all of this in our services. So this is what we'll start. So let's start with our DB connection first in the next section. Alright, so now let's start with our writing all the logic. Okay, so I'm just going to close everything. Let's start with DB. And also we need to do a little faster. Okay, there are so many things you have to do here in this particular project. So let's import something from, so we have our pg package. So we need what? Poll. So now what I'll do, right, so I'll do let poll, and this will be equal to poll, or else this will be null. Let's take this one as null. So now I'm just going to do export function, and let's do here get poll, and try to do right with this video. Means don't just watch it, it will be difficult, you'll not be able to learn anything. So first what I'll do, right, so you'll see that we have our this .env, right? So here what I'm going to do, right, so first of all let's do something. So I'm just going to check that, okay, if the poll is not present, so in this case what I'll do, const connection string, and this will be equal to process.env and we have our database URL. So I'll do database URL. So first I'll give a check simple. So I'll do if this is not present, so let's throw a new error. So I'll do throw new error, and I'll do database URL is not set. Okay, and then I'm just going to create, so I'll do pool equal to new poll, and here you just have to pass your connection string. That's it. Now this connection string will be your neon DB connection string that we have created. Okay, so now what will be next? Okay, what we have to do here, something we're missing, we have to return the poll. So this is done, and then okay, let's create one more. So I'm just going to export async function, and I'm simply going to do close poll also, and this will be promise void, and this is just going to check that if the poll is present, you just close it. So I'll do abbot poll.end. That's it. And also you have to make the poll as null. So I'm just going to make the poll as null again, because that is the reason I've taken that if the poll is not present, so you have to do null, or else we are going to use this one as poll. So now let's go through that what I've done. So first we have a get poll. We are checking that connection string. If this is not present, it is not set, or else create the pool, return it, and there is one more helper function. That's it. So this is the first thing, how we are going to use it. So now let's see, if you go to index.ts, and now what I'll do, right, see, I'm just going to do export, and I'm simply going to do here that get it from where. So I'll do go to db/poll, and now you're going to get what. So I'm just going to control space. You'll see that you're getting get poll, and you're also getting close poll. This is what you can now use it in all the services. I hope this is clear, right? So now what will be the next part? Next part will be, so let's start with the errors, and I think you'll see that some of the logic that whatever I'm writing here, right, we also have done in our Node.js part 1 also, because this logic whatever you're writing, right, it's nothing related to microservices, right? These are normal functions that we need. So here I'm simply going to create a class, and let's do AppError, and this is going to extend error class interface, not class. I think this is interface constructor. So now here what I'm going to do, right, and here I'm simply going to take a read only, and I'm just going to take a status code. This will be number, and read only. I'm also going to take a what I'll do, right, we can pass a name. I think we can make this one as fixed AppError. So whenever we're going to call this one, we're going to pass the name as fixed AppError. If we are getting let's say status code, we are going to make this one as status code. Whatever we are going to pass as take as an input, or whatever we are going to receive as a input. And also what I'm going to do, right, let's take one more. So I'm just going to take this one as is operational, and this is actually need this one later, and this you're going to see later, not now. So let's take this one as boolean. Now I'm simply going to take a constructor. So we're going to take a status code. This type will be number. Then we are also going to take a message. This will be string, and I'm also going to take a is operational. Spelling is wrong, I think. And is operational will be true. And here first of all call the super, you pass the message, and you'll do this dot status code will be equal to, so for, oh no, let's take this dot name here, and I'm simply going to take a AppError, this one, AppError, and then I'm also going to take this dot status code will be the status code that I'm receiving. And also I'm simply going to do this dot is operational will be is operational. That's it. So this is done, and now what I can do, right, we are going to create our main error handler, okay, and there we're going to use this AppError. So here I'm just going to create error handler. So error handler dot ts. So what I'm going to do, right, so let's create. So I'm just simply going to do export function. So I'll do error handler, and here what I'll do, right, so first I'm going to take error, which will be unknown type. We're also going to take a request, and now we'll understand that why we have actually installed these express types, because we need the types here, okay, only. So I'm simply going to do get it from my express. So I'm simply going to do express, and here we are going to get our request, response, and next function. And now here we are going to use this one as request, then we are going to take a response, and also very important, we are going to take our next function. And now what I'm going to do, this part, exact this part we have used in the Node.js part 1 also. I'm going to check that if this error is a instance of AppError. So if this is instance of the AppError that we have created, so in that case what we're going to do, right, we're going to return, we have to return here, okay. So we're going to do res.status. What will be the status? So I'm just going to get the error, and this is going to give you the status code. See, you have the status code dot json, and here now you can pass success. So I'm going to success will be false, and you can pass a message here, and message will be do error dot message. You'll see that you have the error dot message, okay. So this is done. So now what I'm going to do, right, I'll just give a placeholder that we have to add a logger here, okay. So logger.error we have to add, that we'll do once we'll create the logger here, and at the end we are simply going to return res.status of normal 500 error.json. So I'm simply going to do success will be false, and message will be this we can give internal server error. That's it. So this will be our error handler. Now let's use this one in our index.ts file. So I'm again going to do export something from. So first we'll do error slash AppError, and also I need the error slash error handler. So this will be my error handler, and then we are also going to use our AppError, okay. See what you're doing, right, you have to understand all this pattern. Pattern means how you're going to create a proper project, okay. So now also I highly suggest, if you can, right, try to read some documentation or read some blog, take use of AI tools also, that is also not bad, but do not use vibe coding. Means just open this what is there, that agent window, and then paste it and then implement it. No use for you, okay. At the end you have to write all of this, and even if you're creating a simple HTML page also, right, without taking any help, it's much more easier, much more better for your career than you're creating a very fancy HTML project with help of AI. It's not going to help you unless you have proper experience and you know what you are doing, okay. I hope this is clear. You need to know what actually you're doing. For example, suddenly if ChatGPT is not there, I will still be able to create all this project, and I'll be able to upload this on YouTube. You're getting what I'm trying to say. I can take help of AI because this is going to do what? It's going to make my life easier. Whatever project that I'm creating is taking 1 month, it's going to create the project in 7 days, okay, if I'm doing it properly. But that is the thing, you need to know what you are doing. You can't do like this, okay. For example, let's say I'll give you one very practical suggestion why I'm telling all of this, right? Because I'll give you one story. Actually, I've checked one, I think only one person commented that I don't have any experience on Node.js. I'll just I think that is the actual comment. I think maybe some of you actually missed that I don't have any experience on Node.js and I just make use of AI tools and then I just show this project. Is it possible? So let's say I'm running this channel before ChatGPT, Claude, all these things even there, okay. It was not there. That time also I used to upload Node.js Microservices and Node.js videos. I'm just giving an example. So my point is, when you are learning something, right, I'm not giving that example just to explain, okay. I'm just giving you one very practical scenario. What will happen, right? Let's say if you don't know something, for example, let's say Java Spring Boot, you have zero experience. I only have zero experience, not zero, I will say very basic experience in Java and Spring Boot. And we'll see in my project, in my videos also, whenever someone commented that please make videos on Spring Boot or Java, I directly mention there or directly reply, I do not have experience, I do not have proper experience that I will be able to teach, right? I can only teach something that I know. Or else, if that is the case, then I can create a Java Spring Boot project in ChatGPT and then make a video and I'll get views. It doesn't work like that. My point is, whenever you're learning something, right, using AI is going to help you in long run until unless you know that thing. Because at the end, when you'll go to company, right, what will happen? Company will only expect that, okay, you make use of AI tools, you complete your 5 days work in 1 day, but before that you need to know what you are doing, right? You can't do something if you don't have zero experience. You are getting what I'm talking about. So now let's say if you're a student or maybe less than 3 years of experience you have, so I highly suggest do not use AI tools to generate code and everything. Watch videos like old school, right? Watch videos, watch tutorial, read blogs and try to implement, and this is going to help you in long run. So this is the first two things we've created. So DB pool connection we've created and errors. So let's create the logger because we need to actually use the logger here, logger logic. So let's do this one in the next section. All right, so let's create logger, response and validation of body, request body, that whenever we need to use that. So we'll do logger. So let's create our base logger and this will be very simple, okay. And also I'm going to create a HTTP logger also. So I'll do HTTP logger.ts. For response, what we'll do, right, I'm simply going to create a response.ts and this is going to do nothing. This is just going to have our success handler and a failure handler. Means whenever you're going to see at the end, you are going to have some response that you're going to return back to your user, right? And this is the helper for that, so that we don't have to we don't have to write the same code again and again, okay. And that is the reason we are actually creating all of this, and we'll see that how much actually I actually thought and then I've actually created this video. Because this is not like, see, I'll give you one simple theory and you can also try this. Do this, okay. So you take one particular topic, any project, you use ChatGPT and you use Claude, both, and then you paste the same prompt and you don't mention anything, okay, this is how you're going to create the project, this is the folder you're going to create, and you give ChatGPT and you give Claude. You'll see that every time you're going to give some that particular same prompt, right, the way that the both create the project or basically the folder structure or the logic, right, you'll see that there will be changes. So what I mean by this, if you don't give the AI tool proper instructions, it is going to create the logic whatever it will think it is best. I'll give you another example. Let's say you'll do AI integration, not AI integration, API integration, right? You tell ChatGPT, so sometime it will do using Axios, sometime it's going to use fetch, sometime it's going to use stack query, sometime it's going to use something else, you are getting. But let's say if you ask me, okay, then how you're going to do it, what I'm going to do, right, the way I will usually implement. So what I mean by this, so let's say if ChatGPT is not there, Claude is not there for 1 month, the way I'm going to implement the same instruction I'm going to give to ChatGPT, that okay, you are going to create a shared folder. Inside shared folder you're going to have your DB connection, you're going to have your errors logic, you're going to have your logger, you're going to have your response, you're going to have your validation. If you don't mention this one, what will happen, right? It's possible, right, ChatGPT is not going to create this particular folder or that AI tool. You're getting what I'm saying. So my point is that how you are going to implement that particular idea, you need to convert to a prompt and then you're going to create the project. And this is how I also usually do. So my point is that if ChatGPT and these AI tools is not there for some days, I will still be able to create the same project using the same method or same structure or same features, whatever you will give me. You're getting? So it's something like this. You're converting your idea and you're taking help of AI tools and you're actually implementing a particular task. That task should have taken 5 days. You are actually doing the same task in 1 day. This is the difference. These you have to understand all these things what I'm talking about, right? And this is only possible once you will have that experience. If you're a complete beginner, you don't even know that okay, there is a response folder you can create, or else what you'll do, you will just use the same one in your service file in every places. So you are going to write the same logic 100 times. What you're doing, you're simply writing this one in this file. So when I'll create this, why I'm mentioning all of this, very very important, because now in this AI era, right, you need to know all of this. So now let's say I'm creating this project using AI tools only. So I will explicitly tell ChatGPT that okay, you are going to create a response folder. Inside this there will be a response.ts file, and this file is going to hold these many helper function, and these helper function we are going to use in our service file. You're getting? So it's not ChatGPT who is deciding the logic, it's me that I am actually telling the AI tool that okay, this is how you're going to create. Okay, you can also do some improvements. Let's say the AI tools also can give some improvements, that is fine, but at the end I will be the owner who will give you the instruction that how you're going to create the project. I hope this is clear, right? These things are very important, you need to know. So my point is that you can actually create the project in number of ways, but you need to know what is actually best. So now what I'm going to do, right, what I have done, man, I think I've just click on Ctrl X. Let me just remove this and I'll create once again. So let's do response and let's create, see, it will come like this again. Oh, that's fine, response.ts. so now what I'll do, right, let's do one thing. Let's go to logger, and then I'm just going to close everything else, and let's do one thing. I'm simply going to do import Pino from Pino, and now simply let's do export const logger. So you can just directly use Pino and then just pass the label, because label we can just pass. So label will be, and now let's go to our env and let's add a log label. So I'm just going to do a log label, right? So I'll do log label will be let's give this one what info by default. So here I'm simply going to do process.env dot log label, or else this will be info. We don't have to do anything. Okay, now we can go to our HTTP logger, and here I can do export const. Let's do HTTP logger, and this will be Pino HTTP. And here what I'm going to do, right, you have to pass the logger, and this logger will be, so we can import this logger from our logger. So I'm simply going to do import something from, and this will be from our logger, and this will be the logger that we created, and this logger we can pass here. That's it, we don't have to do anything else. So now we can go to our response.ts, and also in the meantime let me just reload this window. Okay, now you can see that it will be like this, and let's keep it like this. So now I'll close everything else, and then what I'll do, right, let's create two helper functions. So I'm simply going to do export function, and I'll do success response. So what this is going to receive, so first it's going to receive a res is nothing but your response, and this will be your import type something from, so I'll do express, and this will be your response, and this you're going to import from express. Then I'm also going to get a data, and the type will be unknown, and also I'm going to get a status code. What will be the success status code? 200, right? And then what you're going to do, you're going to return res dot status. We're going to pass the status code dot json, and then I'm simply going to do success will be 2, and I'm going to pass the data here. That's it. So that means, see, whenever you're going to return something, remember we usually do this line. So now what I'm doing, right, we can directly call this helper function. That's it. Then we can just copy this, and then we can just paste it here, and I'm simply going to do fail response. So fail response by default will keep 400. Okay, data will not be, let's keep message. So I'll do message and this will be string. So now what I can do, right, so this will be same, success will be false, and here we are just going to pass the message. So this is done. And now what we're going to do, right, also let's do one thing before that. Let's use all of this in our index.ts. So first I'm going to import something, not import, export will do. So we'll do export something from, so we'll go to our logger/logger, and also we need our logger/http logger. So this will be our logger, this will be http logger. We also need export something from, so we'll go to response/response. So we'll do success and fail. So now let's go to validation, and inside validation let's create validate body.ts. and for this validation what I can do, right, we can use Zod. So here I'm simply going to do export function. So I'll do validate body, and here I'm simply going to use schema, and this will be so this will be Zod schema, I think, Zod schema. And also I'm just going to import this one as type. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, right, simply, so it's going to return. So here I'm going to take a request. So first of all let's import that also. So to import type from express. So this will be request response next function. So this will be our request, then we're going to have a response, and also we're going to have our next function. Very important, because we need to use this. And now what I can do, right, simply, so first how we are going to validate. So to do this one we have something called safe parts. So here we have a method called, so we'll do const, and I'm simply going to take this schema, and this is going to give me the safe parts method. And what actually you're going to parse here, you're going to parse the body that you're going to receive from your client side. So from where you're going to get, from your request. So we'll do request.body. Okay, so two things we need to do, that if this is not success, what you have to do, you have to go to our next middleware, or we are going to go to our next handler, whatever. You always need to call next, or else what will happen, it will actually stuck. I think this concept also you know. So I'm simply going to do if not equal to result.success. So in that case I'm simply going to do a message, and you can simply do this one. So it's going to give result.error. I think we have issues, and here what I can do, right, I can map this issue, and now I'm simply going to take the issue dot message, and also let's do a join, and let's do with comma. And now you have to do what we're going to call next, and what we can call that AppError that we have created. So this is going to receive the status code and the message. So I'll do 400, and we can pass the message. That's it. So now I think this is done. What will be the next step? We are getting error, man. Something we are doing wrong. Let's see here. 3 not provided. Okay, I got it. This is correct only. Status code. See, this is the reason. So by default that will be true. So now what you're going to do, right, so here after these we can, if this is success, we are going to return this, or else we are simply going to do request.body, and this will be equal to our result.data. So after parts we are going to get the data that we are going to set in our request body. And now this is not done, always you need to call next. I think this part you've already mentioned, and this is done. So now I think these also we can use in our index.ts. So I'm simply going to do import, not import here, I'm going to do export, and this will be, let's go to validation/validate body, and now we can just call that validate body here. That's it. So this is done. Now whenever we are going to create some services, and let's say we need to add some more shared logic, we are going to add it here incrementally. Okay, for now we don't have to add. For example, when you're going to implement our auth logic, right, that time also you need to add some auth related helper function. For example, so you're going to have our JWT, you're going to have our types, let's say gateway, auth, all these things you're going to implement. So with this, now we have actually completed our shared logic. So now it's time to start working with our service. So we'll start with our first service, which will be auth service, and also we are going to create our auth gateway. So both the things we need to know, and there are couple of logic and concepts also you need to understand that how actually this is working. So let's do this one in the next part. All right, so let's start with creating our first service. Okay, so first we are going to start with creating the auth service. So we'll create auth service first. Auth gateway we are going to create later, and then once we'll create the auth gateway, right, so then we'll understand the flow much better way. First we need to create our auth service. So where we are going to create the auth service, right? So let's close everything. We'll go to apps. Okay, inside this apps, let's create our first service, which will be auth service. So now let's do one thing. Let's open this one in the terminal. So I'm just going to open this one here. Now first of all, let's do one thing. So as usually, we're going to create our package.json. So I'll do npm init-y, and this one we are going to do inside auth service folder. So this is going to create a package.json, and now remember this name is very important. Okay, so the name is auth service. Then what you're going to do, right, so for now script, let's remove this keywords, all of this we can remove, right? So save this main we are going to change later. So first let's install, right? I think for now we don't need explanation because we've already discussed the same in the package shared folder, that what all the packages we need to install. So for this one also what we need. Okay, so what we'll do, right, so let's go to, or let's open another one, and from the root, so we need to install express.env, and also one very interesting, so we also need to install our main shared package for packages also, these also. So how we are going to do this one? So first I'll do npm install, and here I'll do express, let's do .env, and now I'm just also going to install the shared package. Shared is nothing but, if you go to package.json, you have the name as shared, correct? So these we are also going to install. So now what will happen if I go to source and index, and let's say I wanted to import this one, error handler or success response, fail response, validate body, ACEDEVHUB logger. So I can directly import this one from our shared package. But here the important thing, we have to give a workspace, and the workspace name will be auth service because the name we have given is auth service. So I'm simply going to do auth-service. So npm install express.env shared workspace and the name of the workspace. Okay, and this we are doing from the root, and enter, and you'll see that we have the dependencies now added. Okay, this is not yet done. We also need to install dev dependencies. So I'll do -d. So what are the dev dependencies we need? So first of all, we need our express types. I'm just going to do types/express. We also need node types, so I'll do type/node tsx TypeScript. I think these 4 will be enough, and then I'm simply going to do again -w, and then I'm just going to do auth service. Okay, so now we have a dependencies and the dev dependencies that are added, and I think that's it. So now we'll go here, and then let's create our, what file we need to create. So we need to create our tsconfig. So I'll do tsconfig.json, and here what I can do, right, let's not write it, so I'm simply going to copy it from here, and then we'll paste it here. So this is again going to extend your base package.tsconfig.base.json compiler, same source, output directory will be dashed, and this will be include. So save this, and this is done. So now we can go to our auth service, and what we are going to do. So first we are going to create our base folder. So I'll just do auth service, go here, create source, because source will be our main folder, and inside this we are going to create our index.ts, which will be our entry file. So now let's see how this will work. Okay, and you'll understand what actually we are doing here. So first of all, I'm just going to import something from .env. Okay, so now from this part, this will become very important, whatever we are going to do, and I'm just going to import config. Also we need express, so I'm simply going to do express from express, right? So now first of all, what are you going to do? So I'm just going to take config. Okay, and now here I need to give a path, and this path I want to resolve which path. So either two things are possible, right? So you have a root env, so this env also I need to resolve, or else let's say you have an individual env also, that also I need to resolve. So what I'm going to do, right, so I'm going to do resolve, and resolve will be from node path package. Okay, so this will be from node path, and this is the reason you remember we have done all of this in the Node.js part 1. So we've explained all of this, all these packages, code modules, and how you're going to do. You need to get the current working directory, and this will be process.cwd. Okay, so this will give you the current working directory, and then you just have to give, okay, go to current working directory and check for any env files. Okay, same, you copy this, paste it here, but this time you have to give the path. So in this case I'll be going where, so I'll go to this path, and then I'm simply going to do .env. okay, so this will be my env file. I think this is correct. So now let's go here. So I'm simply going to do port, so this will be process.env, and now what I'll do, right, I will go to env and let's add here port, right? So I'm just going to do port, and I'm simply going to do auth_port, and this will be, let's say, 3001. okay, so save this. So I'll do process.env.auth port or else, so this will be 3001. So now we are going to create express. So I'll do const app express app, also let's do app.use, and now see what will happen. What I can do, right, I can actually import all of this from our shared folder and see. So I'm simply going to do import something from, and I'm simply going to do shared, and see. Now if I give control space and see, you are getting all of this, right? So these all our own packages we are importing. So I'll do HTTP logger, and now you can simply use here. So I'll do HTTP logger, you're getting. So this is what, so this is how we have to do it. Now see that, as I already mentioned, that if you watch 10 videos on YouTube, 10 people can do this one in different way, and I'm doing in a different way. Okay, you are getting what I'm talking about. So you need to know all these processes, that how multiple ways you can also do this. Let's say you don't have shared folder, you are doing all of this in individual auth service, and then you can directly import. That is also fine. But what will happen, that is nothing but just repetitive work you are doing. Okay, so first what I'll do, right, so I'm simply going to do app.get. so I'll go to health. This is our route. So I'll do request response, and here now I'm going to take our success response from our shared folder, and then what we do was to pass the response and the data. So I'll pass the response, and data will be, let's say, do service, and let's do auth-service. okay, so now I'll do app.use, and here I'm simply going to take request response next, and here I'm simply going to call, no, let's take this one as next. So this will be next, and I'm simply going to do new AppError from shared, and I'm simply going to do 404, and let's do route not found. And also we need to use our error handler. So I'll simply do app.use, and then we have a error handler that from our shared package. So from shared package we are using, that's it. And then we are going to listen to the port. So I'll do app.listen, we're going to pass the port, and here I'm simply going to give a callback. So we'll get our logger from our shared package. So I'll do info, and I'm simply going to do auth service is now running on port, and you're going to pass the port here, and this is done. So now what you're going to do, right, simply also because we're not using this one, right, let's skip it like this. So now this is not yet completed. I'll tell you why. The reason is we need to go to our main package.json. okay, so here, and then we are going to add our script. So I'm simply going to do dev:auth, and here we are simply going to do what? So I'll do, give a space, so I'll do npm run dev, do -w, and then we have to give the service name. So this will be auth service. okay, so now what I'll do, right, so I'm simply going to do npm run this from our root. So let's clear this, and let's open this one. So I'll do npm run dev auth. Okay, we are getting lifecycle dev failed with error, workspace missing script dev, something we are doing wrong. Okay, I got it. So the reason is because we have to go to auth service, right, and here also you need to add the script. So here I'm going to add a dev script, and this will be tsx watch. We have to give the entry file. So entry will be source/index.ts, and also let's give a start script, and this also will be same tsx source/index.ts. and I think we can remove this one, this is not needed. So now let's try once again. So I'll do clear, and let's run once again, and that's it. So now auth service is now running on localhost. Oh, what I'm doing, man, 3000. Okay, let's see what we want. 3001, this will be 3001. So clear this, run once again. So it's running on 3001. okay, So now, okay, let's maybe check more. Okay, we'll do one thing, right? Let me just open the Postman. Okay, so I'll do open Postman. I'll quickly check, and then we are anyway going to check later, right? So I'm simply going to do, so let's copy these from here, and I'm simply do localhost. This is 3001, correct? So 3001 slash we have a health route, remember? And if you send this, and you can see that you are getting success true and service is auth service, and this is what we need, right? And you can see that you are getting log also here. So that means this line is working fine. And now you'll see that what we have done, right? We created our first service, and see how much easier it will be. Even if you have to create 10 services, you have to follow exact same structure. You're getting what I'm talking about. This is how you need to write code. So you have your shared logic in your shared folder. You are going to create all your auth services and everything. You will be having your auth gateway. So what are you going to do, right? We are going to create a proxy. So whenever we are going to call an API, auth gateway is going to create a proxy, and based on that proxy it's going to call individual services, and based on that it's going to do the work, whatever logic that you have written. So with this, now let's move on to the next section. Okay, so first what are you going to do, right? So before we are going to write any more new logic, we need to create our user SQL schema, and also we need to do migration. Okay, migration means we need to migrate to our DB. Now for this one, see, there are multiple ways we can do migration. What I'll suggest, right, in the part 1 of Node.js, I've actually shown you, I think there are 2 ways that you can do migration, and both ways actually I've showed in the video, so you can watch that video. So for this particular one, we're going to create a very simple migration. Okay, and here first what I'm going to do, right, so let's go here, go to the root package.json. Root package.json, again, don't get confused, just close each and every individual services or packages, shared packages, and go to root, which is this one. So in the package.json, you can see that we have a dev dependency tsx and TypeScript. So now what I'm going to do, right, so let's do one thing. First let's install .env here. So I'm just going to do install .env. So it's going to install .env here in the root. So now first what I'm going to do, right, you can see that, remember, we have created our SQL, right? And here I'm just going to give or we are going to create our first SQL, and this will be our users.sql. So first, what are the things this SQL schema will consist of? This particular table. So it's simply going to do create table if not exists, and let's give this one as user. So this is the name of the table. So we're going to take ID, and this will be UID. This will be primary key, and I'm simply going to do gen, means generate random UUID. Okay, so this is the first thing, comma. Then we are also going to have a name, give a text, and this will be not null, comma. We are also going to have an email. Email will be text, same, we'll do not null, and this will be unique. Okay, so email will be unique. Then we are also going to have a password underscore hash, and this will be text, not null. And also let's take a role, because role is important. We need to have a user and admin role. So I'll do text, so I'll do not null. So default we're going to do what we're going to give this one as user. Okay, and here you have to give a check condition. So I'll do check. So I'll do role in. So we are going to have user comma admin, and also let's give a created at. So I'll do created at, and this will be timestamp tz, and also I'm simply going to do not null default. I'm just going to give now. So this will be our table for user. So ID, name, email, password, has role, and created at. That's it. So now what I'll do, right, in the root, okay, so in the root we are going to create a folder, and this will be my scripts folder, and here I'm simply going to create a db migrate.ts. so now let's create it. So first what I need, so I need import something from .env. so this will be config. Then we are also going to do, so first let's do one thing, let's take the config. So here I'm simply going to do path. So path will be what, resolve, and this resolve will be your node path. Okay, let me just import it here. So I'll do import something from, so I'll do node path, and this will be resolve, and here I'm simply going to do resolve. It's going to resolve your process dot current working directory, and you're going to take the .env because .env in the root only. Okay, so you'll do .env. That's it. So this is going to resolve your env file. Now I'm simply going to do async function you need to create. So I'll do async function main. So first what I need, right, so I'll do const get the file first. As I mentioned that we are going to keep this one simple, so I'll do process.arg, and then we'll do to this everything I explained in the previous part. So here I'm just going to go to our SQL folder. So I'll do SQL / by this is by default. Okay, if you're not passing anything in this argument, so you're going to take this one as default. So this will be default 001 underscore users.sql. Now I'm just going to take the SQL, and this will be, so do read file sync, and here I'm simply going to do resolve. So resolve, we are going to take our again process.cwd means current working directory, and what we need to resolve, we need to resolve this file. So give comma, and we need to give this file. See, this pop-up is very irritating, man. I don't like this one. And here you will see, oh my god, so do utf-8. Okay, so this is going to resolve the SQL file, and then what we're going to do, right, we're going to create a pool. So pool will be from where, so we're going to do get pool. What is the name that we have given? Something we've given, right? db get pool only. So let's import this one here. So I'll do import something from, so I'll do go to packages / so I'll do shared / source db, and then we're going to do pool.ts. so here we're going to get pool, and let's take this. So I'm just going to do avid pool.query. So I need to do query and pass the SQL here. That's it. And then I'm simply going to do a log. So let's do migrated : and let's pass the file here. And then we are also going to get our close pool. So I'll do close, and I'll do avid close pool. And then what I can do, simply call the main and take a catch here. So I'll do dot catch. So this will be error, and here this will be error. And what we have to do, process.exit. Remember process.exit, and we have to pass 1 here. So that's it. I think we don't have to do anything else. So this is going to do the migration. So now this is not yet done. So what I'll do, right, go to package. Now remember, this is the main package.json in the root. So we need to add one more script here. So I'm simply going to do db : migrate. So this will be tsx, and I'm just going to do where. So you need to go to scripts / and you'll do db migrate.ts. That's it. So save these, and now see what you're going to do. So here I'm just going to clear this, and to run this you have to see, either you can directly tell, okay, npm run db migrate, and then what will happen, it will not get anything this here, this one, right? So it's going to take by default. But what you're going to do, right, you need to explicitly tell. Okay, so what I will do simply, so I'm simply going to do npm run db : migrate, and then you have to give --, and here what you're going to do, right, so we'll do sql /001 underscore users.sql. That's it. So if you run this, it's going to pick this from this file, and it's going to migrate. So enter. Something we are getting wrong, get random uuid, but it is correct only, right? Let's see. I'll do always this mistake. You have to give default here. Okay, that is correct. So now let's run this again, and then do here. That's it. So it's now migrated. So we'll go here, and then I'm simply going to do refresh. That's it. So have your user table ID, name, email, password as record created it. If you want, you can add a record here also, right? So let's discard these changes, and you can see that this is migrated, and this is very simple. Now why actually I have decided this one, you can use some third-party packages also, but what will happen, right, if you create your own script, although this is, I know this is not that much dynamic, that okay, what you can do, right, we can also do something like this. Let's say I have 10 SQL schema here, or a table that we need to generate. You can have something like this. You will actually going to loop over each and every file, and then you can also migrate. That is also very simple. But what will happen, right, if you create your own script, you have the you have that, what I'll say, you'll be independent basically. So each and every control you have in your hand, okay, you're getting. So that is the reason I try to avoid as much as third-party packages for this PG migrate and everything. But actually those are also better. It's not like they are not good, because that packages will give some out of the box features that will also help you. But before using those packages, it's also very important that how you can do this one manually, and you'll see that how much easier this is to do, right? So you're simply doing what, you're getting the file, right, which file I need to actually do migrate, get the SQL file, create a poll, query it, and this will be migrated, and you can see that you're getting the result here. So this is the second step that we need to do. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. All right, so now we are going to implement our register and login flow, okay, and that will be inside our auth service. So what we'll do, right, we are still not going to implement the auth gateway now, and because that doesn't make any sense until unless we're going to first implement our logic. We are going to see whether the data is getting stored in our DB, and then only we are going to implement our gateway. Okay, if we do reverse, you'll see that it will be much more difficult. So first what I'll do, right, so let's close everything, and we'll go to root, in the root directory. Okay, so I'm in the root directory. We need to install a couple of packages, so I'm just going to do npm install. So we need bcrypt.js, we need JSON wave token, and also I think bcrypt and JSON, I think these two, and workspace we're going to give auth service. Okay, so this is done. So let's verify once. Dependencies, we have the bcrypt and JSON web token. Okay, clear this. So we'll do npm install -d. So we need types, because we need to get the types also. So we'll do types / bcrypt JS. We also need types / JSON wave token. We'll do -w, and we are going to do auth service. That's it. So now I think we have the dependencies also. Fantastic. So next we'll go to our env, and let's do one thing. What we'll do, right, maybe here. No, let's do here. So I'll do secrets, something like this. I'm just going to do jwt secret, and this will be dev secret, and I'm simply going to do, right, dev, let's give dev strong secret. Just give a secret here, okay, whatever you wanted to give, and I'm simply going to do secret, and we'll do jwt expires in. We'll do 7 day. Save this. So this is done. So now what are you going to do, right? See, remember, if you have actually completed the first part means the Node.js first part, right? If you're not, I'm going to explain. So we'll do like this, right? So see, we are going to have a root file. Root file is nothing but is your index.ts file. So this is your root file. So how this will work? This root file is going to connect it with your route file. So there will be a route file. So this will be a route file. This route file now will interact with your controller. Okay, so this is going to interact with your controller. Then you're going to have controller is going to have your services, and then you're also going to have your repository. So this is how it's going to work. Now each and every file is going to have a different responsibility. Repository is going to interact with your DB. Services is where you're going to write your business logic. Controller is where you're going to basically combine both. This controller we are going to use in our route, and this route we are going to mount in our root file. So this is what we are going to do. So the folder will be like this. So we'll go to source, and now inside this first we are going to do controllers, then we'll go to routes. So we're going to do routes, then we are also going to do what, repositories. So we'll do repositories, then we are also going to create our services, then we are also going to create our schemas, because we are going to have schemas here, and also we are going to create utils. So this is where we are going to create utils. Okay, so let's create all the files one by one. So I'll do auth.controller.ts. next we are going to have what? So I'll do user.repository.ts. you can give repository, whatever, it's fine. I'll give insert services. We are going to do, so services will be, this is auth service, right? So we'll do auth service.ts. schemas we are going to have, so we'll do auth.schemas.ts. and utils we are going to do later, something we missed. Okay, auth.routes.ts. so these many things we need to do. Okay, so first of all we are going to start with, as usual, in our repository, because this is simpler. This is where you're going to directly interact with your DB. So first what I'll do, right, so simply I'm just going to take, so I'll do you can also do like this, right? So let's say if I take, you can take a types also, and this will be auth.types.ts. let's do like this only. So I'm simply going to do export type, so I'll do user role. So this will be either what, user, or else this will be admin, and then I'm simply going to do export type user. So this will be ID will be string, name will be string. I'm not explaining all of this. Okay, I hope that you know already all of these, because these kind of projects are very not that much direct, so explaining each and everything doesn't make sense. So I'll do role will be user role. Also you have a created at, so created at will be string, no, not string, this will be date. Okay, so save this. So now we'll go here. So first, how many methods we need here? See, first of all, we need to, whenever we are going to create a user, how it will work. So first of all, you're going to create a user. You're going to check if that user email is exist or not, right? If the email is already exist, so you're not going to allow user, right? So first we need to create one method to find by email, right? We also need to do find by ID, and also you're going to create the user. Okay, so how it will work? So we are going to do in a reverse way. So first I'm going to do async. Now let's do export. So I'll do export async function, and I'm simply going to do create user. Sorry, I need to pause because of noise from outside. Alright, so here first we need to take input, and first we'll take the name, this will be string. We are also going to take an email, this will be string. Then we are going to take the password hash, this will be string, and also we're going to take the role, and this will be our user role that we have created. Okay, so these things we need. What this is going to return, so it's going to return promise, and the type will be user type we have created, correct? So now what we're going to do, right, so first I'll do const result. So here I'm just going to do await, and I'll do get poll from shared. So this we need to install from shared package. So what you're going to do here, so we'll do query, and then you're going to give the type. Now see, you have to give the type here, this is very important. So now we are going to simply write the query, right? And this will be, see, this is the reason I usually don't use all this Prisma and all of this, because I usually write like raw SQL much more. So here I'm just going to do user, and here we're going to take name, email, let's take the password underscore hash, and also you need to insert role. So now I'm simply going to do values. So I'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I need to do returning. So I wanted to return, so I'll do ID, name, give me email, return the password hash for now just to check, and also I'm just going to do role, and let's take created underscore at, and here we're going to give the value. So this will be your input dot name, input dot email, we have name, email, okay, then we have the input dot password hash, and I'm simply going to do input dot role, or else let's give a by default, this is going to take user. Okay, and this is done, and then we are simply going to do return. So I'll do result dot rows of 0, and this is done. Okay, so this is actually going to create your user, and it's going to store in our DB. Alright, so now we'll go to service. So let's create our first service. I'll do export async function, and let's do this one as register. So register is going to receive an input, and for this one we are going to create our first schema. So we'll go here, let's do import something from Zod. So we'll do Z, and I'm simply going to do export const. So let's do register schema. So this will be z.object, and inside this we are going to take a name, and this will be z.string, and let's take a mean of 1, and I'll do name is required. So let's copy this, and here I'm simply going to take this one as email, and this will be password. This also will be string, and let's take this one as .email, and here this will be valid email is needed. Okay, password, let's keep this one maybe 6, and I'll do password is required. So now let's copy this, and now we'll create one more. So this will be login. So for login we need the email and the password. So now we are going to simply do export type, and this will be register input. So what will be, so this will be z.infer, and this will be type of register schema, and then we'll create one more, and this will be for login. That's it. So save this. So now I'll go to auth service. So first this will be our register input. So first now we need to check what that if the user is already present in our DB or not. So that is the first thing we need to do. So I'm just going to do const existing, and this we have it, and here we are going to do find by email, and this we haven't created. So that is the reason first I wanted to create this. So I'll do input.email, and now what we have to do, now we have to go to our user repo, and then we are going to create one more. Okay, so this will be our find by email. So I'm simply going to do export async function, and I'll do find by email. It's going to receive the email. This will be string. What this is going to return, so it's going to return a promise. You need to know this return types also very well. So either it's going to return user or it's going to return null. Now remember why it's going to return null. If the user is not present, so in that case also you need to return a null. Okay, so you have to give all this edge case. So here I'm simply going to do result. So I'll do await get pull dot query. So we are going to query the user, and here simply what you're going to do, so we're going to do select ID, name, email. Let's copy from here. Password has role and created it. So all these things we're going to get from where? From our users table, where the email is equal to this, correct? So email is equal to this. That's it. And then we're going to simply pass the email here. So I'm going to pass the email, and what this is going to return, so it's going to return the first result. So do result.rows of 0, or else is going to return null. So now this is going to find the user in your DB if that is exist or not. So now we'll go to our auth service, and then we are going to simply import this. So what are you going to do? First we need to give a condition. So do if existing, if this is true, so we're going to throw a new error. So we'll do throw new AppError, and this will be 409, and I'm simply going to do email already registered. Okay, once this is done, then we are going to do what? Then we are going to import create our password hash. So now let's do import bcrypt from bcrypt.js. And then I might be thinking why I'm doing this one little first, because these all the things I've already covered exact thing in the first part. So there is no point, and I'm already assuming that you have watched the first part, because there is, if you haven't watched, or let's say if you know all of this, then it is fine. But if you haven't watched and directly watching this, then this will be little tricky. So this is going to create the password hash, and then we are going to create the user. So do const user, and this will be what? Await. So I'll do create user from repository. And here you're going to pass the name. So this will be your input dot name, email, input dot email, password hash we are going to pass, and we're going to pass the role, and this will be user. Okay, So now what we're going to do, right? So when we're going to return, we are going to convert this user. What I mean by convert this user, now remember in your DB, right? So whenever you are going to store in your DB, this DB is going to store certain field. For example, let's say what are you going to do, right? Maybe created at is stored as created_at, correct? This is how it's going to store in your DB. So this is what we have. But when I'm going to return this one to back to our user, let's say I wanted to do created at like this, so I wanted to remove this, so I need to convert this particular format. Okay, so that is the reason what I'm going to do, right? Either we can create this one in types, or maybe let's do one thing. Let's go to utils and let's create auth.utils.ts, and here I'm simply going to do export function, and I'll do convert to public user. So this will be user, type will be user, and I'm simply going to return, so I'll do id, so this will be user.id. I'm going to get the name, this will be user.name, and to do return email, this will be user.email. Let's return the role, so we'll do user.role, and now we'll see that we need to return a created at, but this will be our user.created at. So this is going to convert the user, okay, to a certain format. If you want, you can do it. If you don't want, you can also skip this. So now I can simply copy this and I can pass this user here. So let's import this. That's it. So this is done. So now what will be the next step? Next step will be, now we are going to create our routes. So look auth routes, and here we are going to import something from Express, right? So we are going to import router, and now I'm simply going to do what? So I'll do const router, and this will be router. So I'll do router.post, and here I'm simply going to give register, and now I'm just simply going to take value. Now remember, I created a validate body in our shared folder, and this is where I'm going to pass my register schema. So this is going to validate the this user schema, and then I'm simply going to get the auth controller. Okay, auth controller we are going to import. We need to import, so I'll do import star as auth controller from, so I'll go to, now we have to go here, controller/auth controller. So I'll do auth controller dot, and here we're going to have the register. Okay, we're getting error man here. Something we are doing wrong, is it? No, we haven't created auth controller. Wow man, nice. We need to create the auth controller, that's why. So I'll create this. I'll do export async function, and I'll do register. So I'll do register, and this will be, we're going to get our request. So first let's import all of this. I'm going to import as type from Express. So this will be request response and next function. So this will be my request, then we are going to get response, then we are going to get the next function. Okay, so here we are going to do try catch, and we're going to simply call that next with error. So it's going to, remember we already have error handler, so it's going to take care of this. So now we can simply create the user. So do await, and here this will be my auth service. We need to import the auth service. So we'll do import star as auth service from, so I'm simply going to go to services / auth service. So now I'm simply going to do auth service dot register, and here what you have to pass? You have to pass the input. What will be the input? Your input will be request.body, and then we are simply going to call the success response. We have to pass the response, and here I'm also going to pass the data. So this will be data will be what? User, and also you have to pass the status code. What will be status code? When you will create something, remember this part you already covered, so you have to pass a 201. That's it. So now let's save this. So this will be our controller. So first we have created repo, we have to create a services, we have to create controller. This part I made a mistake, that is fine. Once we create the service, we have to create the controller, right? Or we can also do the reverse, like create repo, create controller, because from the controller we are calling the service. So this service we have created here. Now we are going to create our routes. Okay, so now this will be auth controller dot register, and then I'm simply going to do what, right? So I'm simply going to do export default, and here I'm simply going to do router. So the first routing that we have completed, but this is not yet done. Why? Because we need to use this one in our main root file of your auth service. We need to import these routes, correct? So what we are going to do, right, once this health route, this is what we are going to use our routes. So I'm simply going to do app.use, and then I'm simply going to do /auth, and I'm just going to do auth routes, and these we are going to just import. So here I'm simply going to do import auth routes from, so this will be your routes /auth routes, and this is done. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, right, so let's see if we are running this one or not. Okay, if I save this, okay, this is already running. So now we can go here. Let me just move this one to this. Okay, so I'll just do register. So this will be a post. So here I'm simply going to do auth /register, correct? So we'll go to body, go to raw, and then here what all things we need to pass. So we'll go to our auth service. We need our input name, email, and password also. So I'll do name, email, and password. So I'll do name. Let's give this one as Sangam. Email, I'm just going to do this one as sangam@gmail.com. Password, I'm going to do, let's do here 1 2 3 4 5 6, and role, if you pass the role it's fine, or else let's pass here. So I'm just going to do user. If you don't pass, it's going to take by default user. So now this will be a post request, because let's see if we are using post or not. So this will be a post, and if I try to send here, I'm going to see that this is now created. Okay, and now if you go here, and let's see if I just refresh this, you have one. So your ID, name, email, password, this is a hash password, role, which is user created it. Fantastic. So that means this is working fine. This is a normal direct call we are doing from our own service. We are not using any gateway or any proxy. That we are going to do later. Okay, so that means this is done. So what will be our next step? Next will be first let's create our login, and also me flow means once we'll do the login, right, so we need to get the user information, so that also we need to do. But first we are going to implement the login, and then we are going to implement the other route. Once we'll complete this auth service, then only you can move to our auth gateway, and I will see our main microservices communication, that how from our gateway we are going to call our services, how we are going to create our proxy, and based on that proxy it will call that certain service, and it's going to call all these routes and whatever functionality that we are doing. So let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now before we'll move to the next controller which will be login, I wanted to explain one very interesting concept, and that is how you can create branching in Neon. Okay, so what I mean by branching, so first let's understand and why it is very helpful. So consider like this, right? So for example, so first you need to know that branching is nothing but something like, let's say you have your Git branch, right? And you are going to have your production branch, something like this, and then you are also going to have some different environment. For example, you are going to have your dev environment, then you have your stage environment, then sometimes in some companies they follow pre-prod environment also. So for each and every environment, what usually happen, you are going to have a separate branch. So for example, when developer is going to do dev, so they are going to do the main dev changes in the dev branch, and then they are going to raise PR or raise pull request to your stage branch, and from stage branch you are going to raise pull request to your pre-prod branch. You are going to do your pre-production changes, and then if everything looks good, you are going to actually raise PR to the final production branches, and this is how usually process works. So here what we can do, right? So this Neon branching is nothing but it's same as Git branching, but it's something for your Postgres DB. Okay, so for now you can see that if you go to this branch, you have something called production branch, right? What you can do, right, you can go to these branches and you can create a new branch. Now first of all, you need to understand that why actually it is very helpful and how actually it works. So you consider like this, right? So you have your shared existing data. Okay, and now what will happen, right? So you are going to have your main branch. So this is your main branch, consider. right? So this is your main branch, and then you're also going to have another branch here, and this is your feature branch. Okay, so this is your feature branch. So now whenever we are going to have two different branches, and how actually this will work. Now first of all, this doesn't immediately duplicate the entire DB. It's going to create, or it's going to use a copy on writing branching. So what I mean by this, so all these both branches that you are seeing, initially this is going to reference the same historical data, right? So Neon is going to store separate data only when one branch begins changing something. Okay, so here why it is actually very helpful. So first of all, the most important part, let's say you have your prod data and you wanted to test something using the prod data. So in that case, what you can do, right, you can create a feature branch. Now all your prod data will now sits on your feature branch. You can connect this feature branch from your local, and then you can do the testing. So let's say how this will work. Okay, so first of all, what I'm going to do, right, so let's create a branch, and maybe, so you can see that we can give a name, auto delete, maybe let's do after 1 day. And here the parent branch is production branch, and you have some other changes, right? For example, you can do branch data and schema both, branch data and schema for a certain time. You only wanted to branch the schema only, or there are some other options also available. So for now, what I'm going to do, right, I wanted to branch data and schema both, and here I'm simply going to do feature testing, and let's create this branch and see what will happen. At the moment you're going to do this one, so you'll get a connection string. So I'm just going to copy this. Let's go to our code, and here I'm simply going to connect to this DB now. So I'm just going to do database URL equal to this, and now I'm just going to comment out this one, save this, close this, and you'll see that what will happen, right? So I'm in this branch now, feature testing, and now I'll go to tables, and you'll see that you have the user table with the same existing data. So now what I can do, right, so I can go to my let's go here to my auth service, and let me just close all of this. Okay, and by the way, this I'm actually recording at the end, so that's why you are going to see some new code, but for now you can just ignore all of this. So for now I'm simply going to run auth service. Okay, so now let's go to our Postman, and then we are going to check. Okay, so I'll just do post, and let's use the localhost 3001/auth/register, and in the body I'm just going to use this one. So let's copy from here maybe. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay, let's copy this one, and let's go here, let's paste it. So I'm just going to change this one to John, and this will be, let's keep user, and then try to send. And now you can see that this user is created, but the interesting part is if I go here, let's refresh this, you can see that you have this user and this is in your feature branch. But now if I just going to change this one to prod branch, and you see you don't have that data, and this is fantastic. So what you can do, right, you can actually test all of this in your feature branch. You can directly delete the data. For example, let's say this data I just created. Okay, so I'm just going to delete this particular row from here, so I can delete this one safely. And even if I delete from the feature branch, in the prod branch you'll see that that data will still be present. Okay, so you see that this is still present. So this is just one very interesting feature I wanted to mention. So what you can do, right, you can experiment. So try to create some feature branches, and then you can connect those feature branches to your local and see if you're able to use this one. So with this, now let's move on to the next part. All right, so let's move on to the next one, which will be register. Correct. So let's do one thing. So let's start with our controller. Okay, because last time we forgot the controller, so we'll start with the controller only. So let's create. So I'm simply going to do export async function, and we'll simply do login. So we are going to get our request, response, and also we're going to get our next. So let's take try catch. Okay, and here we are simply going to do const result. So this will be await. So we'll do auth service dot login. So this we are going to create, and then we are simply going to do request dot body, and then we'll get the success response, pass the response, and here we are going to pass this result. That's it. Okay, So now let's go to our auth service, and here we are going to create our login. So I'll do export async function login, and here we are going to do input. So what will be the type? Type will be login input. We have created in the schemas. So first what you have to do, see, when you're going to do login, right? So again we need to do what? So first we're going to find that user by email, correct? Because if this user is present, so then we are going to validate the password, that if the user is given correct password or not. If the user is not present, so that means what? Invalid email, correct? Or email is not present. But we're not going to say like that. So what I'm going to do, right? I'm simply going to do, okay, first check if the user is present or not. So I'll do find my email and get the user input.email. If this user is not present, so we're not able to user, so we're going to throw new AppError, and here we're simply going to do 401, and then we will not say email is invalid, we'll simply say invalid email or password, so we will not confuse the user, but will not tell them directly. Because let's see, some hacker try to log in, right? So they will understand clearly, okay, email is wrong or password is wrong, so it's going to tell either email is wrong or password is wrong, we don't know. So now next will be, so first we're going to do valid, and I'm simply going to do await. So I'll do bcrypt.compare. So this will be your input.password. So this input.password, again, the password that you're going to send from your client side, right? The password that you're going to type, and this password you're going to compare with the password that is stored in your DB, correct? So this password that is stored, but how we are going to get the password? So this you're going to get from your user. So I'm simply going to do, okay, user.password has, and if both are same, that means this is a valid user, correct? And once this is done, okay, we also need to give a condition that if this is not valid, so I'm going to throw new AppError 401, and I'm simply going to do invalid email or password, and then we are simply going to create the token. So I'll do const create token, and this will be, let's do sign token, and here we are going to pass the user ID. So this will be user.id, and also we're going to pass the role, which is very important. So we're going to pass user.role, okay? And at the end we are going to return two things. So we're going to return the token, and also we're going to return the user, and this will be convert to public user, and we're going to pass the user, okay? So now we're going to create the token. So I'm simply going to copy this. Let's go here, maybe go to utils, and then I'm simply going to do jwt.ts. So first what we're going to do, so first we're going to import JWT from JSON web token. So here I'm simply going to do, okay, no, not here, let's do in types only. So I'm simply going to do export type, and I'll do JWT payload, and this is going to have your user ID, which will be string, and also I'm going to have your role, which will be your user role, okay? So save this. So now we'll go to our JWT, and here what we're going to do, so I'm simply going to do function. First what are you going to do, right? So let's do some, or let's create the function first. So I'm going to do export function. So I'll do sign token. Here we're going to get the payload, and this payload is nothing but your JWT payload just now we have created. This is going to return a token, so it will be string. So now first of all I'm just going to take my expires in. So this will be process.env dot we have created expires in, correct? So this will be expires in. Also we are going to check what I'm going to do, right? Let's do one thing, let's return. So I'll do jwt.sign. So here we are going to pass what? So payload, right? So payload will be this, and then what we're going to do, right? Also we need to get our secret. So I'm simply going to create one more function. So I'll do extract, JWT secret, and this also will be string. So first we'll get the secret. So this will be secret process.env dot JWT secret, and if this is not present, so again we'll just throw a new error simply. So I'll do new error, and I'll do JWT secret is not set, and then we are going to return secret. So now what we can do, right, we can simply pass it here, because at the end it's going to return the secret back. So here what we're going to do, right, we have to give a condition, so not condition, the options, sorry. So JWT sign option, and expires in, I'm just going to give this expires in, but you have to give a type here. Okay, so this will be your JWT JWT dot sign options, and here we're going to pass this expires in. That's it. So now this is going to create the sign token, right? It is going to create your token. So now let's go to our service, right? So we'll go to auth controller first. Okay, this is save it. Let's go to service, and then I'm going to import this from JWT, and this is done. Okay, so now we'll go to our auth routes, and here we'll create one more. So this will be login, this will be login schema, and this will be login. Save this, and you can see that this is now running here. So now if I go here, right, try to send this. So email already present, copy this, and then I'll go here. Let's do this one as post, and then do this one login, right? So we'll go to body, copy this, paste it here. So we'll take the name and the role, and I'm simply going to do 567. Send this. Invalid email or password, we'll give the correct password, but we'll give wrong email. Send this, correct, and now we're going to give correct credentials. Send this. That's it. So getting the token, you're getting the user information. Fantastic, right? So that means this is working absolutely fine. So now what will be next step, right? So next we're going to create our user information route also. User information route, again, what? User information route is nothing but that when we are going to fetch our user information, for example, we need this token, right? And based on this token, we are going to see if the user is authenticated or not, correct? So now what we are going to do, simply first we'll go to auth controller, right? So we'll go to controller first. So we'll go to controller, and here what I'm going to do, right? So first let's create one type. So I'm simply going to do export async function, and we'll do me or user get me, something like get me we can do. So here we are going to take these three. Okay, so we'll do try, catch, and copy this, paste it here. So in this try, so first we are going to do const user ID, and this is where things will become very interesting, and this is what we are going to now understand couple of things. First, okay, so first I'm going to tell this, right? Do not focus too much on this now, because we are not going to test it until unless we are going to implement our auth gateway. But here you need to understand one very important thing, that once you're going to log in the user, right? So let's say user is now logged in, how we are going to authenticate? So in our header, request header, we are going to have couple of information. Okay, you see so much noise is coming from outside. So here what I'm going to do, right? So one of the header will be X user ID. So that means using this header, now we are going to understand if this user ID is present in that particular request header. So that means user is actually authenticated. You think like this: if this user ID, X user ID header is missing, so that means this header is missing, so it will not allow the user to log in. For now we haven't created any middleware, or we haven't created any gateway, but just remember this particular point. Once we'll implement the gateway, we'll see that this will be much cleaner. Okay, we'll understand what is happening here. So first we'll simply check if something is present in our header or not. If this header is not present, so that means we'll simply going to throw new AppError, and I'm simply going to do 401, and I'll do missing this header. Okay, so the X user ID is missing this header. Okay, so now what are we going to do with this header? So then we are going to simply do const user, and I'm simply going to do await. So do auth service dot get me, and here I'm going to pass the user ID, this user ID. Okay, and then we are simply going to return it. So I'll do success response. So I'll do res, and we're going to pass the user here. So now what are we going to do? So first let's go to our auth service. Let's create this. I'm simply going to do export async function. So do get me, get the user ID, which will be string, and here I'm simply going to do const user. We'll do await. We'll do find by id, and this will be user ID. And then I'm simply going to do if this user is not present, So again we are going to throw into a new AppError 404 and I'll do user not found, and then I'm simply going to return convert to public user, and we're going to return the user here. So now what will be the next step? Next step will be need to create this find by ID. Okay, and let's keep this on capital. So we'll go to user repo and I'm going to create one more here. So I'm simply going to do export async function find by ID, get the ID, so which will be string. What this is going to return again, so it's going to return a promise of user or null. Okay, so let's create it. So do result, and this will be await get pull query, and here we're going to get the user. So now what we're going to do simply, so we're going to get select ID name email, we'll do password as role, and we're going to do created at. Okay, so this will be from users where ID will be this, and then we're going to pass this ID here. Okay, so this is done, and then let's return result dot rows of 0, or else this will be null. So now let's save this. So we'll just import it here. So that means first it's going to find this user, so it's going to check this, and then it's going to convert this user, right? And if you go to the controller, right, so here first this is very important, so it's going to check if this user ID header is missing or not. So now what are you going to do, right? So we'll go to our auth routes, and then I'm simply going to do router dot get, and I'm simply going to do me, and then let's do auth controller dot get me. Okay, that's it. So for now we're not going to do anything. So for example, let's say I'll just show you here. So if I just go here and let's say try to send /me and try to send this, you'll see that missing X user ID. Okay, so now let's see if I try to go here and try to add it, we'll be able to get the result. But this is not the point. The point is now we need to understand that how we are going to communicate, or how your auth gateway is going to communicate with your individual services, and based on this we are going to pass these headers in our request, and then it's going to authenticate the user, or basically it's going to check the authenticated user and it's going to send the user information back. And this is very important, because our point of learning microservices is not like we are going to create a monolithic, because this we have already know from the previous part. So why we have done this? Because this will actually make our life easier. So once you implement the auth gateway, right, we can directly use all of these methods and then we can check it. But until unless we're going to create the auth gateway, we're going to create our proxy, we are not going to test it. Okay, so now will be our main part. So what we're going to do in the next part, we will start working with auth gateway. So let's see how we are going to do that. And for this particular section we need to understand the concept very clearly. Once you understand this concept, I can guarantee you will be able to create this kind of logic in any project. So let's see how we're going to do that in the next. Alright, so now in the next part we are going to start with API gateway. Okay, and now here things will become very interesting. Although you'll see that while implementing I'm going to explain each and everything, but still you need to know that how this whole flow, or how your API gateway is going to interact with your auth service, and how API gateway is going to interact with the other services, and how it's going to basically protect routes or implement RBAC, means role-based access control. It's very important. You need to know all of this, because there will be so many things we are going to do, and you'll see that sometimes this will become little complicated. Okay, so let's start one by one, very simple way. So first, how this is going to work. Okay, so first you will see that you have your client. Okay, so client is nothing but this is where your user is going to interact, right? So this is where your B2C, let's have a B2C user or B2C application, means your user is going to interact with your application, right? So that is, this user is nothing but your client. Whenever client is going to hit any request, client is going to interact, or it's going to send request to your API gateway. So API gateway is going to work as a security in a building. Okay, so whenever you are going to enter in a building, this API gateway will be the first place where this client request is going to hit. Okay, so this is where it is going to hit. Once it will hit this API gateway, we are going to do a couple of things, and this is very interesting. So first you'll see that what is mentioned there, that we are going to stripe some fake identity headers. Now what I mean by this, now you'll see that once we implement the actual code, we are going to have some identity header, something like X, X user ID. So one of the identity headers. Then we are going to have something called X user role. Now what we'll do right before we are going to even do certain operation, we are going to stripe or we are going to delete all these identity headers. Why? Now consider that you have user A and user B. Okay, so you have user A and user B. So what you can do, right, so user B actually doing the request, but in the header, when user B actually sending the request, user B actually not sending user B credentials. Instead, user B actually sending the user ID of user A, and anyone can do this one, right? If we don't remove these fake identity headers, so this will actually can create problem. You're getting what I'm talking about. So for example, let's say you have user A, right? So you have your user A, and then you have your user B. Now user B actually doing the request, but user B actually doing what? User B actually sending user A credentials or user A X user ID in the request, and that should not happen. So whenever what will happen, right, whenever client is going to throw any request, first it will hit the API gateway and it's going to stripe all the fake identity headers. Once we'll do that, we are going to attach a X gateway secret. So this is another identity headers. So basically we are going to have three identity headers. Okay, so first one will be, let me change this one. So first one will be X user ID. So this is going to help us to see which user actually login. So this will be your unique user ID. Then you're going to have something called X user role. So this is going to actually help us that, okay, if the user is a normal user or if the user is an admin user. And at the end we are also going to have another one, which is X gateway secret. Now why we are going to send this one X gateway secret? So that your your gateway will understand, okay, this is actually coming from a certain service. This is not coming randomly. Okay, so once we'll attach this X gateway secret, so this is another identity headers, then it's going to go to a certain function. Okay, and this will be one utility function that we are going to create. So first it's going to check whether this is a public route or not. So public route means if any user can access this route or not. Okay, so for example, auth/login. So this is what? So this is a public route, correct? So anyone can access. It's not like you have to be authenticated to access this particular route. Very important. So once we are going to see, okay, this is a public route, so it's a yes, right? So we are going to give a check, okay, this is a public route. So then what we're going to do, right? So then your API gateway is going to create a proxy and it's going to call your auth service. So it's going to like this. So then your API gateway is going to do what? It's going to do something like this. So you're going to send localhost 3000/auth/login, and then it's going to create a proxy, and this proxy is going to call localhost 3001/auth/login. So that means what is happening here, your gateway, so API gateway is actually create a proxy and it's going to forward that request to your auth service, or basically to the individual service. Okay, once it will hit the auth service, so then it's going to verify the gateway secret, and that is the reason we are actually attaching this gateway secret. Okay, so it's going to verify if both are match, right? So in that case, simply what it's going to do, so you're simply going to have our handler. So handler, again, we already know we are going to have our controller, we are going to have our services, we are going to have our repository, and we are going to have our routes, right? So it's going to do whatever it needs to do, and then we're going to save that in our DB, right, the information, and then we are going to return JWT, and client is going to receive the JWT token. So this is where it's going to work as public route, right? So whenever you're going to have a public route, but we need to understand another flow, that how the authenticator route will work, and this is where it will be very interesting. So first, you see, notice that first time client needs to send the bearer token. So this is the first thing. If there is no bearer token, we are not going to do anything, because client or user has to be authenticated. So that is the first thing. So client is going to send a token, and we are going to send this token as bearer token, and then we are going to have a space, and then you're going to have your token here. So this will be your bearer token. Once this is done, it's going to hit your API gateway. API gateway, again, is going to do what? It's going to stripe your fake identity headers. So it's going to remove your X user ID. It's going to remove X user role, it's also going to remove your X gateway secret, because anyway we are going to attach this one later. So once this is done, so again we are going to attach our gateway secret, right? And then we are going to do what? So we are going to check whether this is a public route or not. If this is not a public route, so in that case, so this is not a public route, so that means this route needs authentication, means no one can access this route until unless that user is an authenticated user. So first we are going to check if bearer token is present or not. So this is the first condition we need to check. If this is not present, we are going to immediately return 401, so you can't access this. Okay, if bearer token is present, so if this is present, so first we need to do what? We are going to verify the JWT, means if the token is actually valid or not, right? If this is valid, so we will proceed. If this is not, again we are going to return 401. Then we are going to implement our role-based access control logic, means here we need to check that whether this particular user has access to visit that particular route or not. So for example, let's say I have two routes, so one is an admin route and one is normal user route. So as an admin, you can access both the routes, so you can also access admin route and you can also access user route, but user cannot access the admin route, so that is not possible. So simply we are going to check if there is no rule, we are going to return route not found. If route is not allowed, so for example, if there is an admin route, so user cannot access admin route, so in that case we are going to return that, oh, you can't access this one, so this will be forbidden. If this is allowed, so now you see, so here we have done what? We are striping all this, right? So we are removing all of these. Okay, so that even if user is sending wrong user ID, or let's say some hacker try to hack your application by sending some wrong information, we are removing all of this, and once we'll verify all of this, then we are attaching these back. You're getting what I'm talking about. So now you're going to attach the X user ID and X user role, and then we are going to proxy to our auth service or whatever service it's going to go. It can be auth service, it's going to be task service, some other notification service, whatever. We are going to verify the gateway secret, and then we are going to get our information back. And then whatever we're going to do, let's say I need to do store in the DB, I need to fetch from the DB, but at the end this is how it's going to work. So the process is like little complex. So first we're going to remove our identity header, so we're going to attach gateway secret. We'll check if this is a public route or not. If this is not, we're going to check bearer token is present. If this is no, we're going to return 401. If this is yes, we're going to verify the JWT, check role-based access control, means if the user has access or not. If the user has access, then we are going to attach the X user ID and X user role, proxy to that service, and then we are going to verify the gateway secret that we are attaching here. And then once this is verified, then we are going to do the normal process in the sense whatever route or logic that we are going to have. So this is what we are going to implement in the API gateway. Although you'll see that the same information I'm going to repeat again and again while implementing the API gateway, but still it's very, very important you understand this particular flow. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. All right, so now it's time to start implementing our API gateway. Okay, so first what are you going to do, right? So let's go to apps. Okay, inside apps you're going to create one more folder, and I'm just going to do this one as API gateway. So now let's open this one in terminal, and I'm simply going to do npm init-y. So we're going to create our package.json. So first let's remove a couple of things. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this main, remove the scripts, and also I'm going to remove all of these from here. Name we are going to give API gateway, and also let's create tsconfig.json, and these we can just copy from here, it will be same. So copy this, and then we are going to paste it here. Alright, so now let's understand how this flow will work. Okay, so what are you going to do, right? So let's say you have your API gateway here, right? So you're going to have your API gateway. Now consider this API gateway is running on some port, right? So it's going to run on, let's say 3000 port or 4000 port or 5000 port, whatever it is. So what you're going to do, right? So remember, you are always going to have what? You're going to have your individual services, correct? So let's say I'm going to have my what is that? This is my auth service. Let's say this is my auth service, and then I'm going to copy and paste, and let's say this is my one more service, this is my CRUD service, I'm doing some CRUD. Then I'm going to paste it, and this is my media service, something like this. Each and every service is always going to run on a certain port, correct? So let's say my auth service is running on port 3001, my CRUD service is running on 3002, and this media service is running on 3003, something like this. Now consider that you don't have any microservices or you don't have any gateway. How we are going to run all of this? So you're going to individually run all of this just like how we are doing now. So for example, if I go here, let's say this is where our auth service is running, and if I go here, I can directly run from localhost 3000 and I'm getting the result here, correct? But when we are going to implement a microservice, so how it is going to work or how these services is going to communicate, this is the base concept that you need to know. What actually API gateway is, now see, I'm not explaining this one from some book or some blog or some ChatGPT documentation. This is from my own practical experience, and this is how I'm going to explain in a simpler way. Auth gateway is nothing but, consider this one your building security. So it's like your entry point, right? So auth gateway is going to check each and everything. So auth gateway is going to check your credentials, whether you have proper credentials to go inside that particular building or not. If you don't have it, it will not allow. So auth gateway, what it's going to do, let's say one person, where is that man? Okay, one person came here, right? And then this person is coming that, okay, I need to go to the auth building, or I need to go to building B, or I need to go to building C. So this auth gateway is going to do what, right? So auth gateway is going to hold the information of all of this. So auth gateway always, auth gateway, why I'm telling auth gateway, man, API gateway. So your gateway will always know that, okay, your auth service is running on port 3001, CRUD service is running on 3002, and this running on 3003. That means your building security actually know that building A is on the north side, this is on the south, or this is on the northeast, whatever it is. But how it's going to communicate, that is the important thing. So this is where we have something called a proxy. So what it's going to do, right? So this API gateway is going to create a proxy. So we are going to have a proxy here. Okay. So this is our proxy, let's say. So this is going to create a proxy, and based on this proxy, so it's going to communicate with your proxy, it's going to create a proxy, and then it's going to do what? It's going to forward. So the word is called forward. It's going to forward that request to certain services. So for example, let's say your user, so you have a user, and user is hitting this particular endpoint that I need to go to /auth/login, right? And then it's going to, how it's going to hit that particular endpoint, it's going to hit with the endpoint that auth gateway is running. So it's going to hit with localhost 3000. I'm just giving an example, but your auth service is running on localhost 3001. Okay, so it's not running on 3000, it's running on 3001. So then API gateway is going to do what? API gateway is going to hold the information. Okay, API gateway already know that auth is running on 3001, so it's going to do what? It's going to create a proxy, and then it's going to do, it's going to forward that 3000 request to 3001. So it will become like this. So your 3000 is going to forward it to 3001, and once it is going to forward it to 3001, now in 3001 your auth service is running. So that means this will now run this particular endpoint, so which is /auth/login. And let's say now your CRUD service is running on 3002, and let's say some user hit the endpoint localhost 3000 /task/create. So we are going to create a task. Again, it will come to your API gateway. API gateway is going to check, okay, I need to forward this particular where. So because see, API gateway will know, right, your CRUD is running on 3002. Okay, so it will able to understand, okay, from here I need to create a proxy and I need to forward the request to my CRUD service. So this is how it's going to work. So for this one we need a couple of packages. We need helmet. Okay, so this is just nothing but this is to secure Node and Express apps. So you can see that it's going to set your HTTP response headers and all of this. We also need a rate limit. I'm going to add a rate limit, and also we need our actual proxy. So this is going to create our proxy. So first what I'm going to do, right, so let's go here, and then I'm just going to, let me just remove a couple of things. Okay, so I'll remove this one. Let's remove this. What are we doing? We are not doing anything. Alright, so let's install a couple of packages, right? So I'm in the roots, I'll do npm install. So first we need Express, we need .env, we need course, we need helmet. What else? We also going to need our Express rate limit, this one. And also let's take our HTTP proxy middleware, right? So we need this also. Also I am going to install the shared, so I'll do -w, and this will be API gateway. So enter. So these are installed. Okay, clear this. Also we need to install our types. Types will be, so how many types we need? So I'll do npm install -d. So we need the types of express, we need the types of node, we also need chords types. I think types chords also we need it, and also need tsx, and also we're going to need TypeScript. Okay, so here also we have to give API gateway, and I think this is done. Awesome. So now I think this is completed. So first what are we going to do, right? We are going to create our base structure. So go to API gateway, create a source folder, and I'm simply going to do index.ts. So let's close everything else. Okay, so first what are we going to do, right? So first let's import config from, so this will be our .env, so this will be config. So first we are going to take the config. So here we are going to take a path, so this will be resolve from node path. So we're going to take a process.cwd, and here we are going to pass .env, or else we are also going to config, or sorry, we are going to resolve from our root. Root is simpler, so we'll do go there and then take the env. This is done. Now we are going to take a const, so I'm going to take port, so this will be process.env.port, or else this will be 3000. Very important. This port is nothing but your port of your API gateway. So this will be my port, this will be my root port or API gateway port. Okay, next we are going to take our auth service URL. So I'm simply going to do auth service URL, and this will be, so I'm simply going to do process.env.auth service URL, or else here I'm simply going to take this one HTTP. So this is running on where localhost, and this is running on 3001, correct? So here I'll copy this. Let's give a URL here. So I'll do auth service URL equal to this. Okay, so now we are going to do, is going to create our app. So I'll do const app, and this will be express. So let's import it. So I'll do import express from express. So now what are you going to do? Let's see, let's import couple of things. So first we're going to import chords from chords. We also need import helmet from helmet. Also we need the rate limit, so I'm just going to do import rate limit from express rate limit. So first let's create the, so let's use this one. So I'll do app.use, and I'm going to use the helmet. So this is going to do what? It's going to secure default HTTP headers. Okay, then we are also going to use chords. So I'll do app.use and then use chords, and then I'm simply going to do my we'll do app.use, then I'll do rate limit, and what we're going to do, right? So let's check. We'll use this one only, Windows MS limit standard headers. We can keep this one as true also, or you can use this legacy headers, so we're going to keep false. So these four only we can take. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this and then we'll paste it here. So this will be 15 into 60 into, or you can import this one. I think let's import this minute. So we are going to import from express rate limit. Okay, so save this. We can also pass this one as true like this. So now also let's use app.use, and then we are going to use our HTTP logger from shared. Shared means, again, don't get confused, is our shared package. Remember, we have created our logger, and then we have our HTTP logger, which we have used in this. So this is what we are using here. Okay, and then let's create a health route. So I'm just going to do app.use. So I'll do /health, and here I'm simply going to do request response. So I'm going to use success response, pass the response here, and this will be our API gateway. So service will be API gateway. Okay, so this is done. So now we are going to create our proxy. So we'll do create proxy. Create proxy starts. So this is where we are going to create proxy, in the sense we're going to create a proxy of auth proxy. So this will be our auth proxy, that the one that I explained, that when we're going to go to :3000, which is where our API service is running, and then we'll go to any auth related route. Auth related route means /auth/register /auth/login /auth/getme, whatever you created. You have 100 route also, doesn't matter. This is going to do what? Your API gateway is going to forward this request to :3001/auth. Why? Because your auth service is running on 3001, so this is going to create a proxy. So whenever you're going to do localhost 3001, so we'll do localhost 3000/auth/login, it's going to forward this request to localhost 3001/auth/login. Simple, it's not that much difficult. So we'll do app.use, and here if you go to this, right, you're going to have a create proxy middleware. So this is what you're going to do. Okay, create proxy middleware. So you can directly pass a target, you can do change origin, something like this. So what you're going to do, right, something like this. I'm just simply going to do here app.use, and I'll do /auth. Okay, and then here I'm simply going to do create proxy middleware, and this is where we're going to pass a target, right? So we're going to pass a target here. Target will be what? Your auth service URL, correct? So this is where you're going to use auth service URL, this one. Okay, so auth service URL, and then I'm going to do change origin, this will be true, and also we are going to do a path rewrite. So we're going to take a path, and then this is going to go to /auth, and then you're going to pass the path here. So this, this will be this. So here you're going to pass a path here. That's it. Okay, so this is now is going to create a proxy, and it's going to forward the request from 3000/auth to 3001. And now what I'm going to do, right now, let's use our normal middleware and everything that we have created. So do request response next, and here I'm simply going to do next new AppError from shared. I'll do 404, and I'll do route not found. Also we're going to use our error handler, so I'll do error handler from shared, and also then at the end we're going to do app.listen, and this will be our port, and then I'm simply going to do here logger.info, and then we'll do API gateway running on port, and you're going to pass the port here. That's it, and this is done. So now what will be your next step? Next step will be we're going to create a entry here in our package.json. So now I'm simply going to do dev::gateway, and this will be what? So it will be npm run dev, and you're going to do -w, and this will be API gateway. So save this. So now if you see, this is where our auth service is running. I'm going to open one more, and I'm going to do npm run. I'll do dev::gateway, enter. Again I made that mistake, man. So what I have to do, right, you have to create this package here. Sorry, not package, script you have to write here in our API gateway. So we're going to write a dev script. So this will be tsx, and this will happen when I'm doing in the live coding, right? So it is fine. So sometimes I'll make this mistake. So this will be start, and here I'll do tsx source/index.ts. So now if I save this, so because it needs the script, right, okay, which will be your entry file or which file you need to start. So I'll clear this first, and let's run it again. And see that API gateway is running on 3000. Alright, so now we'll go here and let's test it. So now let me just copy this, and I'm recording this one after a long time. Okay, so I have to pause and I have to record. It's very difficult to record these long videos especially. Okay, so now what I'll do, right, so I'm just going to take this one as post, and this time instead of calling localhost 3001, we are going to do localhost 3000/auth/register. Okay, and we'll go to body, and let's take this register from here, and then I'm just going to paste it here, and let's make this one as John, and I'll do John let's remove this john@gmail.com and let's send this. Okay, so I'm just going to send here. Okay, we're getting route not found /auth/register. Okay, that means something we are doing wrong here. Oh, we have to remove this. I think this is the reason. So now let's save this and now let's try to send it again. That's it. So now you can see that the user is now created, and here if you go this one, you go here, let me just refresh this, and you can see that now we have another user. So what happened? So now if you notice this one, so have your API gateway, right? So this is your API gateway. So user hit this API gateway with localhost 3000, okay, not 3001. Now API gateway already know the information that, okay, whenever I'm going to, there is a request that is start with /auth, I need to create a proxy middleware which is going to target what? It's going to target not localhost 3000, it's going to target our auth service URL where our auth service is running, in this case which is localhost 3000. So it's going to create a proxy and that proxy is going to hit 3001. Okay, and this is what we are simply doing here. Path rewrite is nothing but simply we are telling that, okay, whenever there is a route that start with auth, because see, remember, in our auth service or whatever service that you are going to create, you are going to have a base route, correct? So in this case this will be /auth. So you have /auth/register /auth/login. So now if I go here and let's say copy this and then I'm going to paste it here, let's do post and I'll do login, and see we are doing 3000 only. And now if I just copy this from here and let's try to paste it, remove the name, remove the role, and then try to give a wrong password here. Okay, so I'm just going to send it, and you can see that we're getting invalid password, and if I give a wrong email we should be getting the same result. So we're getting same. So now I'm also going to give correct credentials and let's send this, and you can see that we are getting token and we are getting the user information back. So that means our proxy is absolutely working fine. The main funda that you need to know, okay, it's very simple. You need to know how this API gateway is creating the proxy and how it's forwarding the request to the individual services. Okay, if you practice this one multiple times, this will be like a very simple. Okay, you can see it's not that much difficult. So what you have to understand, this part, whatever we are doing here. So now this is completed. So what will be your next step? Next step will be, okay, so this is where these things will become very interesting, because in our API gateway for now we have just created our proxy, right? We haven't implemented anything, because when we are going to have our actual other services, for example our CRUD, in the CRUD we are going to have a role-based access control, means RBAC. So role-based access control is nothing but there can be some routes that a user can only access, there can be some routes that admin can only access. So in this case we need to have some kind of protection so that not any user or like any random user can access certain routes. So this is a very interesting concept that you need to know, and this is one of the core concept that we are going to understand. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so this section is going to be a game changer, okay, and this will be very important. So what you're going to do, right, you're going to understand that how actually you're going to manage JWT, and also how you're going to create middleware, and also how you're going to actually implement role-based access control. So do not skip this particular section, especially this one, because once we move to next, right, so we are going to have CRUD and everything, and I see that it will be like much easier, because at the end what you're going to do, so we'll create CRUD, or like create React and all, create update and all these things, and then you are going to just create a proxy and you're going to call. But this particular section is actually very important. So we need to do a couple of things, okay, so quite a few things we need to do. So let's do one by one. First, remember in the auth service, right, so in the auth service we already have these utils and we have created this JWT and everything, right? So now we are not going to manage this from our auth service, okay, so there will be some changes. So first let's go to, and we are going to do this one by practical, means by coding only, because it will be much more easier for you to understand. So let's do one thing, go to shared, okay, so in the shared folder, first I'm going to create a auth folder inside this source. So I'm just going to do auth, and here first let's create our types.ts file, and let's close everything else. So first I'm simply going to do, okay, this will be my export type, so this will be my user role, so this will be either what, so it will be either user or this will be admin, and here I'm simply going to do export type, so this will be my JWT payload, and this is going to have my user ID, this will be string, and then we are going to have a role, this will be user role, correct. That's it. We don't have to do anything else. So now what we're going to do, right, we are actually going to create our JWT here. So I'm just going to do jwt.ts. So first let's do one thing. Let's copy some of the things we don't have to rewrite, because we have to write exact same logic. So first, also before that, we also need to do one thing. We need to install two things. So first we are going to install JSON web token, and also we are going to install, I think only JSON web token will be fine. So let's go here, and then what I'm going to do, right, let's clear this. So here, right, okay, so I'll do npm install, and I'm simply going to do JSON web token, and I'll do hyphen workspace, and I'll do shared, because we are installing in the shared folder. And you can see that this is done. Also let's do npm install -d, and I'll do @types/JSON web token -w, and then I'm going to do shared. So first let's verify. Okay, so we'll go to package.json. So you have type JSON web token, and then you have JSON web token here. All right. So I think this is done. So now what I can do, right, we'll go to our JWT, and this will be inside shared, and then we have auth. So now first of all let's import. So I'm going to import JWT from JSON web token. Then I'm simply going to import type from, and this will be from my types, right? You have created our types file, and here we need our JWT payload. So first what I'm going to do, right, so first let's go here, and then let's extract the JWT secret, because this is what you're going to have. So I'm just going to copy this, and then we're going to paste it here, because if you go to your env, right, you already have this, where is that JWT secret? So this is what I need. So now what are you going to do, again same logic. So we'll go here, and then we're going to create a sign token. So I'm just going to copy this, and then we're going to move it here. That's it. But now we are going to actually implement one more function, which is going to verify the token. Okay, so how we are going to verify the token? So here I'm simply going to do export function, and this will be verify token. So you're going to get the token. This will be string, and what this is going to return, this is very important. So when you're going to verify the token, what your token will combine, token is going to consist your user information, and it's going to consist your user ID and the role, right? So when you're going to create a token, that particular token is going to know that, okay, this I have the user ID of this particular user, I have the role of this particular user, if the user is a normal user or admin user, correct? So this is what it's going to return once it's going to verify. So it's going to return me the JWT payload. So first I'm simply going to do const decode token or whatever. Let's do decode token, and I'm simply going to do JWT, right, dot, and I'm simply going to do verify. Okay, so how it's going to verify? So first of all, it's going to get your token, right? So you have the token, and how it's going to verify with what? It's going to verify with the token that you have in your env. Correct. So it's going to do what? It's going to do this extract JWT secret. So I'm simply going to do extract JWT secret. So it's going to verify. So now first of all, what you're going to do, right, this is going to give you the information. So I'm simply going to do if the type of decode token is not equal to object, or if this decode token is equal to null, and we'll do or, and if the type of decode token dot user ID, if this is not equal to string, and also I'm going to give one more check. So let's give a decode token dot role, if this is not equal to user, or and let's do and I'll do decode token dot role if not equal to admin. So in this case we are going to throw a new error. So I'm just going to do throw new error, and I'm simply going to do invalid token payload. Okay, and then what we are going to return, so I'm simply going to return, so I'll do user ID, and this will be your decode token dot user ID, and also I'm going to return the role, this will be decode token dot role. So this is what we are going to have. So the main important part is actually how it's going to verify. All right, so now what will be your next step? So next step, what you're going to do, right, so remember what actually the usual process will looks like. For example, here auth service is your downstream service, right, Now in this case, what will happen, right? We are going to create one utility function, or we are going to create a function which is going to require your gateway secret. So gateway secret, we are going to have one more secret that we are going to have in our env file. So this downstream service that you are going to interact with your API gateway, these services should not trust the public internet. So what I mean by this means your clients, right? Clients means the user that is going to use your application. They can call, for example, let's say auth service is running on 3001, so it can call directly 3001, and then it can pass a fake X user ID. You're getting what I'm talking about. This is what we have done previously. We have written one logic, right? If you remember, go to your services if you're not able to recollect, and here not services, I think in the controllers, right? In some this one, so they can directly call this auth service and they can fake this X user ID. Okay, so that means what we are going to do, right? We are going to have a mandatory function which is going to simply tell that every time we are going to do a request, we are going to have a gateway secret. So it's something like require gateway secret. So that means this middleware function that we are going to create, it's going to simply tell that, okay, every time there will be a request to your /auth, means /auth/login or whatever it is, not login because login and register are public routes, but let's say you have some other routes which should be protected. So in that case, we always need to include this X gateway secret. And this gateway secret env, your API gateway should know. You're getting what I'm talking about. So something like this. So we're going to have a secret which is called X gateway secret, and this secret your API gateway will know. So now every time user is going to do a request, we need to attach this particular X gateway secret to the request, so that once your API gateway is going to verify this, it will understand, okay, this particular request consists of this secret. If that secret is missing, so that means there can be some problem. So let's say I told you that particular scenario only, so there can be some user, they can actually call directly to your auth service and they can pass a fake X user ID. You're getting, these things are little difficult to explain, but I'm trying to explain in a simpler way, that why actually you need this particular file. So we'll go here and let's go to auth, and then I'm simply going to do, so let's do gateway auth.ts. okay, so now what I'm going to do, okay, this is very important, so let's do export function and I'll do require gateway secret. So do require gateway secret. So now what I'm going to do, right, so first of all let's do one thing, let's import, also we have to import as a type from express. So I need the response request and also I need the response. So this will be my request, so this will be request, we're going to have a response, this will be my response, and we are going to have a next function which will be our next function. Okay, so now what I'm going to do simply, so first I'm going to do const expected, and this will be process.env dot, so we're going to create one more, and this will be my gateway secret. Okay, so now let's copy this and we'll go here and then I'll add one more, so we'll do gateway secret, and also let's keep this one small, so we'll do gateway secret, something like this. So this secret we will always expect if this is not present. So if this secret is not present, so I'm simply going to return, okay, we're going to call the return next, and then I'm simply going to do new AppError, and then here we are simply going to do a 500 and I'll do gateway secret is not configured. Okay, and then what we're going to do simply, I'm simply going to do const incoming request or whatever you can give. So I'll do request.header, and here I'm simply going to pass this not like this, this will be X gateway secret, and then I'm simply going to do if not equal to incoming, or if this incoming is not equal to expected. Okay, so in that case also we are going to return a next, and then I'm simply going to do new AppError, and I'm just going to, let's do a 403, and then I'll do forbidden, and then we're simply going to do what, so here we are going to do call next, because you have to go to your next middleware or you need to call your next request, whatever it is. Okay, so this is going to do what, so let's understand the flow. Okay, so first it's going to do a couple of things. It's going to read your gateway secret from env. That's the first thing. it's going to compare to incoming X gateway secret that you're going to get from your headers. Okay, so this is going to compare, and if this is match, it's going to call the next. If this is missing or there is a mismatch, it's going to do what? It's going to forfeit this request. So we'll do 403. Simple. This is very important because you'll understand once you're going to use all of this in the API gateway. So we need this secret. Okay, every time you're going to do a request, again it's going to do this important, these three things. It's going to read the from env, compare this with your secret that you're going to pass. If this is a match, you go next, that means you are passed. If this is a not not match, means it's a mismatch, or if it is missing, so you're going to do a 403. Okay, so these three are the first thing we are going to do. So now what you have to do, right? So first of all, definitely we need to use all of this in our first let's go to our index. So first I'm simply going to do export, and I'm going to do export as a type, and here I'm simply going to do from. So we'll go to /auth/types, and here we're going to have what one is the JWT payload, and also you have the user role, these two things. Then I'm also going to export from, so we'll go to /auth/JWT. so we have our sign token and the verify token, and then we are also going to export our important part that we have done just now. So the auth/gateway auth, and here we are going to do require gateway secret. Okay, so these all the things we are now going to use. Because we are already using these things in our auth service individually, we have the JWT and everything, we don't need this one, we are going to delete this one. Okay, so this will be the first thing, that we are actually moving our JWT types and gateway auth in a common shared folder. Okay, so with this, now let's move on to the next part. Alright, so now moving to the next one, I'll see that whatever you have done, right, so it will be now much easier to understand once we'll join all the pieces together. So we'll go to API gateway. Okay, and in the API gateway, the first thing what we are going to do, right, we are going to create one more file here, and this is actually very important. Okay, and this will be our role-based access control file. Now remember, in microservices, right, even if you see my previous Node.js Microservices part 2 video, you'll see that I've actually done this role-based access control or the modular logic in a different way. So what I'm trying to say, there are n number ways you can do all of this. You need to know some of the design patterns and everything. So this is one of the best way that whatever I'm showing you that you can do, where you have the full control. Okay, that how you're going to handle all your routes. So let's check this one. I'm not saying this is the best one, this is one of the way. That can be n number of ways that you can do all of this. First, what we're going to do, right, we are going to have your role-based access control rule. Okay, so first I'm simply going to do export type, and I will do RBAC rule. So I'm just going to take the method. So this will be string. Let's take a path. This will be string, and here I'm simply going to do a role, and this will be my user role. And you can see that these user role you can import from our this one shared, and you can do this one as type also, because if I remember, if you go to shared, right, go to index, see that we have actually exported this one as types. So now what will be our next step? And also I think some of you, this is a different context whatever I'm going to explain. I think some of you actually mentioned and also complained about my mic quality, right, and actually you are correct. I also don't know why the sound is actually, when I'll export, right, it will become very odd. So most probably I'm going to change the mic, so it will take some time. So I'm just checking the current one if I can fix it, or else there will be some changes. You'll see some improvement in the upcoming videos. Alright, so now that was a different context, but I wanted to explain. Okay, first one, so this will be a role-based access control rule. Okay, so this is what we are going to check whenever we are going to get any request, or we are going to hit any endpoint, means our routes. So first what we are going to do, right, this is actually very important. Okay, this is where we are going to create our public routes. Now these things you need to understand. Public routes means that any user can access this route, means you don't have to have your JWT token, or you don't have to log in to access this route, correct? So in our case, the best example will be what? The best example will be our register route and the login route, correct? And these I'm just going to take this one as const. So here I'm simply going to take what? So I'm simply going to do, this will be my method. So this will be what? Post request, and here I'm simply going to take a path, and this will be our /auth/register. Okay, copy this and you paste it here. So this will be login. So we have only two. Okay, so this is our public routes. So now we are going to have our authenticated route. So I'm simply going to do role-based access control rules, and this will be RBAC rule of array, and here I'm simply going to do, so let's take this one as method. So this will be get. For now we have only one, right? Path will be /auth/ get me or me we have taken, not able to recollect. Let's check once. Alright, so we have /me, and now remember this is authenticator, means user needs to log in to get this or to access this particular route. And also I'm going to take a roles. So what will be roles? This one anyone can access, so user can also access, right? And also here admin can also access. So now what I'm going to do, right? And also what I've done, something we are doing wrong, we have to take this one as array. So this is our role-based access control rules. Okay. Alright, so after this, let's create one more function, and this is also very important. So we're going to match our path, means our pattern, and then pattern will be our string, and then our actual path. So we need to match. So I'll explain that what actually we are doing here. And this is going to return a boolean. So consider you are getting something like this. So you're getting in pattern, you're getting /auth/me, and in the actual it is also /auth/me. So that means what? So this is a true, means this is a match. Now consider you're getting something like this, you're getting a tickets/:id. Okay, just notice this one, and you're going to actually get, oh, this will be id, so this will be id, and in the actual you're going to get /tickets, and there can be some value, right? So you have abc123, something like this. So now what are you going to do, right? We're going to first split this one. Once we'll split this one, what are you going to get? So something like this, right? So we're going to get, let's say, space, and then we're going to get a tickets, and let's say here I'm just going to get :id, and for this one we're going to get space, again we're going to get tickets, and again we're going to get abs123, whatever it is. So now here tickets equal to tickets, it's a match, right? So here :id starts with what? Colon. So in this case we are going to do what? We are simply going to tell if it is start with colon, so we are going to accept whatever the value it is there. Okay, and then this is also a match, these two. So in this case, when we are going to have a dynamic route that we are going to receive, this value and this value both will be same. Now, I know this is little tricky, but once I write the logic, you'll see that it's actually simpler. So first I'm simply going to check if this pattern is equal to actual. If this is same, just simply return true, or else. And here I'm simply going to do const pattern parts. So this will be pattern dot split, and I'm going to split with /, and I'm going to do const actual parts. This also will be pattern dot split, and I'm going to split with this. And now first of all we have to check that if this pattern parts not equal to dot length not equal to actual parts dot length. So in this case we're going to return false, and then we are simply going to check, because we need to handle the dynamic value, because for normal routes it's simple, it's going to return true. And now we're going to do what, right? So we're going to return and see what we're doing. We'll do pattern parts dot every, because it has to be same for every. So I'm going to do every, and I'm going to take part, and this will be a normal index. This is just normal JavaScript concept. So I'm just going to check if this part dot starts with what? This is what I mentioned, right? Colon. So it starts with colon, so it's something like this, start with colon, or else if this part, that whatever you have is equal to the actual parts of that current index. If both are same, so that means if each and every value that we have after splitting, because we are splitting here, right, with /, so that means if all the values are same, so that means these two value will be a match. So in this case it's going to return true. Why? Because we are not using sum, we are using every, right? This is normal JavaScript concept. So this is going to check your exact path. Okay, so now let's comment out this one. Next, what we're going to do right here, now also let's create one function. So I'm just going to export function, simply going to do is public route. So I'm going to get the method, so I'm going to do string, and also I'm going to get a path, and this also will be string, and here we're going to return a boolean. So I'm simply going to do return, so I'll do public routes. So these public routes that we have, If you want, you can add more public routes here. So I'll do public routes dot sum, because we don't have to check every, because that user can hit only register, right? So in this case, we're going to take sum, and we're going to take a route. So I'll do if route dot method, if this is equal to the current method that we have, and then I'm going to simply do a match path. And here what we have to pass, we have to pass the pattern. So what will be your pattern? Pattern will be your this route that you're going to have dot path, because it's going to have the path here, and this will be this path here. So that means the path that you are sending with the path that we have here. Okay, so simply you're telling that, okay, if I'm sending /auth/register, so now this part is nothing but this path here, and this is going to check with your route path. So route path is nothing but this path, you're getting. So if these two are matched, so that means this is a true case. So in this case, if method is also same, so that means if it is a get, if this is a post and this is also post, so this is true, and if this is also true, so it's going to return true. So that means in this case this will be a public route. That's it. And then also we are going to create one more very important function, and this will be export function, and I'm simply going to do get allowed roles. And in this case, I'm also going to take a method, and this will be string, and also I'm going to take a path, and this is also will be a string. And here this will be user role of array, or else this will be null. And then I'm simply going to do const rule, and this will be equal to your RBAC rules that you have. RBAC rules is nothing but this one, and I'm simply going to do if this dot find, and here we are going to take the current item. So this will be current item dot method is equal to the method that you are receiving, this one, and then again same thing. So we'll do match path of current item dot path if this is equal to this path that we are receiving here. So if this is the case, so in this case we are going to return, so I'm just going to return the rule, and this is going to give you what? Your roles. So that means now let's see if I'm hitting this particular endpoint, which is this one /auth/me. So it's going to simply check, right, that okay, current item dot method, if this is also get, so this is a match. If the path is /auth/me, so this is a match, and then it's going to return me that okay, this particular route will be accessed by both user and admin. You're getting? If you remove this one admin, so that means you're simply telling this can be only accessed by user. If you remove this one, this can be only accessed by admin. Okay, so this is what we need. So this will be your role-based access control. Now you can add a lot of like advanced logic here. So for now this is more than enough. So with this, now what are we going to do? Right now we are going to create our actual gateway auth, which is going to actually validate your token. It's going to validate your headers, and based on that it's going to either allow the user to access the route, or else it's going to deny the user that you don't have access. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Okay, so now it's time to implement our main middleware. Okay, so till this part, whatever we have done, we are going to use all of this in this particular middleware. So here we are going to create a middleware function, and this will be gateway auth.ts. okay, so this will be your main middleware. Okay, so this is where we are going to implement everything. So first what we are going to do, right, so let's create a function. So I'm just going to do gateway auth. So this is going to receive. So first let's go here, and let me just copy this from this auth. Okay, we need these three, so I'll copy this, paste it here. So first we need the request, so this will be a request. We'll take the response, and also we're going to take our next. So what this particular gateway function is going to do, first this is going to run on every /auth request before the proxy. So proxy is going to do what? See, proxy is going to forward this particular request where? To auth service. So before the proxy is going to forward to auth service, right? So this is what it's going to do. So first what you have to do here, now see, each and everything we're going to do, it's very, very important. So first we're going to stripe, or we are going to remove. So I'm going to do stripe or remove the identity headers. So what I mean by this, So let's understand. So first I'm just going to do stripe identity. I don't know if the spelling. Okay, this is identity headers. Okay, so first what we are going to do here, each and every function we need to know. Okay, so let's create this. So first I'm just going to take identity headers. I'll do identity headers. So how many identity headers we have? So first we have our X user ID, then we are going to have our X user role, because see, at the end you always need to handle user role, because you need to know if the user is a normal user or the user is admin user, as simple as that. And then you are going to have a X gateway secret. Okay, now this I'm also going to keep this one as const so that it will be fixed. So I'm just going to use as a const. So now I'm just going to do function, and then I'll do stripe identity headers. So I'm going to get the request, and this will be my request. So first I'm just going to do for, and I will explain that what actually you're doing here. So I'm just going to do const header of these identity headers, and I'm simply going to do delete. So I'll do request dot headers of this header. Alright, so what actually happening here? So first we are not going to trust any headers that we are going to receive, from client. No. Okay, so this is a big no. I'll give a very valid explanation, and also if you're not, so sometimes you'll face these kind of issues in prod applications also if you're not doing this one carefully. Consider that you have a B2C application, right? So you're going to have a B2C application, and a user is doing this, so they are going to hit this one with /3000 and /all/me, and this looks fine. Okay, now we'll see that, which is actually very interesting. So in this authorization, right, so you're going to have the authorization token, correct? So in the authorization token, so do authorization, and here what you're going to have. Now if you know the concept of what bearer token, see, that is the reason I mentioned that you need to know, you need to complete the part 1. So in the authorization you are going to have a bearer, and let's say here I have a person and maybe my name only, so I'll do Sangam token. So I'm passing this one, fine. But at the same time, see what I'm doing in the header. Okay, so I'll do header. I'm doing this, so I'm just going to do X user ID, and instead of passing the Sangam token, I'm passing John's user ID. Okay, and this is absolutely, this can happen. So in this case, this is a mismatch, right? In the authorization you are passing my token, but in the header you are attaching the John user ID. So that is the reason first time when we are going to validate using our middleware, we are going to delete each and every headers that we already have. So we have 3 X user ID. If they're passing, let's say they're passing from the client, we are going to remove this one. So this will be the first step that we are going to do. So now let's go here, and then I'm simply going to pass the request because it's going to take the request, and then I'm going to now attach my gateway secret. Okay, so I'm going to attach my gateway secret. So here now let's copy this and let's go to the top, and maybe let's do here only. So here I'm simply going to do function, I'll do attach gateway request. It's going to take the request, which will be request, and what I'm going to do, right, so const secret, and this will be process.env dot, and we have the gateway secret. Okay, and if the secret is not present, so I'll just throw new AppError. So do 500, and let's do gateway secret is not configured, not set, maybe not set or configured, whatever you are going to give. Okay, configured or missing. See why I'm telling all of this. So you have to set based on this. Whenever you're creating some B2C application, you have to be careful that what actually you're setting the message also. Now what are you going to do, right? See what I do, request dot headers, and then we are going to add this. So I'm just going to add X, because this is a custom one we are adding. So I'll do X gateway secret, and then I'm simply going to do what, I'm going to pass this secret. I hope this is clear. Okay, so here what I have to do, right, we are simply going to prove, so it simply proves that, or we are going to simply proves this to auth service. That will be better way to put it. So look, this will be proves to auth service that this request, whatever you're seeing, this came from, or not from, it came through the gateway. Okay, because before we are actually deleting the headers from the client if you are sending, and then we are attaching this one, correct? So in this case, your auth gateway actually setting this X user ID from our own secret, correct? And then what auth service is going to do? Auth service is going to do what? Remember, we have created this. See, everything is linked. See, that is the reason previously you see that sometime I also like not able to explain properly, because these things are not that much simple. Until unless you're going to combine all the logic, then only you can understand. So now you can go to this logic gateway auth and see what you have done. So this is expected, and then we're checking, right, that if we have this gateway secret, and then we are going to check, you're getting all of this. So that means auth service is now going to compare this with the same env value, env configuration, right? If you don't do this one, what will happen? Any user, any B2C user, why I'm telling B2C, because normally when you're going to do B2C, any user can access, right? They can do what? They can call this localhost 3000/auth/me directly, and they can also pass a fake user ID, and they can bypass your gateway. So I'm not going to do that. So you're simply attaching this X gateway secret, and that your auth service is going to validate. So this is the first two things that we need to do. Okay, so now let's go here, save this, the first two steps. So now what we're going to do, right, so I'm simply going to do const, and I'm going to get a path, and let's create a function here. So I'm just going to do request path, and I'm going to pass the request here. Okay, so let's do one thing, let's create this function here only. Okay, so I'm simply going to do function, I'll do request path, I'm going to get the request, this will be request, and here what you're going to do simply, now here see, if you go to RBAC rules, you see what you have here, you have a path, so /auth/me, correct? Makes sense. Here this /auth is what? This is your base URL, and this is your path. So you have to be careful here. So that means this is your base URL and this is your path. So that means what you're going to do, you're going to join both together. So you're going to join our base URL and we are going to join our path together, which is going to give me the combined path. Okay, so this is what you're simply going to do here. So I'm simply going to do const combined. So here I'm simply going to do request dot, so you have a base URL, right? Normal concepts here. Okay, you're not doing any miracle or any complicated thing, and this is where you're going to get the path. And I'm simply going to do if this combined dot length, and here you have to check greater than 1. Okay, and then this will be if the combined dot ends with, this is slash. So in this case what I'm going to do simply, so I'm just going to, let's take this one, so I'll do return, and I'll do combine dot slice, I'll do 0,1, or else I'm just going to return combined, or else this will be by default, we are going to do a default value which will be slash. Okay, so now what you're going to do, right, simply save this. So we'll go here, so this is going to give me the path. First we are going to check that if this path that we have, if this path is a public route, if this is a public route, so we are going to bypass. So we're going to bypass, means we do not need auth, right? So that means I'm simply going to do if is public route of, so you're going to get what method, how you're going to get the method, so you'll simply get request.method, right? And then you're going to pass the path here, so this path. So if this is a public route, what you have to do, see these concepts you need to know. Can you just pause this and try to understand what you have to call here, because we don't have to check anything, right? Because this is a public route. So always whenever you need to bypass something, you need to call the next, means it will call the next middleware. It's not going to do anything. So that means if this is case, if this is true, it will never come below after this line. Okay, now what I'm going to do, so I'm simply going to do const auth header, and this is where things will become interesting. So here I'm just going to get the request.header, and then we are going to get authorization. So here I'm just going to do authorization. Okay, so this is, we are going to get our authorization, because we need to get our auth header information. So first we need to check that if this auth header dot starts with, if this is false, so if this is not start with bearer, because we are going to pass a bearer token, and then what you have to do, you have to give a space, because it will always start with space. Say it will be bearer, and then you're going to pass the token, something like this. So there will be a space always. So here we are going to give a throw, and I'll do new AppError. So I'll do 401, and I'll do missing token, or whatever you want to do, missing or invalid auth token. Okay, and now I'm simply going to do const, so I'll do token, and this will be auth header dot slice. So how we're going to select? So we're going to get our bearer. So we'll do bearer. We're going to take bearer, and then we have to give a space, and then I'm simply going to do dot length, and then we are going to simply trim this one. So I'm just going to do trim. That's it. So you're going to get the token, and I'm simply going to do const payload, and then we have the verify token from our shared. This one we have created, right? So verify token, it's going to receive the token, and then it's going to verify. So if you go here, you see we have the decode token, and it's going to simply check, and then based on that it's going to have the user ID and the role. So in the verify token, you're going to pass what? You're going to pass the token. So I'm going to pass the token here, and now what I'm going to do, right, simply, so here we are going to check our RBAC concept. Now that means, is this role allowed on this method plus on this path? If this is allowed, then only we are going to simply allow, or else we are going to simply return, maybe let's say route not found or something like this. So here first I'm simply going to check if, or no, first I'll do const, and first I need to get the allowed roles, and this will be get allowed roles, and here we're going to pass the method. So this will be request.method, and here I'm going to pass the path also. So that means if you go here, right, so this is going to receive your request method and path. So then it's going to check your RBAC rules, and it's going to check if there is a match or not, and based on that it's going to return the roles. Okay, so for this particular path, both user and admin can access, correct? So this is going to give you the allowed roles, and then I'm simply going to do if not equal to allowed roles. So just throw a new AppError. So I'm just going to do AppError, and I'll do 404. I'll do route not found. And now what we're going to do, right, simply we have to give a forbidden also, means this role you can't, this route you can't access if this particular user don't have that access. But how you're going to do that? So to do this one, you're going to do if, now this is one of the most important line you need to know. So if this allowed role dot includes, and this is false, okay, if this is not includes what, so you're going to have the payload, and payload is going to give you the role. So that means, so see, this part is very important. So consider I have this route, so do /task/delete, and now only admin can access this, okay, so user cannot access. So what will happen, right, when we are going to go to RBAC, and let's say I'm going to delete this for now, I'm just adding, so I'll do /task/delete, something like this, and I'm going to remove this. And now let's say if a normal user try to access this route, so what will happen, right, in this route, so what will be the normal user role first? So this payload that you have, this is very important, okay, this verify token, it's going to do what? Once it's going to verify the token, it's going to check that if the user is a normal user or admin user. So the user is a normal user, so it's going to return the role as user. Then it will go here, so it will check, okay, payload.role is user, but this particular route, that whatever we have, only admin can access. So in this case what will happen? So it's going to do what? It's going to return only admin. So it's going to restrict that normal user to access that particular route. You're getting, it's a long process, you need to go through the code and you have to understand what you're doing here, but not that much difficult. So I'm going to repeat once again. So it's going to check your get and this line, right? So you see that get allowed roles is doing what? Request route method and the path. So it will go here, it's going to check the path, and now let's say this path we are hitting, so it's going to check, okay, /task/delete, so it's going to return roles only admin, so it's going to return allowed roles only admin, correct? And then this payload.role is returning user, so that means that user is not present in the admin, so that means this is a false, so it's going to return forbidden, okay, so it will not allow that user to access. So now I'm just going to remove this for now, save this, and then I'm simply going to do if this is not present, so that means I'm just going to throw new AppError, and I'm simply going to do 403, and let's give forbidden, you don't have access to access this route. So you do not have access to this route, okay? And then what you're going to do, right, so now we're going to attach our, very important, so you're going to now attach our user headers. And here, so first what you're going to do, right, so simply we are going to add our trusted identity for our downstream, right? So for our downstream, and then we're going to call our proxy. So what this attach is going to do, this is going to add your user ID and the user role, okay, in our request headers. How you're going to do this? So now we'll go here, and let's say I'm just going to do function attach, and then I'm just going to get request, this will be request, user ID is going to receive, which will be string, and also I'm going to add the role here. This will be string. Now I'm simply going to do request.headers and see what I'm doing. So I'll do request.header, and here I'm going to add this x user ID. You're getting, and this I'm going to will be our user ID. From where we are going to get the user ID? From our token, and from token we are going to get the user ID and the role also. So now I can simply do request.headers, and I'm simply going to do x slash what is that, user role, and this will be my role. So that means this we are now attaching our information, the identity. First we have removed all the identity, and now we are adding, so that even if client is sending some fake ID, so it will never going to work, because this is this one, right? You see, first line is always going to delete that, and now we can attach it clearly. So we're going to attach, and then we are going to pass what? We are going to pass the request. We need to pass the payload dot user ID and payload dot role. Okay, so this is done, and then again what we have to do? We have to do next. And then I've done a dumb mistake, and that is we need to first take all of this inside try. Okay, so that is the big mistake. So let me just do this. I always forget these things. So we'll do try and paste this one, and then we are going to just write a catch. So I'm going to do a catch. So I'll do error, and I'm simply going to do if this error is instance of AppError. So in this case I'm simply going to do return. So I'll do call next, and then we are going to pass the error here. Okay, so this is done, and now what we are going to do right here, we also need to just return. So I'm just going to do next, and let's give a new AppError. So by default so I'll do 401, and I'll do invalid or expired token. Okay, so that means you are simply doing what, right? So if JWT verify if in some case, so in some reason we don't know if jwt.verify this is fails, right? So in this case we are just returning some generic error. So we'll do generic 401 error, and this is what you have to do here. Okay, this is a long process, but we don't have any other options, so you have to do all of this. If you go each and every line, this will be very clear. So first you see it is going to remove the headers, correct? This you already explained, right? If you are sending a token of a different user, but at the end you are sending a user ID of a different user, you are sending a fake user ID, so this is a problem. So we're going to delete the headers. We are going to attach our gateway secret. We are going to get our path. We're going to check if this is a public route, means anyone can access, right? See, public routes always everyone can access. So we're going to just simply call next, so it will never come here. Then you're going to get our authorization. So we're going to get our authorization token, right? So we need to get our token. If this not start with bearer, simply we're going to tell that this is an invalid auth token, because see, bearer is standard, so we need to pass bearer and then token. Then we are going to simply slice, and then we are going to get the token, verify the token, and then get the roles. Okay, so for this particular route, which role can access this? Either user, either admin, only admin, or both. If there is no allowed user, we are going to simply tell route not found, and then we are going to check if this current user role don't include this allowed user. We are going to return a forbidden error that you don't have access. Then we are going to attach our user header, and then we are going to call next. So this is what you have to do. This is a long process, but this will be our main middleware that is going to run. I hope this is clear. So now what we are going to do, right? So let's check one thing. So first we'll go to our auth service. Auth service slash, where is the auth service slash index? Oh, we need to do one more thing. Let's go to our index, right? And remember here where we are creating the proxy, we need to actually call our gateway auth that we have created. So we need to call, because it's going to run every request, right? So we are going to do what, right here we are going to simply call the gateway auth. Okay, so this is also we need to pass. Okay, so after this, once this is done, right, so we'll go to auth service, and in the auth service, you remember we have created this gateway auth, right? So this one. So this gateway auth, now we are going to do what? We are going to use in our auth service where we are using this route, okay, here. So now what I'll do, right, I'm simply going to do require gateway secret. So now let's save this, and also in our auth service actual service file, you see that we are using this token, right, sign token from our this utils file, right, and this we don't need now. So I'm just going to remove this. So let's delete this. So it's going to give you error, so you can remove this one, and this sign token we are now just going to import from shared, okay, because we already have the shared logic that we have created. So I think this is done. So now I think everything is completed. So let's run and let's test it. So I'm just going to clear this and let's go to, so this is auth service is now running and gateway is also now running. Alright, so here let's create one more. So what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to copy this, let's paste it here, and then we'll do me. And first I'm going to send without any tokens. I'm going to send this one, so I'm getting missing or invalid auth token. So let's take a token. So I'm just going to create one token from login. So I'm going to copy this and let's go here and then let's go to headers. So we need to add a authorization and this will be AppError, and we're going to paste and let's try to send. Okay, we're getting still unauthorized. Okay, so let's go to our auth service, not auth service, let's go to our API gateway, because this is where we're creating the proxy. So go to gateway auth. Okay, we'll see what you're getting in the auth header, not auth header. Let's see if you're getting the payload or not. Payload means first we need to check from the token if it is coming or not. So I'll do payload, copy this and let's search it here. So I'm going to send this. Okay, we're getting the payload, that's correct. So let's remove this. Let's check the allowed roles. User admin, so that means these. Array bhai sahab. See this one, this should be inside catch, man. Okay, you got it. This should not be outside. Okay, let's check this now. See, that's it. So you're getting the response back. Okay, so even if you try to send a random ID, right, so let's say I'll do X user ID and let's say I'll do 1 2 3 4 5 6, try to send, still you are going to get the result. Why? Because this is actually going to delete this one from here, right? So it's going to stripe all the identity headers. But if you try to give a wrong token, right, for example, let's say remove this Y and I try to send this, you see you're going to get invalid expired token. So this is very important. So this is how it's going to work. So if I try to send this and you can see that you're getting John, remove this and I'll go to login. Okay, so I'll go to login, let's do Sangam now and try to send this one. So we're getting this token, so copy this and we'll paste it here and let's remove this and let's see if we're getting Sangam. So you're getting user Sangam information. Okay, and if you go here and try to match this one, you can see that you're going to get this user information only. So this is how you're going to implement role-based access control. You are going to protect, and also this is one very interesting concept. I hope that you understood, right, that how you can work with headers. So with this is a very important section that we have completed. So now let's move on to the next one. All right, so now we are going to start our next service, which will be task service. Okay, so we'll create one more here. So I'm just going to do task service. And from this particular service, what I'll suggest, right, try to implement some of the things by your own instead of just continuously watching the video. What you can do, right, you can pause and try to implement, and if you're stuck, and then only you can see the next part, and this is going to help you only. So close everything. The first thing we'll start with env. Okay, so we'll go here and let's add one more. So I'm just going to do here task. So I'll do task port, and this is we are going to run on 3002, and let's copy this. And also I'm just going to make this one as task, and this will be 3002. Now let's go to task service. So we're going to open this one in terminal, and I'm simply going to do as usual. So npm init -y. So it's going to create our package.json, right? Next we'll create our tsconfig.json, and we'll go to our auth service and then just copy this one and paste it here. That's it. So now let's do one thing. Let's open our root. So I'm just going to do npm install. So what are the things we need to do? So we'll do .env, we'll do express, we need to do shared, and also let's install Zod. So I'll do -w, and now let's go to package.js and we'll do what is the name, task service. So we'll copy this and then just install it. You can see that this is now, I don't know why it's not installing, man. So let's do one more time. Okay, it's done now. So let's remove this. Also you can remove this one, and let's remove this main also. So save this, clear this. I'll do npm install -d. So what are the things we need? We need our types / node, we need types / express, we need tsx, and we need TypeScript. Oh, my bad. We need to do -w, and then we are going to do task service. Alright, so you have the dev dependency. So I think this is done. So next step, what we're going to do. So first let's go to our task service, and then let's create the folder. And what we're going to do, right? Let's create a source first. So inside this I'm going to do source, and we're going to create our root. So this will be index.ts. Then we are going to create our controllers. Then let's create repository. I think this is correct only. Let's create services. Let's do routes, and also we're going to create schemas. Okay, so now also if you want, you can create utils also. So this is fine. Next, what we are going to do, right? Go to our SQL, and then I'm going to create our second table, which will be tickets. You can give this one tickets, or you can also give this one as task also. So let's do this one as what we can do, right? Let's keep this one as task only. So I'm just going to do 002 underscore, and then let's give this one as task dot SQL. And here first let's create. So I'm just going to do create table if not exists, and I'm simply going to do tasks. So first we'll do id UUID. So we'll do primary key, and this will be default, and we have to give generate random UUID. Then we are going to do a title. This will be text, and this will be not null. Then we are going to take a status. This also will be text, not null. So default, let's keep this one as open, and also I'm just going to do check. So here we are going to do a status in. So how many you can give? So let's give open, comma, let's give in progress. Also we are going to give, let's do result, and let's give closed. Okay, give comma, enter. So we'll do created by. Now what actually created by is, nothing but that this is created by which user. So I'm going to do UUID, and this will be not null. So after this I'm just going to do created at. So this will be timestamp z, and here we are simply going to do, so this will be tz, and we'll do not null. So we'll do default, and this will be now. And let's copy this, paste it, and this will be updated at. Okay, so this is done, and then we are simply going to create an index. So we'll do create index if not exist, then only we are going to create, and I'm simply going to do idx underscore tasks underscore created underscore by, and then I'm simply going to do on. So we're going to give tasks because this is the name that we've given, and here simply we're going to pass the created by. So I think this is done. So let's save this. So we have the ID, which will be UID, primary key, this will be primary key. Default, we are going to generate a random UUID. Title, which will be text, and this will be not null. Status, again text. Default will be open, and the status must be between open, in progress, result, or closed. Created by, which will be UID, and this also will be not null. Alright, then we have created at timestamp, not null, default now, updated at, again same. Then we are going to do create index if not exist, create this particular index on this particular table by created by. Okay, so this is done. So now let's run this. Okay, so what are you going to do, right? So it's simply going to do npm run, and if you go to our package.json, you can see that we have this db migrate, right? So we're going to do db : migrate, and then we are going to do SQL/002 underscore, so we're going to do tasks.sql. okay, so we're going to do enter. Okay, getting one error, cannot use column in the default expression. Okay, so let's see what you're doing here. Now you have to give this on single column, I think, sorry, single quotes, that's why. So let's change all of this. And also we're going to change this one. Okay, save this. So let's clear this again and let's run it. Okay, so this is migrated. Now I'll go here and let's refresh this, right? So we're going to have a tasks ID, title, status, created by, created at, and updated it. So this is done. So now what will be our next step? So we can just close this, go to task service source, and then we'll do index.ts. And then first let's set up this, right? So first I'm going to import something from .env. So we're going to get the config, and then we're going to log the, sorry, we are going to map the env first. So here, okay, let's do one thing, right? Let's not rewrite the same thing. It's going to take a lot of time, and also it's going to save a couple of time because it's like a same repetitive thing we have to write. So copy this and we're going to paste it here. Exact same. Resolve we are going to import from node path. So next we are going to again take our port, and then we are going to copy this and then we'll paste it here. This will be 3002 and this will be task port. Next we have app, so we're going to import this, and then we're going to create the app. So const app, and this will be express. So this is done, and then we're going to simply do app.use. So I'll do http logger from shared, and also I'm just going to do app.use and we're going to use express.json. So this is done, and then let's create our health also. So we are going to copy this, paste it here, import this from shared, and change this one to task. So now we can test this health, that if this is working or not. Again, let's go here, and then we're going to copy this exact part, and we're going to, so here we're going to keep a placeholder. We're going to mount routes here, and then we're going to paste it. So import the app error from shared, error handler from shared, and also we're going to import the logger from shared. And I'm simply going to do task service is now running on port, on this particular port. So now I can just go here, and also what I have to do, right, go to package.json, and then we're simply going to do here dev auth, right? So copy this again. I will not do that mistake now. So I'm going to do dev.task, and this will be task service. Why? What I mean by this, you have to go to package.json, I have to add the script here. Okay, so which script I mean? The one that I was missing. So this we need to copy, these two, dev and start. Same thing, it's like repetitive. So it is going to check your source/index.ts file, which is under your task service source index.ts. So now save this, and we'll go to package.json and we're going to save. So now if I do npm run dev colon task, so it's going to run this task service. Remember, you need to add all of this every time we're going to add any new service. So I'm going to clear this, and I'm simply going to do npm run. So I'll do dev colon task, enter. So you can see the task service is now running on port 3002, and then you can just copy this, and I'll simply going to do 3002/health. Send this, so you're getting task service. Fantastic. So this is done. So now what I can do, right, we can start working on the CRUD, because again, see, it is same logic. The only thing we need to see how we are going to protect the route. So that is only the new thing. But first what I'm going to do, right, will again as usual we'll start with our, let's go to our controllers, or maybe let's go to repository, because by this time I hope that you already know how you can work with DB interaction, especially the CRUD. It's not that much difficult. Before that also I'm just going to create one more folder here. Let's create a utils folder, and here I'm simply going to create a types.ts, and also I'm going to create, let's see, auth.utils, right? So I'm just going to create a task.utils.ts. So I'm keeping the same structure everywhere. So first what you're going to do, right, so here I'm simply going to export type. So I'll do ticket, let's do not ticket, task status, and this will be either open, or this will be in progress, or this will be resolved, or this will be closed. And also you're going to do export type task. So it's going to have an ID, this will be string, it's going to have a title, this also will be a string, it's also going to have a status. So what will be status? Task status. So also when we're going to implement the, I think let's keep it for now, so let's discuss this one later. So we need to, what I'm talking about, that how we're going to protect the routes, right? So which routes can admin can access and everything, that part actually is the important part, because this CRUD and everything, why I'm not doing very first, not even explaining, because each and everything I've already covered, not once, twice, but 3 times in the previous part, in the part 1, so many times. Okay, so these things are not that much difficult. And here we are going to do created at, still have a lot of things to do, and then I'm also going to do a updated underscore at, these also will be date. So this is the first step we need to do. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, right, so let's go to repository and let's create. So I'll do task.repository.ts. okay, so let's close everything. So let's start with our first one. So I'm simply going to do export async function, and we're simply going to do what? Look, create task, and what you're going to get, we're going to get the input, and here we're simply going to take the title, this will be string, and also I'm going to do created by, and this also will be string. What this is going to return? Promise, and it's going to return your task, the one that you have created. So now what you can do, right, you can simply do const result, so do await, so do get pull dot query, you're going to pass what? You're going to pass the task, and then you're going to simply do that. Okay, you're going to insert into where? Into task table, because that is the name that we have given, right? So you have task, and now I'm simply going to do title and add the created by, right? But this will be changed, right? So it will be like this, created by, because this is how you're going to store in your schema. So you have the created by. So now after this, so it's simply going to do values. So values you are going to have 1 and 2, and then you are going to do returning. So what are you going to return? ID, title, status, created by, and also you're going to do created at, and also let's do updated at. So now we can simply pass these 2 values. So we're going to pass the title, and also you're going to pass the created by. Okay, what is happening here? Oh, this will be input.title, my bad. Input.created by, and then we are going to simply return result.rows of 0. So this will be the first one. I'm going to remove this. So next will be list all the tickets. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, right, simply I'm simply going to do export async function, and here I'm simply going to do list tickets. Now here I'm going to give you one homework. Okay, so for now what you're doing, right, so we are going to write both user and admin logic same in this same function. What you do, right, create 2 separate functions, one for admin and one for user, and try to, but remember, if you're creating separate means you need to manage in every place, not in only this repository. You need to create separate controller, separate service, separate route, and then you're going to mount all of this. See if you can do this. Okay, this will be a homework kind of thing. For now what I'll do, simply I'm simply going to do input, and this is where it's going to receive my user ID, which will be string, and also it's going to receive the role, and not role is needed, so this will be string. I'm doing tickets, man. These will be tasks, and this will be promise of task of array, because these can be multiple. So now what I'll do, right, I'm simply do if the input dot role, if this is equal to admin. So in this case we are going to do something, or else we are going to do something. So here I'll do const result await. So I'll do get pool dot query. So here we are going to get the tasks. So what are you going to do simply? So I'm simply going to do select ID, title, status, created by, created at, and updated at. So all these things we need. From, so what do we have to do? From where? From tasks, this is the table name. Where, how we are going to check? Where the created by means which user created this. This will be equal to the value that we are going to pass, and then I'm just simply going to do order by. Let's do created at. Don't get confused with created by and created at, both are different. And this will be, I'm just going to do in descending. And here I'm simply going to do what we're going to do, right? We have to pass that value. So I'm simply going to pass input dot user ID. So it's simply going to check here. So if this user ID that provided value is matching, that means this task is created by a certain user. So let's say there are two user, user A and user B, and user A created, let's say 10 tasks, right? And user B maybe 20 tasks. So now what I'm doing simply, that's simply passing that, okay, we are passing the user B user ID, right? So in that case it's going to give me the task created by user B. If I pass the user A user ID, so it's going to give me the task based on the user A user ID. You're getting? So this, and then we are going to return result dot rows. So this is done. But what will happen when this will be admin? So in that case, what are we going to do, right? So in that case, let's copy this first, paste this. So result will be, so same thing, we're going to get all of this, but there will not be any condition. Why? Because admin can see all the tasks. So it's just going to remove this condition from here, and also you don't need here also. Okay, so save this, and then you're simply going to return result.rows. And this is what I'm talking about, that in this particular homework, what you can do, right, you can create two separate repository, one for list, something like list admin task. So something like this, list admin tasks, and then create one for list user tasks. You're getting? So this one, and then you have to, but you have to manage this in all places. Okay, all places, and you'll see if you can do this. So now I think this is done. So this is about the list all the tasks. Next we move to fetch a single task. Fetch a single task means, let's say I'm simply going to pass a I'll do 3000 / tasks /2. So I only need this particular task. So this will be a dynamic value, right? So it will be something like this. So we're going to have a dynamic value here, and from this dynamic value you'll be able to fetch it. It's very simple. So it's going to do export async function, and I'm simply going to do find by ID, and this will be ID will be string. So it's going to find by ID or find task by ID. Let's do find single task by ID. And here I'm simply going to take a promise. So this will be task, or else this will be null. And then what I can do, right, simply I'll do const result. So this will be await get poll dot query. So here we're going to have the tasks, and then we can simply query this. So I'm simply going to do what? So I'll do select ID, title, status, and I'll do created by, created at, and updated at, and these will be from tasks. Where, and now how you're going to check? So where this ID, right, you have this ID. So where this ID will be equal to what? The provided ID. And what is this provided ID? This ID. So here is simply going to pass this ID. And now what I can do, right, I can simply return. So it's going to return result.rows of first one, because we're returning a single row, or else this will be null. So I think this is done. And then what we're going to do, right, and also we are going to do one for delete. So it's simply going to be export async function, and I'm simply going to do delete single task by ID. Again, it's going to receive ID. so it's going to receive string, and I'm simply going to do promise, so this will be boolean. And here what we're going to do, so we'll do const result await get poll dot query, and this will be here what we're going to do, so we can simply directly do this. So I'll do delete from tasks where id will be the provided id. The id is 1, and what is this id? This id will be the id that we are going to provide, this id. And then how we are going to return, so we're going to return if this result that you have dot rows order 0, and if the length is if this result dot rows is greater than 0. So in that case you're going to return this one. No, my bad. Return result dot rows row count, it will be row count. So if the row count is greater than 0, so in that case that means we have successfully deleted one task. So in that case we're going to return true. If this is 0, so that means 0 greater than 0 is false, so it's going to return false. Okay, so that means these all the repository for now we need. So we have a create, we have a list, we have to find a single one by id, and then we also have a delete. So with this, now what we're going to do, right, so we will start with our controllers, service, routes, schemas, all of these, and then we're going to mount all of this in our, first we are going to mount all of this in our routes file, in our index file, and then we are going to do what, we are going to include that particular service in our API gateway, and that is the first thing we have to do. Not first thing means that at the end we need to do, because remember at the end your gateway will be your entry point, and then gateway is going to forward that request to your task service. So let's do all of this in the next part. Okay, so now let's start with our controllers. Okay, so start with controller, then service, routes, and then we are going to mount all the routes in our index. So let's start with the task dot controllers dot ts. Let's go to service, so we'll do tasks dot services dot ts. Let's create tasks dot routes dot ts, and also we are going to do task dot schemas dot ts. So first let's start with schema. Okay, this will be very simple, so I'm just going to import from Zod, and this will be export const, so we'll do create task schema. So this will be z dot object, and here we are going to do title, and so we are simply going to do z dot string. Let's do a min of 5, and then I'll do title is required, and then we're simply going to do export type. So I'll do create task input, so this will be z dot infer, and here we're going to do type of create task schema. So save this. So now we'll go to our controller. Now here you're going to understand one very interesting thing. First let's create our first controller. So I'm just going to do export async function, and I'll do create task, correct? So first what this is going to receive, so this is going to have your, so first let's do one thing, let's import type from, so I'll do express, so we're going to do next response request. Oh, why keeping like this, man? Let's keep it here, and also we're going to keep this one here. So first we're going to get request, this will be request, response, this will be response, next, this will be next function. So now what we have to do here, okay, this is actually interesting. So try, and then I have catch here. So this is still this, but this is fine. So you're going to just do a next, and you're going to call the error. But now let's say when I'm going to do, I wanted to create a task. I'm doing ticket, man. I usually habituated with this ticket and task CRUD projects, right? That's it. Okay, so here if I go to the task repository, so see that we have a create task, correct? This one. But what will happen, right? These we are going to call from a task service. So that means controller we are going to call our task service, and then from the task service we are going to call our repository. So first let's create the service. So I'm simply going to do export async function, and I'll do create task, and here we're going to get the input. So this will be your create task input, and what you need, right, you need the user ID. Okay, so if you go to task repository, you see you have this created by. Now this is actually very important. Here you need to pass the created by, means which user actually created this particular task. But now you might be thinking, but from where I'm going to get this user ID? Now see, these things are actually important while making this video, right, this microservices video, because CRUD, creating, updating, all this you can easily do all of this by watching a simple video. But these things you need to know, that how now you are going to get this created by property here. So that means from these controllers, somehow I need to pass this user ID to my service. From service, then I need to pass this user ID as created by to my repository. So let's see how we are going to do that. So first I need a user ID. So this part we know that, okay, I need to get a user ID here, and then what I'll do, right, so I'm going to do const, or let's do newly created task, and this will be avid, and I'm simply going to do import star as task repo from, so we'll do repo slash this. So I need to get the task repo dot, and you see that we have a create task, and you need to pass a title and you need to pass a created by. So title you can easily pass. So title I can simply do that, okay, I have this input and this input is going to give me title. But how I'm going to pass this created by? This is the interesting thing, which will be my user ID. That is fine, this one. And then let's say after this, what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to return, and then just like in the auth service, go to utils and see here we have done this convert to public user, correct? So this is what we are also going to do. So I'm going to copy this, go to task service utils, and here just paste it, and this will be convert to public task, and here this will be your task and the type will be task. So this will be task. So here this will be task.id, then we are going to have the title, so this will be task.title, then you are going to have the status, so this will be task.status, then we are going to have the created by, so this will be task.created by, created at, so we have task.created at, and then also we have the updated at, so this will be task.updated at. So this is fine. So now what you can do, right, you can simply call this convert to public task, and we can pass this newly created task. That is fine. So it's going to create the task and it's going to return the result. So that means now your service is interacting with your repo. Repo is going to create your task, it's going to store in your DB, but the point is from here, from your controllers, you need to call your service, correct? So here simply what I'm going to do, so let's say I wanted to first import this, so I'm just going to do import star as task service from, so this will be service slash task service, and here what I'm going to do now, so now I'm going to call this task service dot, so I have the create task, and two things I need to pass. So I need to pass the input and user ID. Again, input I can pass from here, request.body, but how I'm going to pass the user ID? Why I'm mentioning all of this multiple times? Because this is very important, that you need to understand from where you are going to get this user ID. So now see what you're going to do. So here I'm just going to create a function. I'm just going to do require identity, and this is where I'm going to get the request, which will be my request, and see what you're doing. So look, const user ID, can you guess? So this request dot header is going to give you this X user ID. Now I'll explain how this is coming. I think some of you already got it from where it is coming. And then I'm going to also get my role easily. So I can do role, that's it. And then I'm simply going to do if this role or this user ID, if this is not present, so in this case I'm just going to throw new app error, so do 401, and then I'll do missing user identity, and then we are simply going to return the user ID and the role. So now from where we are getting this, if you go to your API gateway, go to middleware, go to gateway auth, you'll see that what we are doing first we are removing all of these, right? Then first we are removing, we are attaching the gateway secret and whatever blah blah we are doing, at the end we are doing what? Okay, let's remove this. We are attaching the user headers, and this is important, and this is where we are actually attaching our user ID and the user role in the request headers. So whenever we are going to use this gateway auth as a proxy while calling a different service, we will be able to get this easily from the header, because these two information will be always present. You're getting, I hope this is simple now, or you are able to understand that how you're going to get this user ID. So now what I can do, right, I can simply get these, and what I have to do here, so I'm simply going to do require identity, and you're going to pass the request, and this is going to give you the user ID, and this user ID you're going to pass it here. That's it. And then what you're going to do, right, so I'm simply going to do success response, and I'll do res pass the task, and here I'm going to do 201, and this is completed. Okay, so now let's save these. So we'll go to our routes. So let's go to routes. So here I'm simply going to do import something from Express, and here I'm simply going to do router. So I'll do const router, this will be equal to router, and simply I'm just going to do export default router, and here we are simply going to do router dot post, and this is where we're going to do what? So I'm just going to call that validate body, and here I'm going to pass the create task schema, and now okay, let's import the controller also. So I'll do import start as task controller from, so we'll do controller slash task controller, and here we are simply going to call this task controller dot create task. So save this. So this is completed. Okay, so now what we have to do, we have to mount this here. Where is that? Index.ts, this is our task, right? Okay, so here we have to mount here. So I'm simply going to do for now app.use, and I'm simply going to do here tasks, and now I'm simply going to do require gateway secret. Remember, we need to use this, and then we are going to use the task. So I'm simply going to do import task routes from, so we'll go to routes slash task routes, and we are going to use this here. So save this. So you see that this is now running, but this is not yet completed. Why? Because we need to mount this in our gateway. So we have to go here. So let's go to index, and now what you have to do, you have to create one more. So I'll do app.use, right? So now simply I'm going to tell whenever it will go to this slash task. So here I'm simply going to do gateway auth, and then again you have to create your proxy middleware. Yes, same thing. So what you have to pass, first you have to pass the target. So this will be process.env dot, so we'll go to package.json, and then not package.json, env, and then I'm going to use this task service URL. So let's go here. So do const task service URL. So do process.env dot this, or else it's going to run on 3002. So copy this, and then we're going to simply pass it here. So this is done. Change origin, so let's do true, and also I'm going to do path rewrite. So this will be current path, and here we're simply going to do what? So this will be slash tasks, and then we're going to pass the current path. So save this. So now we'll see. Okay, first one is not this one. Okay, let me close this. So this is our API gateway, right? So I'll save this. So API gateway is running. Let's close this. So you have task service, this is also running. So now first let's go here. Okay, oh, see, that is the thing. I'll do this mistake I always mention, right? I'll do live coding, and see, important thing only we haven't done, and that is we have to add the role-based access control rules, right? Every time there is a new route we are going to introduce, you have to add this. So for example, here we need to add now new entry. So I'll do method, and this will be post, right? And then I'm simply going to do a path. So this path will be slash tasks, and here I'm simply going to do so let's do the roles. So for now I'm just going to do user, and also I'm going to do admin. Okay, So I think this is done. So you have the method post, path will be tasks, roles, and this will be user and admin. Okay, so now I think with this is completed. So let's check once again. Okay, raising slash. So okay, we'll check one more time if all are running. So 3000, 3002 task service, and this is our auth service. All right, so now let's create one more here. So what I'll do, right, so let's copy this. So we'll change this on to post, and this will be 3000 slash task, and here we are going to simply make this one to title, and this will be, let's do first task. Okay, add it. So now let's try to send. Okay, we're getting missing user identity. Okay, let's check. Okay, we'll see what we're getting in the user ID. Okay, we're getting undefined, so that means okay, this will be -1. Okay, so this is a bug. This will be -1. So now let's try once again. Okay, still we are getting this. Okay, let's see if this is coming inside this or not. This is what I'm thinking. Okay, so let's copy this. See, that's what, it's coming inside of these. So that means something we are doing wrong here. That's it. This will be actual. Oh my god. Okay, so you're getting, so this will be actual. That is the issue. Now I think this would work. So let's try once again. Okay, now we're getting missing or invalid auth token. Okay, this is fine because we need to add our authorization finally. So now let's go to our login. Let's create one more token, and then we'll go to headers. First let's add a content type. This will be application.json, and we'll add authorization, and this will be bearer, and we're going to paste this one. Try to send. That's it. So now we are able to create a task. So if you go here, so let's say try to refresh this, go to task. Okay, how come this came and from where debug task? Well, let's delete this one. Okay, first task added. So let's add one more. So I'm just going to go here. Let's do second task added. Okay, let's try to refresh this. Okay, now we're getting second task added. Now what I'll do, right, I'm going to add one more. So go to login, change this one to John, and then I'll send this one, create a token, copy this, and then we'll just change this headers to different user. Okay, so this user created by this should change. Okay, now we're getting different, and here refresh this. So getting second task added. Oh, I think we haven't changed this one, which is fine, but we are getting a different user ID. Okay, so these two is created by user Sangam, this one is created by user John. Okay, so now I think this is fine. This was a bug that we have done. Okay, and also I hope that you have also fixed this one, right? This will be 0, -1. So now what I can do, right, we'll go to our task service. So the first one, we can remove this one. So first task, the create task is now done. So now next will be, so we're going to create a list, and also we're going to create our get, and also we're going to create our delete, all of these. So first let's start with list. So I'm going to do export async function and this will be list tasks. So here again we are going to get all three. So let's copy this, and here I'm simply going to take a try catch, and here we're going to call the next with the error. So now let's copy this. So this will be one will be get single task, and one will be delete single task. Okay, so let's start with the list only first. So while list also again same thing we're going to do. So I'm just going to call this require identity, pass the request. We're going to get the user ID and also we're going to get the role both. So now I'm simply going to do const tickets, and this will be await. So now we'll go to our while do tickets and we'll do tasks. So we'll go to task service, and then I'm going to create one more here. So I'll do export async function. So I'll do list tasks. Okay, now for this one what we're going to do, so first we're going to get our user ID, which will be string, and also we're going to get our role, which also will be string. So first let's give a check that if the user ID or this role, if these are not present, so we are going to throw new error. Now let's do AppError, and we'll do 401 comma missing user identity, or else we are simply going to do const tickets, and this will be await. So I'm simply going to do ticket, sorry again we're doing ticket, see. So we'll do tasks, and I'm simply going to do task repo dot list task, and here we're going to pass the two things. So first will be our user ID and second will be our role, and at the end we are simply going to return. So what are we going to do, right? So we'll do tasks dot map, and here we're going to pass this convert to public task. Okay, so now this list task we can simply call it here. So I'll do ticket again task service dot list task, and here we're going to pass the user ID and also we're going to pass the role here. Okay, so this is done, and then what we're going to do, simply return these. So let's take the success response. So we're going to do response, and then we're going to pass the task here. Alright, so till this part this is done. So what will be the next step? Next step will be, so what you're going to do, right? So I think we've already added this one. Let me just, I think we have to add here also, because I'm recording after a long time, so I need to check the context. So we have added the list task, so service we have created. So first let's go to our routes, and then we are going to add the route here. So the router dot so this will be get, right? So this will be slash, and you are simply going to take task controller dot list task. Okay, so save this, and this is not yet done. So what we have to do, right? So we have to always add our role based access control rules. So here what I'm going to do, right? So we have a method post. So now let's copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here. So this will be get, and this will be slash task, and this also will be accessed by both user and admin, and this is mandatory, this you have to add. Okay, so now let's go here, and then we have the post. So I'll copy this, so let's paste it here. So this will be get, and let's try to send. So we have the invalid auth token, which is correct. So let's log in and then try to get the token once, and then we are going to see if we are getting the task or not. So I'm just going to copy this, and then we are going to just go to our headers. Let's add a authorization, and I'm simply going to do bearer, paste this one and try to send. That's it. So you're getting the result, right? So second task added, and this is by which user? So this user actually created this. Now let's say if I go to my login and try to with a different user, and let's create one more token. Now remember, this user actually created two tasks, I think. So it's the numbers should be more. So let's see if this is working. If this is working, means it's actually successfully done. So I'm just going to remove this, paste it here, and then we are going to send. So let's see how we are getting. So we're getting two tasks. Okay, so that means based on the user it is automatically working. How? See, there are a lot of things is happening here, right? So first of all, based on this role based access control, we have already logic that we have added in our gateway auth, right? So it's simply checking that, okay, this particular user role is what? It's a normal user or admin user, and based on that in our auth service, sorry, in our task service, we are actually handling all of this. So in this task here, so we have this what? Task repo dot list task, and this is where we are simply checking if this is admin, you give me this, or if it is a normal user, you are going to return me this. Okay, so this is completed. So let's close everything else. So first let's go to our list task that we have completed. So we are going to do our get single task. Okay, so we need to get a single task here. Now this is also simpler. So here also what you're going to do, so you're going to get, so I'm simply going to get require identity, pass the request, and you are going to get the user ID and the role. Okay, and for this one, right, so first let's do one thing. So let's create the task, let's get the task, and this will be await. So you have the ticket service, task service dot, so you need to create one more service here. Okay, so we'll go here. Now for this time what you're going to do, right, so this will be, we are going to fetch a single task. So single task means we need to get the task ID, that okay, this is the task that I wanted to fetch, right? So that means here what you're going to do, so I'm simply going to do export async function, and this will be get single task. Okay, and here what we have to do, we have to get the ID, this will be string. We are also going to get the user ID, and this will be string, and also you're going to get the role, this also will be string. And here simply what you're going to do, look const ticket, and this will be await ticket. It's not ticket man, I'm doing ticket. So we'll do task, and this will be task repo dot, so you're going to have the find single task by ID, and this is where you have to pass the ID. So this ID is nothing but your ID that you're getting. Then I'm simply going to check if not equal to task. So in that case I'm simply going to throw new app error, and here we'll do 404, and I'll do task not found. Okay, so after this I'm simply going to check if role is not equal to admin, and the task that we have dot created by is not equal to the current user ID. That means what, this user haven't created this particular task, and this is not an admin user. So in that case we need to return an error, and this error will be a 403 error, so it's forbidden. Okay, so that means you don't have access to access this particular task. Simple. If this is not the case, so in that case we're simply going to call the convert to public task, and we're going to pass task. Why? Because if you're an admin will be able to access any task. Okay, so this is what you need to do. So save this. So now let's go here, and here what we're going to do, we're going to do get single task. So here we're going to pass the ID. So ID will be, so okay, now this is interesting. So how we are going to get the ID? So this part also we have discussed in the part 1. So you're going to get the ID from your param. So we are simply going to do string, and here I'm simply going to do request dot params, and here we are going to do ID. So from here you're going to get this ID, you're going to pass the user ID, and also you need to pass the role. So these three things we need to pass, and then I'm simply going to do success response, pass the response, and pass the task here. So save this. So this is done. So what will be the next step? Next step we need to add our routes. Go to routes, and then I'm simply going to do router dot get. So this will be what, ID, so it's a dynamic value, and this will be your task controller dot get single task. So save this. This is done. Again what we have to do, we always need to add the role based access control rules. So we'll go here, and then we're simply going to tell that okay, for this particular route the condition will be, so this will be a get method, right? So this is a get method. What will be the route? So it will be /task/:id, and this also will be accessed by both user and admin, but this will depend. If that user is the creator, they can access the task. If it is not, we are going to return a forbidden request. If it is the admin, then that admin can access any task. So with this, now let's save this. So first we'll go here. Okay, so let's copy this, paste it, and then what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to give a maybe let's do this task, the second one, and I'm going to just paste it here and try to send. So getting missing an invalid token. Fantastic. So we'll go here, copy this, go to headers, we'll do authorization, and I'm simply going to do here bearer. Oh, I think I have already copied. Paste this one. So now what I have to check, right, this is very important. Okay, so first try to send this one, and you can see you're getting why this token is actually belongs to a certain user, and that user is the owner of this particular task. You are getting. Now what I'm going to do, right, I'll go to my login and change this one to John. So now this is a different user, so the token information will be different. So in that case, if I try to access Sangam's task, So if let's say John try to access Sangam's task, so what will happen? It should give a forbidden request. If this is giving forbidden request, so that means this is working fine. Try to send. That's it. So now even if you try to access any other request, any other user information, you'll not be able to do ever. Why? Because this is where we are adding that logic, right? So in the task service, we're simply adding this simple logic that if you are not admin and if you haven't created the task, so in that case we are going to return forbidden. The important part is this also, that how we are adding the role-based access control rules. So now let's end this particular one with our edit, and I'm going to give one homework, and that will be update. So update will be homework, update task will be homework. Now why you might be thinking why I'm giving? Very simple. Until unless you're going to do by yourself, no, like I can create 10 methods also, it doesn't make any sense. Try to implement and also comment it down that if you have created this one or not. Okay, so for delete also will be simpler. Okay, so here we need the role only, because let's say if I try to do only admin can delete, so I need the role, and then I'm simply going to do require identity, and I'm going to pass the request, and here I'm going to get a role. Okay, again how I'm going to get the ID? So ID will be my string of request.params.id, and here I'm simply going to do const, let's do deleted result, and this will be avid task service dot, and I'm also going to do one more, right? Maybe let's do one thing. So I'll do delete single task. So let's go to task service. So first what are you going to do? So let's create, so I'll do export async function, and I'll do delete single task. What you need the ID of that task and the role. These two things we need. So now first of all what are you going to do? I'm simply going to check if the role is not admin. So in that case we are simply going to return throw new AppError 403, and I'm simply going to do forbidden, and then I'm simply going to do const, and let's do this one as task. So this will be avid. So I'm simply going to do this one as, let's do task repo dot, and here first what we need to do, right, we are going to find the single task. Why? Because we need to first see whether this task is present or not, and then I'm simply going to pass the ID. If this task is not present, so we don't have anything to delete, so I'm simply going to do if not equal to task, so I'm simply going to do throw new AppError, and this will be 404, and I'll do task not found. And then what you have to do, right, simply you'll do avid task repo dot delete single task by ID, and then you're going to pass the ID here. That's it. And then what you're going to do, you're going to return back this ID to our controller, because if you go to the delete task by ID, what this is doing, this is returning true, right? So in this case it's automatically going to run this particular query, and based on the ID it's going to delete. So now you can go here, and then let's delete single task. Okay, this need the ID and role, so ID will be this and role will be this. Okay, so this is done, and then what you're going to do, simply success response, pass the response, and then return the deleted result. So this is done. Save this. So go to routes, copy this, so this will be what, router dot delete, same we need the ID, and this will be delete single task. Hey, why I've given this one, man? Let's keep this one capital, sorry, small, delete. So save this. So now we'll go to our role base here, copy this, paste it here. So I'm just going to do this one as delete, and this, okay, no, this is important. So who can access this? Only admin. So here you are going to keep only admin, so you have all the control. So now let's say if I try to delete a single task, maybe this one, right, and then if I try to send, so first you're going to get invalid token, which is correct, and try to add this token. So I'll go to headers, authorization, paste this one, and try to delete. You don't have access, sorry, forbidden, you don't have access to this route. Oh, okay, this you are getting from there only. So you are getting this one from gateway auth only. See, from here only you are getting. So now let's, maybe what we can do, right, I think we should add, I don't know, I think this somehow it's getting created. Okay, let's delete this. So I'm just going to do, right, so let's change this John to admin. Okay, I'm just going to change this one to admin user. So this user is now admin, and so let's check it. So I'm just going to go to login and we have joined. So try to create one more token. So let's copy this and then I'm going to just replace it here and try to send. That's it. So it's deleted successfully. So now if you go to task, you should be getting only 2. So you don't have that one. So ID with D0, D5, this is not present here. So now that means this is how you will be able to do this one. I know this is little fast because see, unfortunately we don't have any other option. This is a complicated, not complicated, I will say, like this is not even complicated. Like I can create 100 times more complicated backend project also, especially in Node and everything. But still for some beginners or intermediate, this can be little too much. What I will suggest that try to go through the code and see the flow, how it is working. So here this is very important. Please try to implement this one by yourself. Same process, you are not going to do anything. The only rule will be this. So first, user has to be authenticated. So I'm just adding the rules. Second, only the user that created that task can update that task. Means, let's say if user A created task A, only user A can update this. You're getting? So only user A can update task A. User B cannot update user A tasks. Second, admin can update anyone's task. So this will be your homework. Okay, so try to implement this one. It is going to use the exact same process. You're going to create a controller, create a service, create the routes, add the role-based access control rules, and see if you're able to do this one or not. Okay. Alright, so now with this we have completed our CRUD. Now see, okay, let me just go here because this is where things will become very interesting and we need to announce one very important point. So till this part what we have understood, right, the base foundation of that how authentication works and also how we have created a CRUD, right? CRUD means create, list, delete, update. Update is a homework, and also we have discussed that how you're going to fetch a single task by ID, something like this. So these two are done. So in the next part, so this is considered this till this part, right? This is section 1 or main first section of this course or first part of this particular video. Now we are moving to part 2. Okay, so let's see what we are going to cover in the part 2, right? So first of all, in the part we are going to have file upload. So one will be the file upload, plus we are going to have next section which will be a Kafka prerequisite section that I'm going to add. Now this video I've already uploaded in my channel. I think some of you haven't watched this video, so this is absolutely mandatory to watch this particular section. This is not that much long, it's like 1.5 hours, I think, something like that. Then you're going to move to actual practical Kafka section. If you don't do this one and then suddenly you watch this video and you'll make some comment that okay, I'm not explaining, then it's absolutely your fault. Okay, you are getting what I'm talking. So all the basics I've explained in this particular section. So after file upload section, this is mandatory to watch the Kafka prerequisite section, and then you'll move to practical Kafka section. Now coming to file upload, this is very important. I'm not sure if in the beginning I explained that we are going to use Cloudinary, so I make a change because if you're following my channel for a long time, right, and this is why I make this decision, and very important, I almost use Cloudinary in each and every project. And some of you also mentioned that okay, why I'm not using some S3 API related packages that we can use so that I'll be also able to work with S3, and that makes sense. So that is the reason what you're going to do, right? We are going to use, instead of using the Cloudinary, so you're going to use Multer. Okay, so Multer will be there, so it's like common. Multer we are going to use, and we're going to use a built-in Neon object storage. This is S3 compatible, so you can see, and this is much more easier also to use. And the reason is not because it's much more easier, the reason is because this is S3 compatible. So what will happen, right, you'll also have the idea that how you can work with S3 APIs also. You're getting what I'm talking about. So this will be a big change. So what we are going to do, we'll be using Multer plus Neon storage. So first we are going to store our assets. So I'm going to explain the flow, how it will work in our storage, and then we are going to save the URL in our PostgreSDB. So these will be the next 3 sections that we are going to cover. So I just wanted to give some overview before you will start, and there will be a major change, and I'll explain what will be the major change in the next part. So with this, now let's move on to the next section. Alright, so before we create the media service, as I mentioned that we need to make a big change, and that is, so let's go to here, right? So I'm just going to create a new project and I'll tell you why. And you can see that we have this project that we have created, right? Now this one, right, whatever you're seeing, this is, see the version, so it's not the version, the region. This is in US East 1. We need to create one for East 2 because what I also want, right, if I get some time, I'm also going to create some AI features also. So if you go and create using that particular region, right, so you'll see that you are also going to get the storage also and AI gateway also. And you can see that, let me just do one thing, let me just change this name here. Okay, I just wanted to, I don't know how to change these. Go to settings. Okay, let's change it here. So I'll do Node Microservices with storage 2026. Okay, and then I'm going to save this one. So now let's go to connect, and the reason is very simple because I thought I'm going to create this one at the beginning, but that time we decided that we are going to use Cloudinary. But again, this is a change, like decision change, so it's fine. It's very simple. You just create the project, use that region that I mentioned, copy this, and then just replace it in your env. That's it. And then we are going to just run the migration. We don't have to do anything. So just change this one here and paste this. Also, I just wanted to mention, just go here, use this US East 2. Okay, East 2 you are going to use. So now what I'll do, right, so let's quickly run the migration once quickly. So I'm just going to do npm run db :migrate hyphen, so I'll do SQL slash, I'll do 001 users.sql. What you're getting, no such file, something we have done wrong. Oh, 001 we have to do, so this will be 001. Okay, and then I'm simply going to do one for the tasks, so I'll do 002 underscore tasks. So I think this is done. So now let's go here, and then I'll go to the tables. Okay, so you have two tables. So now what you're going to do, right, so first let's go to storage, and in the storage you can see that we have the S3 client, right. So here what you're going to do, this is S3 compatible storage that I already mentioned. So now we are going to create our first bucket. So create this one, and maybe what name we can give, let me think. Let's give some proper name, right. So maybe we can give like task attachments, something like this, task attachments. And for now I'm going to just give this one public. You can also give this one private also, it's fine. So now let's create bucket. So this will be created, and you can also do this connect. So once I'll do the connect, and here, right, so we will get the env. So here you just have to generate this one. So just do generate keys and copy. So do click, and then you're going to copy the credentials, and then we'll go to our env, right, and then I'm simply going to add our this one, and Cloudinary one, this one we can remove, this we don't need. Okay, so here I'm simply going to paste this one. So I'll do S3 storage APIs or credentials, and paste this one here. Also I'm simply going to do here storage bucket. Storage spelling is wrong, right? Okay, let me just check, correct this one. This will be storage bucket, and this will be what name we have given here. Let me just check, task attachment. So this one we are going to give. So I'll do here task attachments. So this is the first thing that we need. Okay, so we need the endpoint URL, AWS access key ID, AWS secret access key, AWS region, and storage bucket. So this is one of the most important part that first we need to complete. The main important part is that creating one more div and migrating. That's fine. You can create one simple user, you can run the API and it will create the user, but we need the storage functionality. So that is the reason we need to choose that region, and then you're going to make use of this particular functionality. So this is the first prerequisite that we need to do. So with this, now what will be the next step? So let's create our empty folder for now. So we'll start working with our media service in the next part. All right, so now it's time to start working on the media service. So first what we're going to do, right, so let's start with installing all the packages. So I think as usual we are going to install .env, install shared, let's do express Multer, and also we need our AWS SDK package also because we're using S3, right? So we'll do AWS SDK / client S3, copy this, and then we also going to take our workspace, and the workspace will be So here what you're going to do, right, so this will be media service. Okay, so you're going to do, this will be media. And also just to mention that I just created this package.json here, right? So you just can create this and keep the name as package media service. So let's hit enter. So this is going to install the packages. Okay, first let me, I don't know why it's not getting installed. Let me just remove this and let's do one more time. All right, and then let's clear this. And also we need our dev dependencies. So first I need the express types. We also need the types of node. We also need the types of Multer, tsx, and also we need the TypeScript. So all this we need. And then again we are going to do hyphen workspace, and this will be media service. Okay, so now I think this is done. So let's remove this script also, this is not needed, and we can also remove this one. Save this, clear this, and let's create our tsconfig.json, and then just copy from some other, maybe let's copy this one from task service. Go here, copy this, and then we just paste it here. That's it. So now inside media service, let's create our source, and then we are going to create all our folders, correct? So controllers and everything. But before that, let's understand that what actually our table will look like, the SQL table, right? So for attachment, right, so this is like we are adding attachment to our existing task, something like this. So definitely we need the ID of that particular attachment. We need the task, that for which task I'm adding the attachment, so this will be our task ID. We also need the image URL, public ID, and then very important, that which user actually uploading this particular attachment. So this will be that user ID we need to save. So first let's go to our SQL, and I'm simply going to do 003 underscore, and let's do this one as attachments.sql. So first let's start with, so I'm simply going to do create table if not exists, and let's give this one as attachments. So first we need the ID, so this will be normally primary key, and here we're going to give a default, or not this, we'll do default, and this will be gen random UUID, comma. So let's do task ID, so we need the task ID, so this also will be UUID, and here this will be not null. Then we need the actual image URL, this will be text, and this also will be not null. Then let's take a public ID, and this will be text, not null. Then we are going to do uploaded by. Uploaded by means which user actually uploading this particular asset, so this will be also not null. Then let's do a created at, so this will be timestamp, and here we are going to do not null. Default we are going to do current time now. So this is done, and then we are going to simply create an index. I'll do create index if not exists, and here I'll do index, so let's do attachments task ID, and this will be on, so we're going to take attachments, that is the name, so we'll do on attachments, and here we're going to pass the task ID. Okay, so I think this is done. So first we have the ID of individual attachment, task ID, for which task I'm adding the attachment, image URL, public ID, uploaded by, and created at. So now what you can do, right, we can just go here, clear this, so I'll do npm run, so I'll do, so let's go to a package.json, so this will be db:migrate, and then we are going to use our SQL slash, so I'll do 003 underscore attachments.sql, enter. Okay, so this is done. So now let's go here, let's go to our tables. So we have our attachments here. Okay, So I think this is done. So first thing before we are going to do, because remember we have created a new DB, right? So that we'll get a storage. So let's quickly do one thing. So let's see if every service is already running or not. I think all are running. So let's quickly create some users. Okay. So here I'm just going to move this on here. So let's start with register, and here I'm simply going to create a new user. Okay, we need to restart those. Okay, that's fine. So let's quickly restart all the services once. Okay, so we'll start with npm run dev gateway. So I'll do npm run dev gateway. Let's open another one. So let's run the auth, and then we're going to run the task. Npm run dev task. Okay, so I think this is done. So now let's try to do send once again. Okay, so this is created. So now if I go to users, so I have a user. Now what I'll do, right, so I'm just going to change this one to Sangam. I'll do Sangam, and let's do this one as admin. Create one more. Oh, by default I think we have give this one admin, user. So that's why even if you give admin, that is fine, you can directly change here only. So for this one you can change this one to admin, that's okay. And then let's go to the login and try to log in with this John. I'll get this token, and then I'll go to post task. So this will be first, so I'll quickly create and then change this one to the new token that we've created. Okay, so this is done. So let's add one more, and let's do one more. Okay, so now if I go to task, we have 3 tasks, first, second, third. User, we have 2 user, and attachment is empty. Fantastic. So now we can start working on the media service. So let's go to our media, and first we'll start with creating all the files. So we'll do index.ts, close everything else. So how many folders we need here? Alright, first of all we'll start with creating controllers. So I'll do controllers. So I'll do media dot controllers dot ts. Let's create routes. So I'll do media dot routes dot ts. Let's create services. So I'll do media dot services dot ts. So your controllers, routes, services. What else? Something we are missing, right? Okay, repository. So repository also you need to do. So do repositories. So do media dot repositories dot ts. And also let's create a utils folder also. And also you need to create a middleware folder, because we are going to use Multer. Okay. So this is where we're going to create our upload middleware. So I'm just going to do upload.ts or upload.middleware.ts. Okay, so first of all, let's do one thing. Let's go to our media repository, close everything else, or before that also we need to do some basic setup. So we'll start with index.ts only. Okay, we'll start with this file only. So first let's do one thing, although we can just copy from the other services, but let's write it. So I'm just going to write once again. So I'm just going to do, this will be from .env. So we're going to get config. We also need to import express from express. So first let's start with config. So we'll do path. So this will be resolved from node path, and here we're going to do process.current working directory, and we'll see that we have any .env file or not, or else we are going to also take from our root. So here this will be your root. So we'll go to our root folder and take the env. So this is the first thing. Next, what you have to do, right, go to our env and add one more here. Okay, so this will be my media port, and this will be 3003, and also I'll add one more here. So this will be media URL, and this will be 3003. So copy this, and then we are going to create our port. So const port So this will be process.env.media port orders 3003. Then we are going to create our app. So const app, this will be express. And what else we need to do? Now remember, in the package.json we've already installed shared. These things, whatever you're seeing we're writing, at least you have done last 3 or 4 times. I hope by this time you don't have to even watch the video and you should be able to do this one by yourself. Okay, for example, we need to use here HTTP logger, correct? So you're going to use this, then create a health endpoint. So we'll do app.get, let's do health, and here we're going to create so let's take a request response, and here we're going to get the success response. So we're going to get res, and let's do a service, and what service this is, so this will be our media service. Okay, then what else? Also we are going to let's do one thing, let's go to our task service once, and we're going to use all this. Okay, so these 3. So we'll copy this and paste it here. So first we are going to import the AppError, error handler also from shared, and logger also we are going to import from shared, and this will be our media service. So save this. So I think this is done. So all of this we have imported from our shared package. So now what we're going to do, right? So we'll go to our package.json, and then we'll add one more as usual, and this will be dev media, and this will be your media service. That's it. So now if I just copy this, and let's say do npm run dev media. Okay, something I know, I think some of you might be smiling or laughing, and that is again, as I missed this one, we need to add the script. Okay, we need to add the script because this also I missed last 2 or 3 times. So we need to add the dev and start script, because or else your TSS doesn't know that which file we need to start. Okay, so we need to add this one. So let's clear this first, and let's run once again. So media service is running on localhost 3003. So now we can just copy this, go here. So let's do 3003, and I'm just going to do this one as health. Send this. So we're getting success true, and data we are getting media service. Okay, so this part, this is completed. So what will be the next step? So next step will be, now we are going to start with working with controllers first. Controllers means, first of all, we need to understand how many, not controllers. Let's start with the repository first, because we need to interact with our DB. Okay, that is the first thing we are going to do. So first I think in the first part, right, in Node.js part 1, I've already explained how this process will work, but still I'm going to just give you some basic ideas. So let's say this is your API gateway, right? So something like this, maybe let's do, this is your here I'm just going to take this one. So this is your API gateway. So now user is going to do what? User is going to hit your URL. So let's say it's going to hit /localhost 3000 / attachments, something like this. So this is your endpoint. Now what will happen, right? This API gateway is going to create a proxy, right? And it's going to forward this particular request to your media service. So here we are going to have our media service, correct? So this is your media service. Now media service is going to do what? Media service is going to check your middleware. So you're going to have our Multer middleware. In the Multer middleware, we're going to have our configuration. So it's going to understand, okay, we need to upload image or video. What is our limit? Whether it is 5 MB, 10 MB, 15 MB, whatever it is. Then it's going to do what? It's going to talk to your storage, right? So here we are using Neon. So it's going to talk to your storage directly. Now storage is going to do what? So we are actually using S3, right? So in the background, it's going to talk to your S3, and then it's going to store that particular attachment to your storage or in your object storage, correct? This storage is going to now do what, right? It's going to give you back the URL. So it's going to give you the image URL back. So it's going to give you the image URL back. Okay, this image URL now we are going to again store where? So you are going to store in our DB. So this is where we're going to store our image back to our DB. But in that DB we are not going to store our actual buffer, or we are not going to store our image directly in our DB. We are going to store in our object storage. We are going to get the URL, and then we are going to store that URL in our DB. And if you see or compare this one with CloudInity, the part 1 that we have done, it's almost similar, it's same process. Okay, so this is what actually we are going to do. So that means whenever we are going to upload a particular asset, we need to have a Multer middleware. So Multer is going to work as a middleman, which is going to do what? It's going to create your storage, is going to create the limit, and also you're going to give some validation. For example, in this case we only want to upload image, right? Let's say if user try to upload video, so in that case we are going to give some condition. Also you can upload multiple images also, but for this one what are you going to do, right? We'll be using single only. So first, in the repository, so how many method we need to create? So one will be to create the attachment, one will be to list all the attachment. Okay, so this is the first two things we are going to do. But before that also let's do one thing, right? So what I'm going to do, right, go to your media service, go to source, and let's create a types folder. And here I'm just going to do what is the name that we have given for others. So let me just check. So here for this one, okay, inside utils only we have types. I think that is fine also. So here then we don't need these types again, delete these. So inside utils only I'm going to create types.ts. So first here I'm going to do export type, and this will be attachment. So attachment is going to have ID of string. Let's close everything else. We'll go to our attachment. So we're going to have an ID string, then we're going to have a task ID. So task ID also will be string. Then we're going to have an image URL. This also will be string. Then it's going to have a public ID. This also will be string. Then we are also going to have a uploaded by. This also will be string. And at the end we are going to have a created at. So we are going to do created underscore at, and this will be date. So this is the first thing we need. Okay, so now we'll go to our media repository, and we're going to create our first method, and this will be, let's do export async function, and we are simply going to do create attachment. Okay, so how many things it's going to receive? So first it's going to receive your task ID, because it's very important that for which task you are creating this particular attachment. See, if you have not passed the ID of that particular task, users will not be able to create the attachment. Okay, so it's something like this, right? So you go to, you think like or visualize, you have a UI. As a user, you are creating a task. Once you create the task, let's say task is in draft mode, and then once the task is created, then only you'll be able to add an attachment for that particular task. So you're getting, so that means when you're going to add the attachment, you need to have the task ID. So here we're going to get the task ID. So this will be string. We also need the image URL, definitely this will be string. Then you're going to have the public ID. This will be string. And then I'm also going to get very important uploaded by, because we need to know which user actually creating this particular attachment, right? Now, and this is also for tracking purpose, so you need to know, right, or else someone can come and they can delete this particular attachment. So here I'm just going to do attachment. Just now we have created this one, and now what we're going to do simply, so I'm going to do const result. So this will be habit. So we're going to do get pull from shared. And here I'm simply going to do query, pass the attachment type, and just simply create it. So let's do what? So here I'm simply going to do, so I'll do insert into, so the table name is attachments. So what are the things we are going to attach? We are going to attach the task ID. Let's do slowly. So we'll do task ID. We're going to attach the image URL. We're going to attach the public ID, and also we're going to attach the uploaded by, these four things. Okay, then we're going to give the values. So we'll do 1, 2, 3 and 4, and here we are going to do returning. So we'll do ID, task ID, return the image URL, public ID, uploaded by, and then we are going to return the created at. So all the things we are going to return, and then we are going to do what? So I'm simply going to take the value. So this will be your input dot task ID, input dot image URL, input dot public id and input dot uploaded by. So these 4 things we are going to do. Why you getting error? Now you need to give comma here. Okay, and then we are going to return result dot rows and we are going to return 0. Okay, so this is the first one that is going to create your attachment. Now let's do one thing. Let's not create the second one because it will be a little confusing. So first let's complete the upload part that we are going to do now. So let's say how we are going to actually do the upload. So first let's go to controller and we're going to start with our first one. So I'm simply going to do export async function and this will be upload attachment. So here we are going to do, so first let's import type from, so we're going to do express, so this will be your request response next function. So we'll do request, then we have response, then we have the next, and this will be our next function. Okay, so first of all what are we going to do here? So first I'm just going to do a try catch and we're going to just do next and then pass the error. So in the try, first of all we need our user ID and the role. Okay, so user ID and role both we need that. Okay, first of all we need to know which user is creating this particular attachment and what is the role of that particular user. Okay, both are very important. But how we are going to get this? Now this is actually the same concept that we have done in the task service. So if you go to task service, go to controllers and see that we have this logic, right, to require identity, and this is what actually we are going to do here also. Okay, so now simply you can copy this and then we are going to just paste it here. So now first of all we need the X user ID. You already know we are going to have the X user role and then we are simply going to return the user ID and the role here. So now what I can do, simply I'm going to get this one. So I'll do require identity, pass your current request and you're going to get your user ID and the role here. So this is the first thing. So now what I'm going to do, right, so I'm simply going to do const task ID. So how I'm going to get the task ID now? Now task ID we are going to get like this. So when I'm going to call this API, so let's say I have a localhost 3000 / tasks colon, here we are going to have the task ID. So this is my dynamic value / attachments. So that means now here if the task ID is 2, so here I will be passing like this. So this is my task ID. So simply I'm telling that okay, I'm adding the attachment for the task where the ID is 2. So this is my dynamic value. So how we are going to get the dynamic value, I think you already know. So this will be string and then I'm simply going to do request.params and here I'm simply going to do task ID, and this task ID we are going to add in our route. Okay, so this we are going to add like this. So we'll do colon and then we're going to do task ID, something like this. So now I think this is done and then we are simply going to do const attachment. So this will be avid. And here now we are going to create our attachment service. So we need to create the service also. So first let's go to our service and here I'm simply going to do export async function and I'm simply going to do upload attachment. So here also we're going to get the input. So what are the things we're going to get? First we will get the task ID, that for which task we are adding. Next we are going to get the user ID, which user is adding. Next we're going to get the role, what is the role of that user, and also very important, we need to receive what? We need to receive our file also. Here file we need to have, but before we are going to create the file, if you know, we need to create a middleware. Okay, and that middleware is going to have the information that okay, what is the configuration, what actually we are doing here, what are the things we are uploading, whether we are uploading image or we are uploading video or we are uploading both, something like this. Okay, so to do this one and this is mandatory because we're using Multer, right? So Multer will act as a middleware here. So first let's import this one. So I'm just going to do Multer from Multer, and here it will be very simple. So I'm just going to do export const and I'm simply going to do upload image. So here we are going to use the Multer and then I'm simply going to first pass storage and I'm just going to do multer.memory storage. We're also going to give a limit. And let's do this one as maybe, so in the limit you have to pass a file. You can see you have file name, file fields, file size, sorry, field size, file size. We need the file size. So let's give 10 MB. And then after this we are going to give a filter. So this is where we are going to simply tell that okay, what are the things that we are doing here. So first of all you are going to have a request this is also going to give you a file, and then you have the classic callback style. So this is where your callback will stay. So what you're going to do, you're going to call the callback. You're simply going to do, right, so I'm just going to do new AppError, and I'm simply going to do, oh no, my bad. So what I'm going to do, right, so callback we need to do if we are checking that if the file MIME type actually doesn't start with image. So simply we are telling that if not equal to file here dot, so you have the MIME type, and then I'm simply going to do if this doesn't start with image. So I'm going to do if this doesn't start with image, so in that case I'm simply going to call the callback, and then I'm going to pass the error here. So new AppError, and then I'm simply going to do 400, and I'll do only image uploads are allowed. Okay, so here we are simply checking that if this is not image, so in that case we are going to just simply return the callback with the error, and then we are going to return from this. If this is not the case, then you're going to resolve, right? So you're going to call the callback. So callback error, always callback style is you have to pass the error, or else you have to pass the result. This is I almost discussed multiple times in the part 1, all of this in details. So when you don't have any error, you're going to pass this one as null, and this will be my result, which will be true. Okay, you're getting. And then what you're going to do, right, so I think all of this is done, and then I'm simply going to do, okay, this will be single, and this is very important. Okay, this will be a field name. Now you have to remember this one, what actually field name is. This is the name when you're going to call this particular API from our Postman. This is the name we need to use. So for this one we're going to use image. So this will be my field name. Okay, so this is the field name we need to use, and I think this is done. So this is the first thing we need to do. So these will be now my middleware. Okay, so now, like, see, it's a lot of things, because you have controller, you have services, you're going to have your routes. But why I'm doing like this way, so that you can understand how we are adding all the, or how we are joining all the pieces together. But this is not yet completed. Now what you're going to do, right, so first we'll go to our routes, and then you'll see that we are going to combine everything. And first we're going to create the route logic also. So first let's do import, and I'm going to do type, and then I'm simply going to do from express. Okay, so let's see what we are doing here. So I'm simply going to do, this will be next function, request response, and here also I need import something from express. So I also need router here. So first let's create, so I'll do const router, and this will be router. And here first what I have to do, so first let's say I'm simply going to do a router dot post. So this will be my post request. Now I need to do like this. So let's say I need /:3000, I'm just calling, or let's do http localhost or whatever your URL is, and then I'm simply doing 3000 /tasks/ my task ID. This is my dynamic value. So let's say it can be 1, it can be 2, whatever it is. Then I'm going to do /attachments. So this is the URL that I wanted to use. Okay, so how I'm going to do that? So this will be my base URL, and this will be my path, correct? So here I'm simply going to do, okay, this will be / and then here you're going to do colon, this will be task ID, okay, /attachments. Now what we have to do, right, so here we are going to use our middleware, and before that also, first of all, let's import our controller. So I'm going to do start star as attachment controller from, so controller, and this will be my attachment controller dot, so upload attachment. Okay, but this is not yet done. We need to use our middleware in middle. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that. So first what I'm going to do, right, so I'm going to do function, and I'll do handle upload. So this is going to receive your request. So this will be a request response, and then this will be next. So this will be next function. So now what you're going to do, you're going to use this upload middleware. So here I'm going to call this upload attachment. So this is upload image, and then here we are going to pass the, you see your request. So you have the request, you're going to pass the response, and then you have your callback, right? So I'm going to pass error. We don't know the error, so it will be unknown. And then first of all, I'm simply going to do if not equal to error. So I'm simply going to return and call next. Okay, if error is already present, right? So that means if I go to upload middleware, we're simply passing a error. If this doesn't start with image, so we're passing a instance of error, right? So AppError instance. So that means I need to check if error is present, and if the error is the instance of this AppError, so in that case also what we're going to do, we're going to call the next, and then we're going to pass the error. So that means simply telling the if error is present, and if this error is an instance of this AppError that we have, so then also you're going to return next, and then we are going to pass the error. You're getting? So done. So now what are we going to do, right? So let's give one more check. I think this is optional. For example, let's say we're checking, right, that your file upload limit must be less than 10 MB, or it might be smaller. Okay, so you can also give a condition here. So something like this: if the type of error is equal to object, and then you'll do if the error is not equal to null, and then I'm simply going to do here, so I'll do if code in error, and then I'm simply going to do if this error.code, I think it is limit file size or something. Let me just check. So do multer limit file size error code name. Okay, so this is the one that we need. Okay, this one, limit file size. Okay, so that means we are simply going to if code is present, and if the error code is equal to limit file size, so in that case also you're going to return next, and I'm simply going to do new AppError, and again you're going to pass a 400, and then you just add that, okay, image must be 10 MB or smaller. That's it. So I think this is done, and then you're going to just return next, and then just return an general error, for example 400, and I'm simply going to do invalid image upload, something like this. Okay, so this is what we are doing here. If not error, so you're simply calling next here. Already you can see. Okay, so this is done. So now what you're going to do, right? See, you can directly use upload image also, but we've given some extra condition here. So now what you're going to do, right? So first of all, let's do one thing. Let's use this one here. Okay, so that means this handle upload is going to work as a middleman, and it's going to simply check that whether you're uploading image or not, whether there is an error or not, whether you're uploading image and the length is less than 10 MB or not. Okay, so this is what we are doing here. So now let's go back. Okay, so now we'll start from here. Okay, so reverse. So first it will come here. Whenever you'll do a request, it will come here, right? And also before that, let's do one thing. Let's do export default, and I'm simply going to do router. So that means it will come here. Then it is going to check your middleware. Middleware is going to do all the check and everything, and if nothing is there, so it's going to call next. So when it will call next, it will come here. It will go to upload attachment. Then it's going to check all of this. So upload attachment is going to do what? So upload attachment is now going to call your service. So now what you can do, right? So now we'll go to our service. You're getting why we have done all of this. So in this service, so from your controller, when you're going to call this, we're going to pass the user ID, role, task ID. We also need one more thing. What actually we need? We need the file, the actual file that we need to upload, because at the end we are uploading file, correct? So here I'm just going to do express.multer, and the type will be file. So that means we are uploading a type of file. Now what I can do, right? So simply going to do if not equal to input.file, if the file is not present, so in this case we are going to throw a new AppError. So do AppError, and then I'm simply going to do 400, and this will be image file is required, and then I'm simply going to do avid. And here what you're going to do, right? So first of all, let's do one thing. Here what you're going to do, right? What this media service is going to do. First of all, let's understand this flow. Media service is going to read your task table directly, and that table we have in our same DB, correct? So in that case, what you're going to do, right? First of all, we are going to actually find that whether that particular user has that access or not, means whether that particular user can actually upload that attachment for that task or not. You're getting? So that means here I'm simply going to create a new assert task access, something like this. Okay, and here I'm simply going to first create this, and you'll understand what actually you're doing and why this is very, very important. So first I'm going to do a sync function, and I'll do assert or find task access, whatever you want to give. So here I need the task ID, so this will be string. Then I need the user ID, which user is adding, I need this will be string, and also I need the role, which will be string. So first I'm going to find that task. So how I'm going to find? So I'm simply going to do await, and I'll do attachment. I think we need to import the attachment repo also. Let me just, so I'm just going to do import start as attachment repo from, so we'll go to our repository, media repository. So first let's do one thing, let's do this one as attachment repo. And now what we're going to do, right, so we are going to find this particular user has that access or not. Okay, how we are going to check the user? So whenever some user is trying to upload a particular asset, we will get the task ID, right? So this task ID, now with this task ID we will be able to understood, or we are going to get to know that whether this particular user actually created the task or not. You're getting, now this might be little confusing for some of you. You need to understand the process what we are doing. So simply we are telling that, okay, if user A created a particular task which is task 1, and let's say user B now try to add attachment for this task, it should not happen. So only user A can add the attachment for this particular task. This is what actually we're doing. So simply we are checking whether this particular user created this task or not. You're getting, now I hope that this is clear. So how we are going to do this? So first of all we'll go to our media repository, and we need to create one more method here. Okay, so I'm simply going to do export async. So this will be function, and here I'm just going to find task access. So what we need the task ID. So this will be string, and here I'm simply going to do, this will be promise, and let's do one thing, let's return a ID. So this will be string, and also we are going to return a created at. Why? Because if you go to the task, you have the created by, my bad. So this will be created by. So this means this is created by which user, right? So you have this one also string. So this is what we are going to return, or else we are going to do null, because if this is not present then you are going to return null. So now how we can do this? So do const result, and this will be await. So do get poll dot query, and here what are you going to do? So first I'm going to pass a ID, so this will be string, and also you're going to pass a created by, this will be string. So here what you're going to do, right, so let's write the query. So you're simply going to do select ID and created by from, so you have to take the table name which will be task, where ID is equal to this, and then you're simply going to pass the task ID, and then we're going to simply return result.rows of 0, or else this will be null. Now this is so many things you have to do. So this is going to do what? This is going to find whether user A actually created this task or not, and if user B try to add attachments, we are going to give a condition that okay, you can't do this one. Okay, so this is first thing we need to do. So now I'll go to our where media service. So then we are going to do attachment repo dot find task access. Okay, and this is where we're going to pass the task ID. So now what this is going to return, see, it's going to return ID, and it's going to return the created by. So this will be the ID of that particular task, and this is the user, that which user actually created this one. So first I'm simply going to do if not equal to task, if this is not present, so I'm simply going to throw new AppError, and I'll simply do okay 404, and this task is not found. Okay, and then we're simply going to do, now this is interesting. Okay, so now we're going to check if this role that we have, if this is not admin. Okay, and now task that we have dot created by is not equal to this user ID that we have. So that means this user haven't created this particular task. I hope this is clear. So we are simply checking that this particular task. So if user A created task 1, and if user B try to add attachment for this particular task, will not allow. So it's simply checking that okay, this is not matching, means this user ID is a user ID of user B, but in the task we have the created by, which is the user ID of user A. So this is not match. So that means there is something is going wrong here, that okay, user B should not upload the attachment to task 1. Okay, so this is what actually we're doing. So simply checking if this is not a admin user, and if this task is not created by this user, So what you're going to do, you're going to throw new AppError, and this will be 403A, and this will be forbidden. I'll see while doing recording all of this also, right? It's not that much simple. Okay, this is very tricky. So this is the first thing we need to do. So this is going to check your access, that whether this particular user has access or not. So now here, when we are going to upload the attachment, first we are going to check condition, that whether this user has access or not. So what we are going to do, right? So first here, what you have to pass, you have to pass the task ID, user ID and role. So task ID will be simply your input dot task ID. We have input dot user ID, and we have input dot role. Next, what you're going to do, right? So now you're going to do const uploaded, and this will be await. And here what you're going to do, right? So you'll also need to create one more main function, and this function is nothing but, just like remember in Cloudinary you have created, or Cloudinary. So see, at the end you need to upload to your cloud storage, correct? Or in this case you're using Neon, so which is our object storage. So you need to have a utility so that it's going to upload that buffer to your object storage, then you're going to get the URL back, and then you're going to store the URL. You're getting? So that means simply I'm telling that this particular one, right, that you are actually uploading this image to your storage, and then you're going to get back the URL. So it's going to give you the URL back, and then you are going to store this one in your DB. So that means now what we're going to do, right, in our utils, we're going to create one more method here, and this will be our actual storage.ts file. Okay, so this is where we are going to actually create our storage. So first let's do one thing. So we're going to do function. I'm going to do get client info, and then we are going to simply, let's go to our env. So first let's start with, so do const endpoint. So this will be process.env, and dot, so you're going to do, I think we have used is the endpoint URL s3. So this is what you need. Then you're going to do access key ID. So do access key ID. So do process.env dot access key ID. Then we're going to do, next we have secret key. So we'll do secret access key. So this will be process.env dot this. We also need the region, and this will be process.env dot AWS region. Okay, so now I'm simply going to give a check here. Okay, this is optional, but let's give this one, it's always better. And if this access key ID, if this is not present, or if not equal to secrets, sometimes you'll see this is a different context, that sometimes when I'll talk, right, you'll see that suddenly you're going to get the sound little louder, right? If you're actually experiencing this one, please comment it down, because I need to actually change the mic, because I'm also experiencing the same. I don't know why this is happening. Okay, so here I'm just going to add a new error. So I'll do let's do storage envs are missing, or something like this, missing here. So now what we have to do, right? So here we are going to now return something. So what I have to return? So we're going to now return a new S3 client. Okay, and that is the main reason of using this this neon storage instead of using Cloudinary, because you also have the idea with how you can work with S3 APIs also. So here I'm simply going to do import from, and we are going to use AWS S3, sorry, SDK client S3, and this is going to give you this S3 client. Now I'm simply going to do new S3 client. Alright, so here what you're going to do, right? So first we're going to pass the region, then let's pass our endpoint. Okay, we have to change this one, so let's change this one to this. Then we are going to pass the credentials. So in the, sorry, we have to pass the credentials. So here we are going to pass the access key ID, which will be access key ID that we have created, and secret access key ID. And then we are also going to use this force path style, and let's make this one true. Okay, so now this is going to create our S3 client, and also you have to change this one to endpoint. So now what you're going to do, right, you're going to create our actual function which is going to upload the buffer. So I'm sorry, I'm simply going to do export async function, and let's do this one as upload buffer. So inside this, first it's going to receive the buffer, the type will be buffer, and also I'm going to use this content type, and let's keep this one as image/jpg. Okay, and now what I'm going to do, right, so first of all what this is going to return. So here we are going to return this one. So first we need a image URL. So this is the first thing. This will be type will be string, and also we are going to return a public ID. This also will be string. And here first, so let's take the bucket. Now bucket is the place where we are going to store this, right? So we have the process.env dot so let's go to env. So we have the storage bucket. So this is what we need, and also we need the endpoint. So I'm just simply going to do endpoint, and this will be process.env dot aws endpoint URL s3. Then I'll simply give a check. So I'll leave the bucket, or if the endpoint is not present, so just throw a new error. Okay, so endpoint and bucket are not present. So now once this is done, right, so what we have to use, right, we have to use something called, so first we're going to use our get client info, and this is going to give me the send method, and here we are going to use a new, and we're going to use something called put object command, and this we need to import from our s3 only, and then we are going to just pass all the information. So first of all we need to pass a bucket, so this bucket will be the bucket that we have. Next we need to pass a key. Alright, so for this key what you can do, right, you can create a key here, so do const key, and for this one what you can do, so something like, let's say I'm creating a support task, right, so do support tasks slash, and here we can use random UID, and that one we're going to use called, that one we're going to import from Node crypto package, and this also I have discussed in the first part. So we're going to import something called, so do node, and then we'll do crypto, and we have something called random UUID, so this is what we need. And then this is going to create a random UID here, so you can just call this. Next, after this key we also need to pass the actual body, so body will be our buffer, and then we are going to pass a content type, and this will be the content type that we have. Okay, that's it. So now once this is done, so what we are going to do, right, so first of all, once this is uploaded, right, so what I mentioned, so it's going to give you some URL back, the image URL, correct, and that URL, so let's see if that image URL ends with, so it ends with the slash, we are going to remove this slash. Okay, so we're going to create a base URL, something like this. So I'm just going to do a base, and let's do something like, let's do base URL, and here I'm just going to do this endpoint that we have dot ends with, and if this ends with this slash, so in that case we are going to take this endpoint, and I'm simply going to slice with 0,1, and then or else I'm just going to take this one as endpoint, and then we are going to return. So what I'm going to return, the public key, so this will be our key that we have created, and also we're going to return the image URL, so this will be our base URL, and then we are going to take our bucket, and then we're going to pass our key. Okay, so this is how we are going to create this one. So this is going to create our upload buffer function. So now we are going to use this. So see, these we are going to use in our service, because in the media service first we are already checking that if this is uploaded or not, correct. So this should be first not uploaded if that particular user has the permission to upload attachment or not, and then we are going to upload the buffer. Once we'll upload the buffer, right, so if you go back and you see that this will make perfectly sense that I mentioned that we are going to upload the buffer, and then we are going to get the URL, and then we are going to store the URL in our DB. We are not going to do direct, we are going to upload in our object storage, and then we are going to get the URL and store in our DB. So first I'm going to call the upload buffer. So what you have to pass, you have to pass the input dot file dot buffer, and then we are also going to pass the type. So this will be your input dot file, and this is going to give you this MIME type, or else by default I think we have already have JPG, but let's pass this one as JPG. Okay, so this is done, and now we are going to create our attachment. Okay, see, this is the process you have to do. So what I mean by attachment, so this attachment is nothing but, so you have attachment repo dot, and you have create attachment. Okay, so now we are going to storing the URL in our DB. So what are the things you have to pass? You have to pass the task ID, image URL, public ID, and uploaded by. Task ID will be what? This will be our input. So first we'll pass task ID, and this will be your input dot task ID. Then you are going to pass the image URL. So this will be your uploaded dot image URL. Then we are going to pass the public ID. So this will be uploaded dot public ID, and then you're going to pass uploaded by. So this will be your input dot user ID. So that means which user actually created this one. And now what I'm going to do, right, as usually, remember we have created one function in other services also. So if you go here, right, convert this one, so this is also you're going to create for this media service also. So copy this and then go to media service utils. I'm just going to do media dot utils dot ts. So paste this one and I'm just going to convert to public attachment. Okay, so I'm going to get the media, so this will be my so here what I'm going to do, right, so for now, so let's import this one. We have this attachment, right, so this one, so this is what we need. So we have the attachment, and here first of all we need, or let's keep this one as attachment. So this will be attachment.id. Then we have the task id, so this will be attachment dot task id. Then we have the image URL, so attachment dot image URL. Then we are going to have the public id, so this will be attachment dot public id. Then we have the uploaded by, so this will be attachment dot uploaded by, and at the end we're going to have the created at, so created at, so this will be attachment dot created at. So this is going to convert, and this is what we are going to simply do what, so we're going to return from our service. So now let's go here to our service, and then we can simply directly return this one. So I'll do return and I'll do convert to public attachment, and here we're going to pass the attachment. Okay, so save this. So now this is going to create the service. Now we can use this service from our controller. So now we'll go here and we'll do attachment service. So first I think we need to import this one. So I'll do import star from, no, not star, import star as attachment service from, so we'll go to services slash media service. So now we can simply call this dot upload attachment, and then we are going to password, so you need to pass the task id. So this will be your task id. Task id we already have this one. Then what you have to pass, you have to pass the task id, user id, role, and file. So user id you can simply pass here, role we can pass here, and what will be file, this file will be you're going to get from request.file. So this is going to give you the request.file. That's it. And then you're going to simply do success response. So you're going to pass the response, and here we're going to pass the attachment, and remember we are creating, so it will be 201. So this is the process. Okay, so many things are happening here, but this is now actually completed, but not yet completed. Why? Because now we need to go to our index, and then we are going to use this one. So I'm simply going to do app.use. So I'm going to use this one as tasks slash, and we need to get our require gateway secret from our shared, remember, and now we are going to simply import our routes. So I'll do import attachment routes from, so we have the routes slash media routes. So here now we are going to pass this one here. So save this. So now I think this is now running. So let's go one by one. So first it will go to routes. So now we are going to simply call this, hit this endpoint. So it's going to check, okay, slash task slash id slash attachment. So it is going to first do the check the middleware. So middleware is going to do the validation. If everything is correct, so upload, it will go to upload image. Upload image is going to check, create storage, check limit, file, give, we have a file filter function, and then this is the file name. Once this is done, so it's going to simply check if there is not a, if there is no error. So in that case, what it's going to do, it's going to go next. Go next means it's going to call the next middleware or next handler. So next we have our handler, so which is our controller. It will go here. Now it's simply going to take the identity, get the task id, and create the attachment. It will go to your service. Now service is going to do what? First it will check whether this particular user has the permission or not. If yes, then it's going to upload the buffer. It will actually call your S3. So we are using S3 packages. It's going to check your bucket, endpoint, and everything, and it's going to simply upload the buffer, and it's going to return the image URL. Once this is done, then we are going to get the URL back. So as I already mentioned that once we get the URL back, then we are going to store this one in our DB, and this is what simply we are doing here. Once this is done, then we are simply storing this one in our DB. Okay, so this is the whole process. Now what you're going to do, first you're going to test this process, that whether actually image upload is working or not. So I'm just going to download some dummy image and let's test this one, and then we are going to create the next route, which will be to fetch all the attachment. So let's do this one in the next part. All right, so now we are going to test this one, but before that we also need to go to our API gateway, go to our role-based access control rules, and then I'm going to create one more. Okay, so copy this, paste it here. So this will be a post request. So here we are going to have /task, and this will be task id /attachments. Okay, and who can upload? Both user and admin. So save this. So now I think let's see whether it is running or not. Okay, here I think we have, okay, this is running. So I think now what are you going to do, right? So let's test this one. So let's go here and I'll copy this. Oh, again, see, I'll do these mistakes, right? I think maybe some of you also know what I'm talking about. We need to create the proxy, right? Or else how it will work. So let's create the proxy also. So I'm just going to do app.use, and for this one, what are you going to do, right? Maybe let's do one thing, because for both, right, we are using /task. So we're going to create two proxy. Okay, so here I'm just going to make some change. So I'm just going to do task proxy, and this is going to be this create proxy middleware. So here we're going to use this task service URL, change origin and path, rewrite this part. So you can copy this and then paste it here. Okay, and then similarly I'm just going to create one for media proxy. So here I'm simply going to do create proxy middleware, and here I'm simply going to do target. So let's go to the top, copy this, and now what we are going to do, right, so we're going to have a media service URL in our env, remember. So if you go to the env, right, so we have this media service URL, and this is what we are going to use. So I'm simply going to do media service URL, or else this will be 3003, and now we are going to just use this. So I'll do media service URL, change origin will be true, and here also we're going to do path rewrite. So this will be path, and here we're simply going to do /tasks, and then we're going to pass the path here, so that we don't have to do two times. So now what you can do, right, you can simply remove this task one from here, and then I'm simply going to do app.use, and then I'll do /tasks. Here we're going to give our gateway auth. Now we're going to simply do request response next, and I'm simply going to do if request dot path dot includes /attachments. So I'm simply going to do return media proxy, and you pass the request response and next. If this is not the case, you're going to return the task proxy, and you're going to return request response and next. That's it. So now we can save this. So it's going to do both the work. So just you can verify also, right? So if I go to, let's say, this task, let's create one task, right? So if I try to create, see, it's created. Or maybe let's do a fourth task, or let's do new task added. So send this one. So it's created, and if I go here and let's see, if I go to tasks, new task added, this is coming, right? So now let's say I wanted to add a new attachment. Okay, so I'll copy this, go here, this will be a post, and then we are going to do what? We are going to pass an ID here. So here now if I go to post, maybe let's set this ID I need, this one. Okay, so this is the new one that I have created. So here now I'll go here, and then I'll do this, and then what we have to do, we have to do attachments, right? This is what we are using, and then I try to send. So we have invalid token, which is correct. So now let's try to log in, and then I'm simply going to copy this, go here, go to headers. So here I'm simply going to do authorization, and we'll do bearer, paste this one, and we have to go to body, right? We have a form data, and this is where you're going to use the key. So this key will be your image. This is what we are using, and here we are going to do this one, file, and then we are going to select a file. So I just uploaded some, right? So maybe this one, let's do. So I'm just going to select this, and let's try to send. Okay, we're getting forbidden, success false. So let's check here what we're getting. Okay, something is wrong. That means so something we are doing wrong. So let's check one by one. So media service URL, okay, this is correct. I think it's not coming from here, it's coming from here. I think if role is not equal to admin, if the task dot created by is okay, let's do one thing. I think maybe we done some mistake. So in the login, so it's a John login, and let's do one thing. Okay, I got it. So while creating this one, I think we are using the token of a different user. I think that's why it's coming. So maybe let's do one thing. I'm just going to use let's do Sangam, okay, and then create login first. I'll get the token, copy this. I think that is correct also, because that is the logic we have written. We'll go to headers, change this, and then I'm simply going to go to body, and I'll do task added by user Sangam. Send this. So if I just refresh this, we are getting this. Now I'll copy this, go to here, change this to this ID, and also have to change the token. So I'll go to login, get the token, and then we are going to change this token here, and then try to send. That's it. So that means previously it was correct only. So see, you notice that part, that I think what we have done, right? So the task created by a different user, but the different user tried to upload the attachment, so you got forbidden. So that means that is expected, and yet this is working fine. So you can see that you're getting the image URL, and if you go to this link, so this is just now we have uploaded, and if I go to storage, task attachments, support tasks, and this is your image. You can also download from here. And now if I go to my tables, and let's go to the attachments. So we'll go to attachment, and that's it. So you have a new one added, ID. This is the task ID. So if we go to task, and we'll see that this ID and this ID, this will be match. This is image URL. This is a public ID, which is unique ID that we'll use to delete. If we want to delete, uploaded by and created it. Fantastic. So that means this is working absolutely fine. Okay, and that was expected, because if some user created a task and a different user tried to upload, I think we have added that logic, right? This logic, and this is working absolutely fine. So with this, the first logic is completed, which is upload. So now what will be the next part? Next will be, we're going to implement the list. So we're going to fetch the list of attachments. So let's do this one in the next part. All right, so now we are going to fetch the list of attachments, right? So let's close this. So first we'll start with media repository. So we'll create one more here. So I'm simply going to do export async function, and then we are going to do list by what are you going to do? Maybe list by ticket. Task ID, and here we're going to get the task ID, which will be string, and we're going to return a promise of attachment, and this will be array. So now here what we're going to do, we'll do some simply we'll do const result. So this will be equal to await get pull, then we'll do query, and here we're going to pass the attachment. So simply we are going to do that. Okay, so this will be select ID task underscore ID. Let's get the image URL. Let's also get the public ID, and then we are also going to get the uploaded by, and also last we have created underscore at, and here we are going to do from, and what is the table name? So table name is I think attachments. So copy this, and then we are simply going to do where the task ID is equal to 1, and then let's do the order by, and I'm simply going to do order by of this. Sorry, let's take it from here, created at, and this I'm just going to do descending, and here what you have to pass, you have to pass this task ID. That's it. And then what you can do, right, you can simply return the result dot rows. So this is going to give you the list of attachment for a particular task. So this is done. So next we will go to our controller, and let's create one more here. So let's do, so I'll do export async function, and we're simply going to do list attachments. So I'll do request, let's do response, and let's do next, and we are going to do try catch. So let's do little fast now. I think these things we have done already multiple times, and here we are simply going to first do what we are going to get two things. So first I'll do require identity, pass the request, and we'll get the user ID and also we'll get the role. So first we'll do const task ID. So how we are going to get the task ID? Again same thing, you're going to get from your params. And now we are simply going to do const extract attachments. So this will be avid. So we're going to use attachment service, and then we're going to create the service. Okay, so let's go here and let's create one more. So I'm simply going to do export async function, and here I'm simply going to do list attachments. So first of all I need the task ID, that for which task I wanted to see. Let's say so you have one particular task and then you have 10 attachments, so you need to get the task ID, correct? Next what you need, we also need the user ID, which also will be string, and also you need the role, which also will be string. So what we are going to do, first I'm simply going to give that condition. We have that assert task access. Remember that whether these particular user actually have the access or not. So we're going to pass the task ID, user ID, and also we're going to pass the role. And then I'm simply going to do rows, and this will be avid. And now we are going to create this list by task ID, this one, right? So we're going to use this one. So we'll do attachment repo dot list by task ID, and you're going to pass the task ID here. And then what are you going to do? So what this is going to return? Rows, right? List of rows. So you're going to return rows dot map, and here we are simply going to pass convert to media attachment. So I think this is done. So now this media service we are going to use in our media controller. So here I'm going to do dot, and I'll do list attachment. And what are the things we need to pass? We need to pass the task ID, user ID, and role. So I'll do task ID, user ID, and role. I think this is done. And then you're simply going to do success, pass the res, and here I'm going to pass extract attachments. So save this. So I think this is done. So next step will be we are going to add the the routes. So we'll go here, and here I'm simply going to do router dot get. So this also will be dynamic. So we're going to get the task ID / attachments, and here we are simply going to do attachment controller dot list attachments. Okay, so now let's save this. Again, this is not yet completed because we need to actually add the rule here. So I'm just simply going to copy this, and here we are going to, this will be get, and now we are simply going to do path. So this will remain same, and roles will be both user and admin. So now let's save this. So let's go here, and then I'm simply going to copy this one. So this will be ID. So let's say this ID, oh sorry, here we need to pass the task ID, correct? So I think we are using the task ID only. Okay, so let's try to send. So getting the auth token is missing, so let's copy this, and here I'm simply going to go to headers. Let's add this one, paste it, and try to send, and you're getting the attachment here. Okay, so you'll be getting the list of attachment. You can also change this one to list of attachments or only attachments, whatever it is, fine, but you're getting the result here. Okay, now this is another CRUD kind of logic, like we are just fetching the list, but still we have to do it. Now here if you want, you can also implement the delete, but when you are going to do delete, the main thing you have to make sure that if you're deleting something, you also need to delete from your object storage, and then you're going to delete from your DB. So it's not like that you are only going to delete this one from your DB. It doesn't work like that. And this part also I've explained in my part 1 video. So there I have clearly explained that how you're going to delete. Okay, so that's all about the media service. So with this, how many things we have completed? API gateway, auth service, media service, task service. Almost most of the things are completed. Now we are going to start with our we are going to start with our workflow service. We are going to implement Kafka, but before that I'm going to add my Kafka prerequisite video in the next section, which is absolutely mandatory. Please do not skip that part. Okay, so in the next part, I think it's only 1.5 hours. If you know Kafka, it's fine, and then you can't come and then comment it down that I'm going very fast. It doesn't work like that. These videos are very complex. Okay, this is not a simple video that it's going to go forever. If I do a 30 hours video, still it will not be enough. Okay, so you watch this particular section 1.5 hours and then you move to the practical part. Okay, so this is a mandatory. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. So in this particular video, you are going to learn each and everything that you need to know to start your journey with Kafka. I think you have already seen the image in the intro that this is a mandatory prerequisite video for the upcoming Node.js Microservices course that I'm going to upload for free on this channel. So let's see what are the things that we are going to cover in this particular video. Now this is divided into 4 sections. Okay, so first we will start with understanding the normal REST API problems that we usually have. So for example, the concept of tight coupling, slow services, failure chain and blocking calls. Then we'll move to the next one, which will be queues, that why actually you need queues, but at the same time why the basic queues are not enough, that why we need something called Kafka. Okay, so you are going to understand the concept of queues, consumer fan out issue and the replay issue. And then we'll move to the next one, which will be our basic Kafka model. So you're going to understand the Kafka mental model, that Kafka is not just a normal queue, how Kafka store events in a durable log, how producer write events to Kafka and consumer is going to read the events from Kafka. And then we'll move to the next section, which will be our actual conceptual section, where you're going to understand all the core Kafka concepts. For example, topics, partitions, offsets, ordering, the actual flow, that how the flow works from producers to Kafka, and from Kafka how the flow flows to your consumers. Okay, and then at the end we are going to end this particular video with a practical section. So we are going to create a Node.js project, and whatever we have learned so far in the conceptual section, we will be actually practically implement all of this. So I'm pretty much sure you are going to learn a lot of things. I've added the source code in the description so you can download for free. So now let's get started and good luck. Alright everyone, so now let's get started. See, as I already mentioned in the intro, that this is a mandatory prerequisite video for the upcoming Node.js Microservices video that I'm going to upload. Now, if you're really interested in learning microservices, I will highly recommend do not skip even single minute of this particular video, because I think many of you already are very much interested in learning Kafka, and this is one of the, I will say, like little tricky subject to understand. So I'll try my best to explain each and every concept very simple way, and that is the reason what I've decided, right, instead of just learning the concept generally, what we are going to do, so I've taken this order service as a practical example, and using this particular project we are going to understand each and everything. Okay, so this will be a very important video. I normally don't mention all these things in my other videos, but I will highly suggest, it's around 1 hour of this particular video, and it will not take much time to complete. So please try to complete this particular video. Okay, so first of all, what I've decided, right, so we will divide this particular video into 2 main sections. So one will be conceptual section and one will be a little bit of practical section. But although in the practical we will not be able to cover each and everything, because until unless we are going to build a real microservices project that we are going to do in the next month, and we'll see that whatever you are going to learn from this particular video, it will be very much easier for you to apply all those concepts in that project. But still I'm going to give you some very basic code example, but the main part of this video will be the concept. Okay, because until unless you understand that what actually Kafka is and why we need Kafka, there is no point of implementing a complicated Node.js microservices project. And you will 100% agree with me that what I'm trying to say here. So the concept section I've divided into 3 main sections. Okay, so first we have to understand that what is the problem that we have with synchronous REST chains. Second, although we have something called queues, but why queues are not enough, and why actually we need Kafka. So these will be 3 main sections. Okay, so in the first section, what we have to understand that what is the main problem that we have with synchronous REST chains, and what actually that concept means. Before that, also what I've done, right, I created one blank folder. You can see that, because in this particular video, normally in all my videos, I think you have noticed that I started with practical, but this one will be little more conceptual and it makes sense. So what I'm going to do, right, each and every file I'm going to create here, and then we are going to write all the concept, and at the same time we will be actually seeing those particular concept with this flowchart, and you'll see that how much easier it will be for you to understand. So first let's start with creating first file, which will be I will highly recommend, I'm seriously telling all of you, try to write all of this in a notepad or whatever you follow. Maybe if you're do a handwriting, that also much better, but try to write all these concepts, especially the key points. So first we are going to do what is the problem that we have with sync REST chains, and you'll see that you will not find this kind of explanation on YouTube, I can guarantee. Okay, and here why concepts are much more important than doing the practical doing the implementation or a particular project, because that doesn't make any sense. Okay, that absolutely makes zero sense if you don't know what actually Kafka is. So this will be the first thing we have to know. Okay, before we'll understand what actually Kafka, you have to understand, okay, from where this that issue is coming. So first, see, we have something called synchronous REST chains, right? What actually synchronous REST chain means? Now you see this particular flow. Okay, so this will be our main flow. So we have our user is placing an order. Okay, this can be any order, and also this can be any service. It don't have to be only ordered service, it can be anything. Okay, it doesn't make any sense. So user is placing one particular order, and here what we are doing, like, we're just doing a direct calls here. Okay, we are doing direct calls to all our downstream REST API calls that we usually do, and then at the end we are going to return the response back to our user. Maybe we are just rendering something in the UI, whatever it is. So this is our normal flow. Now here, what problem that we usually have when we have something called synchronous REST chains. Okay, so first of all you have to understand what actually synchronous REST chain means. When you have one service, okay, and this service directly calls multiple other services during the same request. Now this is important, during the same user request, so this will be what actually the definition of synchronous REST chain means. So now let's understand that particular one, right? That user is placing order. Okay, now user is placing order, and let's give this one name as order service, something like this. So I'm just going to give this one as order service. This order service is going to do what? It's going to receive the request, and now what it's going to do, right? Let's say we have some different services. First one, we have a notification service here. So this is our notification service. Second, we have our analytics service, and let's say we have a inventory service. So in this particular flow, what will happen, right? Once the order service is going to receive the request, it's going to immediately calls these three services. So let's say notification service, I'm going to write as short as noti. So I'll do notification service is going to do what? It's going to send an email to the user, right? That okay, the order is now placed. There is an analytical service. This analytical service is going to do what? This is going to, let's say, track your order. So it's going to track the order. And then you have an inventory service, and this inventory service is going to do what? It's going to, maybe let's say, to update the stock or whatever it's going to do. Okay, now in this case there is a huge problem. Now first of all, this looks very simple. Okay, this is going to work, but there is the main problem, that is the tight coupling. Now what actually tight coupling means? Now in this case, when user is going to actually place this particular order, this order service, okay, so this is very important, this order service needs to know that, okay, which services I need to call once the order is placed. You're getting? So this order service now needs to know, okay, now I need to send a notification, I need to call the notification service to send the email. I also need to call this analytics service to track the order. I also need to call the inventory service to update the order stock. Okay, now in this case, this can be a huge problem. Why? This order service now needs to know your notification service API URL. Second, it also needs to know your analytics service API URL. It also needs to know your inventory service API URL, right? It also needs to know request format for each service. Why? Because maybe in this notification service you are sending you need two properties maybe in the API payload, but for analytics service that can be 10. Right? For this inventory service that can be more. So that means this particular order service now needs to know each and every request format for every other service. Second, failure handling, because failure can happen. It also need to do the failure handling, also retry. Now this is a huge problem. Why? Now second thing, what will happen, right? Now consider this one service, maybe I'm just going to take this notice service as a example, that this service actually suddenly slows down. So when it's going to slows down, what will happen? It's going to slows down the full request. Now you have to think all of these, right? That why we have something called queue. Now once you'll understand that okay, this is the problem with REST synchronous REST chains, then you will understand okay, now that is the reason we have queues. Then once you'll understand okay, this is the problem with queues, then you will understand okay, that is the reason we have Kafka. Okay, so this is the problem that Kafka is going to resolve. Now second, there can be, now consider this analytics service. Now this analytics service is taking more than 3 seconds to complete. It's possible, right? It's not impossible. So in that case, the user who is placing the order, that user needs to wait. Why? Even though this analytics service is not needed to complete the order, but still the user needs to wait because this is happening in a synchronous way. There can be one more problem. So this is the problem with when one service slows down, okay? Or maybe there is one service which is taking a lot of time. One huge problem can happen. Let's say there is a one failed service. Consider this, once the user placed the order, this notification service failed. That means this service failed. So in that case, the order will not fail. Okay, so order will be created. Email you can send later. But when we are doing all of this in a synchronous chain, what will happen, right? This order service has to decide that when to do, when each service, sorry, not when to do, what to do when each service is going to fail. So what I'm trying to say, right, I'm just going to give you a very simple way. You can write it like this. So I'll do ts, and then I'm just going to do, okay, this will be my try, okay, and then I'm just going to do await. Now in this case, I'm doing a create order, right, or maybe whatever payload you want to pass. Once this create order is done, now it needs to do what? It is going to notify the user, correct? So this will be your order data. Let's give this one as order data. Then again, it needs to do what? It's going to update the analytics. So it's going to update the analytics. It's also going to do what? It's going to also update the inventory. So we'll update inventory. So all this will happen, right? So, and this is a huge problem. And also most people will not understand, but these also can create messy code. So this is also very much difficult to understand. Now one more very important problem with this particular method have, I'm not sure if you can guess it or you can pause it, that will be when we are going to add a new service. So let's say now there is a requirement and I need to add a new service. So adding a new service can be problematic. Okay, I don't know if the spelling is wrong, but that's fine. So adding a new service can be problematic. Why? Because in that case you also need to change your existing service code. Consider maybe, let's say I wanted to add a recommendation service, right, once the order is placed. In that case, you again needs to modify your order service. You have to do it, okay? So these all the problem this particular synchronous REST chain method will have. Now in that case, how we are going to solve this particular problem? So how we have to solve this, right? This is what you have to understand. In that case, let's say you don't know about queues or you don't know something called Kafka is present. You have to understand in this way, okay, when I'm going to do this particular implementation, this order service, which is the main service that user is placing the order, this order service should not care about who needs the order event. And if you think this one carefully, this is going to solve some of your problem, okay? So order service task will be only to say that, okay, order is placed, but it doesn't care about that who needs this particular order event. You can have 10 different services, right? You are getting what I'm trying to say. So this will be one output that we understand that, okay, now we have to understand how we are going to solve this, right? But for now, you have to understand whatever we have done so far, whether this is clear or not, right? That when we are going to have synchronous way of REST chains, let's say user is placing an order, this order service now is responsible to communicate with all the other services, and in that case all these issues can occur. So this will be the first concept that I wanted to cover, right, instead of directly jumping to Kafka. Now I hope that this is clear, right? Now what you're going to do, right, in the next part we have to understand, okay, if this is a problem, then what queues are going to solve. But at the same time why queues are not enough, means why we need something called Kafka. So let's understand this one in the next part. Alright, so now let's understand the next one, which will be that why we need queues, but why at the same time queues are not enough. Okay, both are very important. So first let's create one more file. I'm just going to do this one as let's do something like queues. Okay, now this particular problem we have already discussed in details, right? Now we have to understand that what actually queues are going to resolve. Okay, so first you have to understand that when we have something called queue is nothing but, so I usually mention this one as or explain this one as a buffer between services. Okay, so what I mean by this, now remember we have this order service in the previous section, right? This order service, instead of calling these other services directly, what it's going to do, it's going to publish a message to a queue. Now this is the important part. So what it is doing, instead of directly interacting with these services, queues are going to do what? So let me just take this. So you have your order service, correct? So it is going to publish one message to your queue, and this your service, the other service that previously we are doing what, we are interacting directly. So this is what we are not going to do now. So order service is going to publish one message to a queue, and then this notification service is going to consume this particular message from that queue, right? You're getting what we are doing here. And this is a completely different method that we are doing. So here we are doing a direct call, right? Here we are doing the call, not call, but we are interacting via queue. And now these improve this situation much better. Why? Now in this case, your order service, right, you have to write all this, because these can be interview questions also, right, if you're giving any backend interview questions. So this order service does not wait for the notification service, okay, to finish sending the email, because at the end your notification service is going to send the email. Now if you think this makes sense, that if notification service is responsible for sending the email, why order service needs to wait, right? It don't have to wait. So that is the reason this queue is going to help here. I hope this is clear. Now the code will be something like, let's say, let's take a JSON here. Okay, so it will be something like this. Maybe you have your event here. Maybe I'm just going to take an event type, and you will give an event name here, maybe something like order placed, and then you can give all your payload, something like orders need a order ID. Now in this case you can give like maybe whatever, some value, and then it also will have a user ID, right? And then whatever else you wanted to take here. So this will be your payload, and when this will be created, once the order is placed. So once the order is placed, it is going to create this particular event. What order service is going to do? Order service is going to put this particular message into the queue. Okay, so order service puts this message into the queue, as simple as that. And then your notification service is going to consume it, and it's going to do its job. Do its job means sends the email. I hope this is clear. Now one thing is very important, although let's discuss this one also, that why queues are better than the previous method, means synchronous resistance. Now these can be also your interview questions. Even though you are giving interview for Kafka related interview, right, they can ask you that what is the problem with normal sync REST chains, then why we need something called queues, and then they can ask you, okay, first give me that why queues are better than direct REST chains. See, first of all will be, let's say you have a producer, you have a consumer, right? In this case, your producer order service don't have to wait for the consumer. So that will be the biggest advantage, right? You can note it down, that producer don't have to wait for the consumer. Order service can create the order and return the result, and then notification service is going to consume that particular event from your from that event, sorry, not from the event, from that queue, and then it's going to consume that event, and it's going to do its job, means it's going to send the email. Here second advantage, big advantage will be system is lightly less tightly, not lightly, less tightly coupled. Now this is also very important. Okay, now they can ask you again the same answer you have to give, right? So if they are asking, okay, what do you mean by less tightly coupled? So less tightly coupled means it don't depend too much. So order service don't have to call the notification service directly. Here order service is not calling this service directly, right? Order service is puts the message to the queue. Notification service is going to consume it from your queue. So in that case the system will be less lightly coupled. But still we have some problem, and this is where you have to understand, okay, why we have something called Kafka. So first problem is when you have multiple services. Now this is very important. Okay, now when you have multiple services, right, in that case many services may need the same message. Now what I mean by this, now let's say you have, let's understand from here on, I think it will be easier. So in this case your order service, you're going to publish this on once to your queue, and this is going to process by one consumer, right? You have one consumer notification service. Now in that case, when you have multiple services, for example, notification service is responsible for sending the email, analytics service is responsible for tracking the, maybe let's say, revenue or whatever it's going to do. Then you have inventory service is going to reserve or update your stock. This is going to update your user preference, and then it also going to do something else. Maybe it's going to check your suspicious orders. So in that case, what is happening, right? Many services need the same message. Now when you have a simple queue, right, when a simple queue is going to send the message to one consumer, that is not enough. Why? Because this order event, that whatever we have created, this particular order event that we have created, right, these should be independently consumed by other services also. So this is the first problem. Second is, it is very much possible, and I think it also makes sense, that you need multiple queues. Okay, why? Because for example, let's say you have your order service, and then you created a notification queue, and that notification queue is consumed by the notification service. So something like this, you have order service, I'm writing in short, order service for OS, order service, then you have a notification queue, and this is consumed by notification service. You have order service, you have created one analytics queue, and it is consumed by analytics service. You have order service, then you created an inventory queue, and it is consumed by inventory service. You're getting what I'm talking about, because this also makes sense. Maybe let's say you only wanted to have one queue that is related to your inventory service, but this is going to create more infra, it's going to create more complexity. Okay, so this is another problem. Third, very important, what will happen, right, in queues, whatever messages that we have that usually removed after processing. Now this is extremely important concept. What will happen, right, when you have something called queue, let's say we already consumed the message. Okay, the message is already consumed, so in that case what will happen, right, this message usually removed from the queue. So this usually happens. You can also just read it on Google and other places. Now this is actually fine, right? When you're creating something called background jobs, this is actually fine, this is normal, you can do that. But when you are doing something called event processing, right, this is a problem. Why? Now if you can pause and let's say try to understand that why actually this is a problem, and I'm going to give you a very logical explanation here. Consider that after some days, or maybe whenever we created a new service, something called analytics service, I'm just giving an example, okay, that you created a new service which is an analytics service. What this service needs to do, this is going to process the orders from the last 7 days. Now if your messages are removed, so how you're going to do that? Means how this new service is going to consume those old messages. It is not going to get it, right? So you're getting what we are talking about, that messages, if the messages usually gets removed after processing and you introduce a new service, so in that case you will not be able to process those orders from the last 7 days. So these all can be very problematic, and this is where we have something called Kafka. Now that is the reason I mentioned that I'm going to explain some time to explain all of this. Now I think this part we've already discussed, right, that how the flow works. Why this is important? Because once I will start this Kafka, right, these will be little tricky because there can be some new terms that you are going to understand. Okay, so here again, just repeat, I'm going to repeat one thing, that this is much better than the synchronous response, whatever method that we have created, right? It's going to publish one message to your queue, it's going to consume by other service, but the problem will come when you have multiple services. So in that case, if you have one consumer, there is a possibility that this same message can be consumed by the other services also. So these all are the problem with queues. So now let's move to the next one. So we are going to understand what is Kafka, the mental model, and some of the very basic things, because there are, once we'll complete this particular section, then we are going to move to each and every concept, and then we are going to understand the other things. For example, we have something called topics, we have partitions, we have offsets, producer, consumer. So there are a lot of things. So let's move on to the next one and understand first that why we need Kafka and what problem it's going to resolve and what are the advantages of using Kafka. Okay, so now it's time to understand what Kafka is. Okay, so let's create one more file here. So I'm just going to give this one as Kafka mental, let's do mental model .md. Okay, so first of all you have to understand the definition, right? So Kafka is nothing but it's distributed event streaming platform. Now this I just took from here. You can see that this is a open source distributed event streaming platform used to collect, process, store, analyze real-time data at massive scale. Okay, so now why this definition is important? Because you have to understand all these terms, right? So this will be distributed event streaming platform, right? Now here one thing you have to understand, which is actually very important, and that is that this is actually not just a queue. So Kafka is not a queue. Okay, what actually queues does, so queue is focuses on giving work to a consumer only, but on the other side what Kafka is going to do, right, it's going to focus on storing. So you can just note it down, storing a stream of events so many consumers can read it independently. Okay, so this will be a proper definition. So it's going to store a stream of events so that many consumers can read that those events independently. Right, now let's take the same example, that when we have our user place an order, so this order service, so once the order is created, this is going to write an event to Kafka. Now this is the first time we introduce Kafka, so this order service is going to write a particular event to Kafka. Again, this is also same payload. So let's say we'll take a JSON, and here what we are going to have, so this is going to have a, let me just take from here, so it's also going to have an event type, right? So it's going to have event type, your order ID, user ID, let's say you also have your amount and other properties, whatever. Okay, blah blah. So here I'll just give some value. Now what Kafka is going to do, right, this Kafka is going to store this event in a topic. Now this is where we are going to understand is each and every concept later, not now, but just understand all these terms. So this is the first term that we will learn. Okay, we have something called topic. Then what will happen, right, we have already discussed the problem with multiple services, right? But this is the place where we don't have that problem. Why? Because now even though if you have multiple services, they can read, so I'll just do multiple services can read the same event. So once they will read the same event, so now notification service can send your email, analytics service update the analytics or reports, inventory service is going to update your inventory, all this, right? Now here when Kafka is going to write that event, it's going to only write that event once. So now let's go here and understand this. So you can see that what we have, right? So now you have your order service. This order service is going to write one event, write event once. Okay, this is important. This is your Kafka topic and this is your order placed event just now you have created. So this is the event, it is created, and then you have all your consumers here. So notification service is your consumer. Why this is called consumer? Because these services consuming something, right? Once user is doing action, user is going to place order, this order service or producer, try to understand in a simpler way. It's going to create one event. This event is going to added where in a Kafka topic, right? So this will be your order related events. Now many services or all your consumer can read that event independently. Okay, so here what this is going to do, right, or what Kafka is actually doing, this is writing the event once, but this is writing as an event log. So writing as an event log. So what I mean by this, so now let's say we have order.placed. This is our topic, right? So this is, we have order.place a topic. Then we have something called concept of offset. Now you don't know what actually offset is, that is fine, we are going to discuss later, but just understand this. So you have offset 0, this is going to have your order 1 placed, then you have your offset 1, and this will be your order 2 placed, then you have your offset 3, sorry, this will be offset 1, this will be offset 2, and this will be your order 3 placed, right? Now this is how it's going to write that event log. Okay, now as I already mentioned that when it's going to consume that event, consumers is not going to remove those messages from Kafka, and that is one more problem that we have discussed. So you can just write it down. So consumers do not remove messages from Kafka. Okay, now see, for me also it's very difficult to teach to all of you. Why? Because when I'm teaching, right, maybe I know very like different terms, some advanced concept and everything, but teaching to someone, right, maybe let's see if you are a beginner, it's very tricky. And also when we are teaching something like Kafka, Kubernetes, all those topics can be very complicated. Okay, I don't care if someone is telling you, okay, Kafka is easy to understand and Kubernetes is a very simple topic. It's actually not. Okay, these things need too much conceptual knowledge and so many practices, then only you'll be able to understand these things properly. Okay, till now also, even though I have done some practical project and professional experience, still there are a lot of things that I find very much difficult in understanding, especially Kafka, Kubernetes, all those things, right? These topics are very complicated. So here, as I already mentioned, that consumers do not remove messages from Kafka. What this is going to do, right, instead of that, each consumer, this is also a very important concept, is going to tracks its own position. So this also we are going to discuss what actually position is. Okay, and this position is nothing but own position, and this position, the position that is going to track, called offset. Okay, so every consumer is going to have one particular position, and that position that particular consumer is going to track, and that position we called as offset. Now very important interview questions that, okay, then tell me what are the advantages or why Kafka is very powerful. The first of all is event are stored, right? I already mentioned that Kafka is going to store your messages for a configured retention period. Configured means you can give your configuration, okay, this is the time I want the retention period. So for that time Kafka is going to store those messages. Okay, now second, multiple services can read from the same event. I think this part we have already discussed, right? You have multiple services that can read from the same event. Okay, let's understand this one also, right? So you have, see, you have your Kafka topic, you have offset 1, this is where order 1 is placed. This consumer 1 is going to read from offset 1, then you have consumer 2, it's going to read from offset 2. So, offset 2. Now these all are the position, right? This is the concept that we have discussed. Each consumer track its own position, and that we called as offset. Now you see, this is clear, right? So this consumer B is tracking the position of this offset 2, and it's going to read from the offset 2, sorry, not offset 2, man, this is going to offset 1. This is where order 2 is placed. Similarly, if you have a new consumer added, it's going to, or it can replay from the old event also. Okay, so now let's move back. So why it is powerful, right? So I'm just going to write all these points. So first of all, events are stored. Second will be multiple services can read same event. When we are talking about multiple services can read same event, means the event that you have created, order placed, that can be consumed by different services, right? Very important, extremely important concept, that when we have services, let's say we have analytics service, and analytics service was down for 10 minutes. Now what will happen, right? Once this particular service is up, Kafka can still keep those events. Now this is extremely powerful. So now let's say, first let's write this. So services can catch up after downtime maybe. So now consider that you have your analytics service, and an analytics service was down for 10 minutes or 20 minutes, it's fine. In this case, what will happen, right? Kafka can still keep the events. Now once your analytics service is up again, so in that case Kafka can continue from where it stopped. Now I can pause the video and you can think that how much powerful this is, right? Consider your one particular service was down, Kafka is actually still keeping all the events. Once this is up, it will continue from the same place where it stopped. Okay, now this is also very important. One more advantage is that I already mentioned, right, that new services, or sorry, new consumers or new services can replay the old events. So consider that you added a new service, something called a fraud service. Okay, these service can read your old order events also. So these can read your old order related events also. This is also very, very important. And this is the place in Kafka your producer and the consumer are decoupled. Means there is no direct connection. Means your order service doesn't need to know which services consume those order events. Okay, when you're going to introduce new services, those services can subscribe later without changing the producer code. So what I mean by without changing the producer code means you don't have to change anything in your order service. This is also extremely powerful, right? So in this case, your producer and consumer are completely decoupled, right? So here order service don't have to know that, okay, which consumer are going to consume those events. So now let's understand one more here, right? I created. So let's understand these ones. So in queue model, you have your producer. Producer is going to do what? It's going to put messages in your queue, and then you have your one consumer. Once the consumer consume that message, and that message gets removed. Now this is how normal flow works. In Kafka, you have your Kafka topic, right? This is the first concept. Then you have all your consumers. So all your consumers can consume those events independently. That is important. And then events are actually retained. Okay, now let's say in future you add a new service, so those service can read your old events also. So these will be a proper definition between your queue model and your Kafka model. I hope this is clear. So with this, now you understand that, okay, what is the problem with normal synchronous REST chains, why we need queues, and what are the disadvantages of using queues, right? Means why actually we have Kafka. And now we understand what is the mental model, or how actually Kafka works, and what are the advantages. So with this, now what we're going to do, right, we'll start understanding each and every concept from the next section. And these all sections, all the sections or all the concepts that we are going to cover will be very, very helpful. So now with this, now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so let's start with the first concept, which will be what? Topics, right? Although we have already discussed the topics, but still we have to understand in details. So first, what actually topic is, right? So Kafka topic is nothing but named stream of events. Okay, now as I already mentioned in the title, right, that this is for Node.js developers, so I'll try to compare or give some example related to Node.js, so it will be easy, right? Consider that, let's say you already know Node.js, right? The easiest comparison for this particular concept will be that you have your database table, right? And your database table do what? It's going to store your rows, right? It store rows. Similarly, Kafka topic is going to do what? It is going to store events. Very, very simple. That's it. Okay, but here you have to understand that topic is not a table. Okay, this is also very important, or else you'll think that, okay, Sangam is telling that, okay, topic, but topic is not a table. So it's not a table that you are going to query just like you will do for your DB, right? That you can query random rows. No, you can't do that. In this case, the definition will be topic is like a closer to a event feed. Okay, it's like a continuous event feed. So this is also very important. Although given the example that just like your database you can store rows, but in database you can query the rows, right? Random rows. In Kafka topic, it store events, but it's not a table. Okay, the example topic name will be, let's say you are doing some order related task, so you'll give a name as order placed. You are doing a payment related task, you are doing payment completed or not, or payment rejected. I'm just giving example. Okay, then you are doing maybe user registered or not, user registered. All these things are very important, because this is the concept that we are going to apply in our Node.js Microservices project. Okay, now first of all, what problem is this particular topic is going to resolve? Now we already discussed in this previous part, right, that when we are using order service, sorry, when user is placing the order, let me put it in a better way. So when user is placing the order, so order service had to directly call multiple services, right? This is the problem that we have discussed. But in Kafka, when we have this order service, it don't have to call each service directly. It's going to write one event into one topic. So Kafka writes one event into one topic. Now in this case, maybe let's say topic is order dot list, right? Now the other services can read that order independently, and I'm not writing the same thing again. Why? Because this thing we have already discussed here. So if you go here, right, try to understand this topic. So first you have here what? Order service. You're going to publish only once. This is the event, order placed event. This will be right into your Kafka topic, and then whatever consumers you have, this is the same diagram that we've discussed, right? So that's not repeating, or else it will be repetitive. Then this Kafka topic, your consumer services can read or consume independently. Okay, so this will be the best definition. I hope this is clear, right? Now here one important part I wanted to mention, and that is that producers, okay, the producer is going to write that into a topic. Consumer is going to decide whether they want to read from the topic or not. So I'm just going to write here that producer task is, producer in this case will be your order service, right? So producer is going to do what? It's going to write into a topic, but the consumers, they are going to decide. I will just write in a simpler way. They're going to decide whether they will read from the topic or not. Okay, now this is much better than all the problems that we've discussed, right? So I think for this one, I think this will be more than enough. What are the things you have to understand if someone asks you that topic, Kafka topic is nothing but Kafka topic is stored the events. Okay, so your producer is going to write that event into a Kafka topic, and then your consumer services is going to read that from independently from that Kafka topic. As simple as that. Okay, but here the important part is the consumer is going to decide whether they are going to read it from or not. So this will be the definition or the concept of topics. So with that, now let's move to the next one, which will be partitions. Alright everyone, so now moving to the next one, which will be two concepts we are going to understand. The first one will be partitions, and then we are going to also understand what is offsets. Okay, and both are very important. So let's create one more file. Okay, so I'm just going to give this one as partitions. Alright, so let's understand the definition first, right? The concept. Now we already discussed that what actually topic is, right? So we already know this. Now when we are talking about what actually partition is, so you can consider like partition is nothing but it's like an ordered log inside a topic. Okay, so partitions will be a ordered log. Let's do this one as append only, ordered append only log inside a topic. So that means partitions will be inside a topic. Okay, now consider you have this topic, so order.placed. Okay, so let's understand in a simpler way. These can be divided into multiple partitions. So consider you have first partition, which is partition 0, and in this partition 0 we are actually handling these 4 events. Now you'll understand what actually we are talking about. Okay, then we have one more partition, which is partition 1, and this is handling these 3 events. And then you have partition 2, and this is handling this 1 event, or maybe let's say 5 events, right? So let's say I'll copy this, and then this is how it's going to handle. Okay, so you have partitions, that can be multiple partitions, and those partitions will be inside a certain topic. Why Kafka uses these partitions? So Kafka uses these partitions for scaling. Okay, Now let's understand why partitions exist in a detailed way. Consider this topic. Okay, so you already have this topic. Now when this topic will be created, so let's say user is placing a particular order, but at the same time you also have to consider that there is a possibility, if your website is having a lot of traffic, this particular topic, right, order.place, can receive lot of order events at the same time, right? So that means this order.placed can receive lot of order events. It's possible, right? Especially if you're having a B2C website. Now consider if this particular topic has only one partition, right? In that case, what the practical scenario will be. So let's say you have one consumer. That consumer instance needs to process all the events in order if you have only one partition. But you got it, right? Now this is simpler, but it's not scalable. What partition is going to do, right? It's going to allow Kafka to spread all the events across multiple logs. Okay, so I'm just going to repeat once again so you can note it down. So partitions allows Kafka to spread events across multiple logs, so multiple consumers can process or would process whatever you wanted to write all events in order. Okay, so these will be the best advantage that you can explain in your interview also, and this will be a proper example that okay, why actually you need partition. Now there is a possibility that I already mentioned that this order.placed is divided into 3 partitions. Now what Kafka can do, right? Kafka can place different order events into different partitions. Now what I mean by this, now consider we already have, so I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so I'll just copy this and let's remove this. Now partition 0, we have partition 1 and partition 2. Now these partition 0 can process order 1001. Just consider this partition also processing order 1004. These can process order 1005. At the same time, partition 1 is responsible for processing order 1002, or maybe let's say along with that 1003. You are getting? Now what will happen, right? So when consumer is going to consume it, so this consumer can split this particular work. One consumer can read the partition 0, okay, another one can read partition 1, another one can read partition 2. Now I think this is very, very clear, right, what we are talking about. Now this will be a proper example or concept of partitions. Okay, now let's write here, maybe this is order 0010 or blah blah, but at the end you have to understand that when you are talking about partitions, these partitions will be, you have to remember this ordered append only log inside a topic. A topic can have certain partitions, and each and every partition is actually responsible for handling certain events, and when consumer is going to consume that events, consumer can split the work based on different partitions. Okay, let's say you have 3 consumer. So consumer, as I already mentioned, that consumer 1 can read from partition 0, consumer 2 can read from partition 1, consumer 3 can read for partition 2. So now let's go here. You can see that I already created, this is very, very simpler example, right? So you have 3 partitions here, partition 0, 1 and 2, and this is actually processed in parallel. Okay, this is also very, very important. This is one of the advantage. And then these partitions, consumer 1 can read from partition 0, consumer 2 can read from partition 1, consumer 3 can read from partition 2. So I hope this is clear, right? So with this, now let's move on to the next one, which is another very important concept, what actually offsets are. All right, so moving to the next one, which will be, let's create one more, and this will be offsets. So now till this part we know what actually topic is, what is partitions. Now let's understand offsets. Now why we are doing in this particular order, you will understand in a minute. Okay, and this makes all the sense, and you will see that it will be much more easier for you to understand all these topics. We already understood what that partitions will be inside a certain topic, right? That can be multiple partitions, and then based on the partitions, consumer can actually consume from a certain partition. Now why I'm explaining in this way, so that in simpler way you'll understand, right? If I try to explain a very difficult term, it will be very difficult to understand all these concepts, because as I already mentioned, these concepts can be very, very tricky. Okay, so first of all, let's understand offset is, right? So offset will be the position. Now this is very, very important, the term position. Okay, so offset is the position of a message inside a partition. So that means now you understand, okay, you have your topic will have partitions, and then you have offsets inside partitions, not inside topic. So this will be the order. So you have your one topic, this topic is going to have the partitions, and then you have your offsets that will be inside partitions. But what actually offset is? Offset will be a message position inside a partition, right? Position of the message, position of a message inside a partition. So that means when we have every message, so let's say you have 10 messages, so every message in a particular gets an offset number. Okay, so now consider this. You have your topic order.placed, and this topic is going to have your partitions 0, partition 1, like this, right? So you have a partition 1 like this. Now inside partition, then you are going to have your offset. Now this offset is nothing but your position. So offset 0 is handling order 1001, offset 1 is handling order 1004, maybe offset 2 is handling your order 1007, and then you have offset 3, this handling your order 110, something like this, right? One thing you have to understand, they can ask you in an interview question also that whether we can consider offset as an event ID. Answer is no. So offset is not the event ID. This is very important. I'm repeating again and again. This is the message position. It's not an event ID, but it's actually the message position inside a partition, right? Now you might ask, okay, I'm very bad at spelling, man. Okay, partition. You might ask me that, okay, then why we need offsets, right? So first of all, you have to understand that what actually Kafka does, right? So Kafka, I already mentioned, that doesn't remove a particular message just because let's say one consumer already read it, right? It's not going to remove it. What Kafka is going to do, right? It's going to keep all the messages for a certain retention period, and in this case the consumer is going to track that how far it has read using offsets. So it will help. So now consider like this. You have your notification service. Now notification service can read up to offset 25. Your analytics service is already read till offset 12, and then you have your inventory service that read up until offset 30, right? Now here you notice one thing, that each service can be ended at a different position, right? Now let's understand one hypothetical situation, not hypothetical, but I think I will say in a better way, practical situation. Now there is a possibility that your analytics service goes down suddenly. You're getting what I'm talking about. Now in that case, your analytics service is consuming from order.place topic, right? And it already has processed till offset 12, and then it crashes suddenly. Now when this analytics service will be down, at the same time order service is going to do what? It's going to keep publishing the new events, right? It's not going to wait if it is down or not. But when analytics service comes back or it is up, in that case order service doesn't need to resend anything. Why? In that case Kafka will understand, okay, till offset 12 this already processed, so once this is up, I'm going to actually start or resuming the process from the next offset. So this is actually going to help you to track all these things. You're getting what I'm trying to explain here. So now if you go like this, right, so you have your, let's say this is your topic, something like this. You have your topic here, then you have your partitions. So this is your partition 0, then you have your partition 1, and inside partition you have offset 0, which is handling this order, offset 1, this is offset 2, and partition 1 having this offset 0, offset 1, offset 2, something like this. Okay, so this will be how the flow works. So you have your topic. Inside topic, what you have your partitions. Inside partitions you have your offsets, which is nothing but is actually message, sorry, it's actually the position of the messages or the events. Okay, so these will be the basic concept. What is topic, what is partitions, what is offsets. I think we have covered almost all the things. Two things we need to cover, which will be in the next part. One is what is producer, and one is that is consumer. So let's understand these two in the next part. Alright, so moving to the next one, which will be see, this one I think we have already discussed before. The term I think we already know, and that is producers. And also we are going to end this concept section with consumer. That will be in the next part, but let's understand this one. in simpler way. So first of all, producer is nothing but producer is an application that is responsible or that's going to send events or messages to Kafka, as simple as that. So you're going to have your producer and then you're going to have your consumer. In this case, whatever you have discussed so far, order service is our producer, as simple as that. So order service is the producer. So order service is actually responsible for sending the messages to the Kafka. When, let's say, user is placing any certain order, order service is going to send that event to a certain topic. I think this part we have already discussed. So it's something like this. So you have your order service and it's going to send the topic or send the messages or events to this order.placed topic. So now you have to understand that what is the actual responsibility of a producer. So first of all, it needs to know that which topic I need to send the event. For example, in this case, order service definitely needs to know that, okay, I need to send all the events, all the messages to this certain topic. Second, it needs to know what data I need to send, because your consumer doesn't know, right? You need to, your service or your producer has to be responsible for what data we have to send to that certain topic. And third will be what message key I need to use. So these three things will be responsible or responsibility for your producer, right? Whenever you're going to create producer or you're going to build producer, you need to understand, okay, these three things I need to know. So now in this case, for example, here let's take that our topic is order.placed, correct? And let's say we have our event data. I already mentioned, right? We need to send some data and that is our order details. Think like this. And then we have a message key, and this message key is our user ID, because this is unique. Let's think in that way. Here the producer, right, doesn't needs to know that which service is going to read this event, that I already mentioned. So that is the reason, that is the big advantage, right? Your producer and the consumer are decoupled. In this case, order service is directly not calling all the services, notification service, analytics service, inventory service, right? It only needs to send the event to the Kafka, and Kafka is going to handle the rest of the things. I hope this is clear, right? Now in this case, maybe let's do one thing. I'm just going to write one simple code. Okay, anyways, we're going to write the I'll write some simple code later, but let's understand this one, that you have your await, something like this, and you have your producer, and producer is going to send something here. Okay, and here you're going to have your topic. Think like this. You have your topic here, and then let's say it's sending some messages, right? So it's going to send some messages. Let's take array of object, and here you're going to have something called key. Okay, and let's take, because you're taking the user ID as key, maybe user.42, something like this, right? And then you're going to have your value, and in this case I'm just going to do json.stringify blah blah whatever, and then you're going to send the details here. Here, first of all, this topic is going to tell that where the event is sent. Second, key is very important, right? This is actually used, this key that we are going to use to understand that, okay, which partition we wanted to choose. Okay, and this value is the actual event data that I wanted to send, that your consumer is going to consume, right? Now this message key is actually very important, because this message key is going to help Kafka decide which partitions this particular message we need to send. If we have same key, so there is a rule, same key equal to same partition, something like this, right? So in this case, what is the key? User 42, right? So in this case, all the events with user 42 in this one will go to same partition, right? Now consider like this, that we have order placed event for user 42 is going to partition 1. In this case, order update for this user 42 key will also go to partition 1 only. Okay, I'm trying to explain in a simpler way. At the same time, let's say the user cancel the order, so in this case also user 42, this one will go to partition 1. That's it. Now let's understand this one with another simple example. Okay, so first of all, consider that user 42 placed the first order. So in that case, first of all, order service is going to do what? It's going to actually send this to the topic, which will be the order.placed, and then there will be key is user 42 because you're using the user ID as key, and then there will be the value which is the actual data, event data, right? So now in this case what will happen, so user 42, this one Kafka is going to check this particular key, and this one Kafka is going to send this particular message to a certain partition, and in this case consider this one partition 1. Next time when user 42 is going to place another order, so places another order, it's possible, right? You are ordering on Amazon or Flipkart, and there is a possibility that after some time, maybe let's say 1 month, you are going to place another order. So Kafka is going to do what? It's going to check, and then it's going to send to the same partition. Okay, send to the same partition, something like this, same partition 1. So now let's understand. So here you can see that you have your let's take this, you have your order service which is your producer, you have your Kafka topic, you have partition 0, and then you have key user 42 and key user 99. So this will go to these certain events, and then here why I've added again, so this is the part that I've explained, that maybe let's say this user 42 places another order, so in that case it will again go to that certain events only, so it will stay ordered. Okay, so that means your key is actually very much important, the message key that will help Kafka to identify, and then based on that Kafka is going to send that particular event to a certain partition. So this will be the concept of producer and the message keys. Okay, now one very important point that you have to understand, that if someone asks you that what actually producer is, why I'm repeating this one again and again, because these can be very important interview questions, or let's say you're giving system design interview, right? So they can ask you all these things, especially for backend interview, right? The producer is an application that sends the events. The main thing you have to understand that what are the responsibilities of the producer. That producer needs to know that, okay, which topic I need to send the event, second, what data I need to send, third, what message key I need to use. But producer doesn't responsible, okay, in which consumer I need to send, right? Or it's not going to communicate with the services directly. The only job it's going to do, it's going to send the messages to a certain topic, and then Kafka is going to handle the rest. So with this, now let's move on to the next one, which will be consumers. Okay, so now we are going to end this conceptual section with the last concept, which will be consumer. Okay, so now let's go here and then create one more, and then I'm going to do consumers.md. So consumer is nothing but, again, consumer will be, so consumer is again application that read messages or events from Kafka. Okay, so this will be the simplest definition. So in our case we have our three consumer, right? So I have our notification service, analytics service, and the inventory service. I think I haven't added that one, but I think that part we already discussed. Now the flow will be like this. I think again we are repeating the same thing. So order service is going to publish the event, so order service will publish the event. So then notification service is going to read it, it's going to send the email, analytics service is going to read it, it's going to update the analytics, inventory service is going to read it and reserve the stock or whatever it's going to do. Right, now consumer, there are some responsibilities that you have to understand, that what actually consumer is going to do. First of all, consumer is going to connect to Kafka, because see, at the end Kafka is responsible for all this communication, right? If I try to put it in a simpler way, so why I'm talking about communication, so basically it's talking with the consumers. So that means when it's talking to the consumers, means as a consumer needs to connect to Kafka, or else it's not going to communicate. Then it's also going to subscribe to a topic, or else how you're going to read it, right? Then it's going to read the messages, it's going to parse the data, whatever it's going to do, it's going to run the business logic, very important, it's going to run the business logic, and then it's going to do, maybe let's say it's going to save the offset or some other things, right? But at the end it's going to do all of this, right? It's going to connect to Kafka, subscribe to a topic, read messages, and run the main business logic, right? So in this case the best example will be notification service is going to do what? It's going to read the order placed, and based on the data whatever it's received, let's say John placed a order, so in that case in the event data I'm going to send the username as John. So when notification service is going to send the email, it will get that user information, and then in the email they can put hi John. You're getting what I'm talking about? So something like this. Now what actually consumer group is, so you can see that we have something called as consumer group. So in that case you have your Kafka topic, this is our topic, you have your partition partition 2, 0, 1, and then it's actually communicating with some instance. So what actually this is? This consumer group actually we usually uses when we want to run multiple instances of the same service. So in this case, your service is what? Notification service. So here you have 3 instances, right? So you have your notification group. So first of all, you are going to have the group. So it's something like this. So you have your notification group. Then notification group is nothing but your notification service. And then you have your instance 1. It's actually communicating with instance 1. Then same flow, you have your notification service, you're going to have instance 2, and then you're going to have your instance 3, something like this. Now what all these instances are doing at the end, doing the same thing, sending notification, right? What Kafka is doing, Kafka is actually divide all these partitions between these instances. I hope this is clear, right? So I think this will be the proper definition of what actually consumer is, right? Now if I try to sum up everything, whatever we have learned so far, right? So producer is going to do what? Producer is actually responsible for sending the event to a topic. After that, it's going to do nothing. Kafka is going to handle the rest. Consumer is going to do what? Consumer is going to connect to Kafka and it's going to read the messages, and at the end it's going to run some business logic. Okay, I hope this is clear. And then also you have understood some of the very important concept: topics, partitions, and offsets. So with this, whatever you have learned so far, right now, what you're going to do, right? First of all, I'm going to create one basic Node.js TypeScript project, right? We're not going to create from scratch. It's going to take some time, not time like I don't want to spend all of this creating package.json and everything. So I'm going to create a basic folder here with some Node.js packages, and then what I'm going to do, right, I'm also going to create one Docker compose so that we can use Kafka. And then what we're going to do, right, so we are going to use KafkaJS. So just to give you some information, so KafkaJS is nothing but it's a Kafka client for Node.js. Okay, and then we are going to create the topic, we are going to create the event, consumer, and the producer, and then we will see all the things practical way. So let's do this one in the next part. Alright, so you can see that I created one practical folder. Alright, inside this I have a blank source folder. In the package.json I just install types, node types, TSS and TypeScript. That's it. Now first of all, what do we have to do, right? So let's go here and let's install the KafkaJS. So let's copy this, and then I'm just going to clear, and I'm inside this particular folder. Okay, and then I'm just going to install this one. So this will be the first thing. So this is now installed. So first of all, what we have to do, right? So first we are going to create the event. Okay, so what I mean by event, our actual the data. Okay, that what will be the field that one particular order event consists. So in this case, so that I've already added to save some time. So first of all, let's do this. Go to source, and inside this I'm going to create one events folder, and inside this let's do maybe order hyphen placed dot event dot ts. Okay, now here let's go here and let's copy this. So let's see what actually we have here. So first of all, in this order placed event we have an event id. This is my event type. Okay, now this event id is nothing but what actually this event id, this is the unique id for this certain event, for this particular event, right? This event type actually going to tell the consumer the event name, or tells consumer what happened, right? Maybe order is now placed or order is now cancelled, something like this. Then you have order id, user id, amount, and the created dates. As simple as that. You can have 100 properties here also. For now we are just taking all of this. It's more than enough. And now we have our actual topic. Now this is the topic name where order created related events are going to stored. Okay, this is very important, and I think these you can relate because till this part whatever you have discussed so far, actually I have created the project in the same way. Okay, so that it will be easy for you to understand. So once we'll do that, now first of all let's do one thing, right? So let's create a Docker compose here. So I'm just going to do here in the root docker compose.yml, and for now we can just take only one service, which will be Kafka. So here I'm just going to paste it. So we have our image, this is the container name, and this is the port that I wanted to run, right? So this will be my local Kafka broker. And now first of all, once we'll do that, let's go to package.json, and here I will remove this, and then let's add our first script, and this will be Kafka up. So in this case I'm just going to run the docker. So I'll do docker compose up -d. Okay, so first of all you can see that we have only one service, we added one package.json. Now you can do also this, right? Let's go here, and then from this practical folder I can run this particular script. So I'll do npm run Kafka up. So I'll do npm run Kafka up. So it's going to find the image. If image is not present, it's going to pull the image, and then this is going to create the container. So now let's wait. I think it will take not much time. Alright, fantastic. So it's now created. Now if I go here, right, you'll see that you are going to have this practical, and here you're going to have this Kafka demo broker. So now let's go here. What will be the next step? Next step will be, now we are going to do what? We are going to create our main Kafka client. So first let's go to source, and inside this let's create a config folder, and here I'm just going to create a Kafka.ts. So let's close everything else. So what this is going to do, so first I'm going to import something from KafkaJS, and this will be my Kafka, and now I'm simply going to do export const Kafka. So I'll do new Kafka instance, and here what you're going to do, you're going to pass a client ID. Now client ID I'm just going to give this one as Kafka class course, and here you're going to have a brokers. Now this broker will be where you are actually running this locally. So in our case we are running this on 9092. This is the port, so this will be 9092. What this is going to do, this is the local Kafka broker exposed from where? From docker compose file. Okay, so now I think this is fine. Okay, what actually you might be thinking about this client ID is D, right? So this will be the name name shown in Kafka logs. Okay, that's it. We don't have to do anything. Now what are you going to do, right? We're going to create the topic also in this case. Okay, and now one more thing I wanted to mention, that we are not using something called, if you're not familiar, so we have something called Zookeeper. Now the reason why I'm not doing this one, so I just wanted to mention all of this in the Node.js Microservices video that I'm going to create. Right? We are going to have some little more in-depth concept. For now going into all of this, it's doesn't make any sense. This one I think it's deprecated. Okay, so you can see that in Kafka 4.0 Zookeeper has been fully removed from Kafka architecture. Now for now I just wanted to mention so that you are familiar with this term, what actually Zookeeper is, but I'm not going to explain what this is going to do. So for now we are not using this one. Okay, so I just wanted to mention. So first I will manually create the topic for now to explain. So I'll do create topic.ts, and here first of all let's do one thing. So I'm just going to do import these from Kafka, and then I'm simply going to create one admin. So I'll do const admin, and this will be Kafka.admin, and here I'm simply going to create a main function. So I'll do async function main. So first we need to connect to our Kafka. So I'll do await Kafka.connect, sorry, not Kafka.connect, admin.connect, and then we are going to create the topic. So in this case I'll do admin.create topics, and here I'm just going to give topics. Let's give some name here. So I'm just going to do topic name. Maybe what we can do, right, we have created that, right? So you have this order place topic. This is the topic name we are creating. Order.place is a topic, right? So I'm just going to do order place topic. How many partitions we need? Maybe let's take only 3 for now, and also let's take a replication factor will be 1. So we have only 3 partitions. We already discussed what partitions are. If you're confused, again go back and you understand that what partitions are. You understand, see, all these things are related, whatever you've discussed so far. So this is going to do what? This is going to create the topic. Now let's do a log, and I'm just going to do topic created, and here I'm simply going to do what is that? Order place topic. That's it. And then I'm simply going to do await admin.disconnect. So this is done. Now we have to call this, because until unless you call this is not going to execute. So I'll do main, just take a catch here, and here I'm simply going to take a async error. These are normal concept, nothing to explain here. So I'll just do a log, and I'm simply going to do topic creation error, and after this I'm simply going to do if there is any error. So again you disconnect, and then you'll do process.exit. Okay, that's it. So now this is going to create the topic. So now what you're going to do that, oh, these we can directly get it from Kafka because we already have the Kafka. That's correct. So now we'll go here and let's do this. You can also add these two if you wanted to do docker compose down. So let's go to package.json and then add these two, right? So it's going to log the Kafka logs, and then I'm just going to do what I'm going to create the topic. So I'll do create one more script here, and after this I'll do asx source/config /create topic.ts. so if I run this is going to execute this particular file and it's going to create the topic. Okay, so let's do that. So first I'm just going to go here, clear this, and I'm simply going to do npm run topic : create, enter. So topic is now created. Okay, so this is the topic. Fantastic. So now I think this is done. So what will be the next step? Next will be, first we have to do what? We have to create the producer. Why? Producer is responsible for sending the message to where? We have already discussed this one, to topic, and then consumer is going to consume that topic from Kafka, right? So now first of all we are going to create the producer. Why? Because until unless you're going to send the message, consumer don't have anything to consume, correct? So here I'm just going to do producers, and let's do order producer because we have the order service. So this will be my order producer.ts, and then also I'm just going to do consumers. Let's create two consumers. So maybe which two we can create? So let's create one for notification consumer, and let's create one more which will be analytics consumer.ts. So now let's go to the order producer. First we have to create the producer logic that is going to send the messages to that topic. So first what I'm going to do, so first I'm just going to do here const, let's create the producer. So this will be Kafka from that config, and then here what you're going to do, you're going to create a producer here. So now I'm simply going to take a dummy order number. So I'll do order number, and this will be 1. Okay, so now let's do function. First let's create a main function. So I'm just going to do async function main, and here first what you have to do, you have to connect. So I'll do await producer dot connect. Now okay, if you're not aware what this is going to do, right, it's going to open connection to the Kafka broker. Also let's do here log so that you can understand. So I'm just going to do log here, and let's do order producer connected. That's it. So now what we will do, right, maybe let's take one interval of 2 seconds, okay, so that we can actually fake the order creation. So I'm just going to do set interval. So I'll do set interval, and let's take what we can do, right, maybe also let's take, we have to take this one as async, and inside this what we can do, maybe let's take 2 seconds only. So now first of all what we are going to do, right, so here inside these first we have to create the event. Event means that what data we need to send. So we have this event, right, this event. So here what we can do, right, I'm just going to do create order placed event, and this one I'm going to create here. So I'll do function, so I'll do create order placed event, and this will be our type, will be this order placed event. This is the type. So here I'm just going to do order placed event, right? These are all the properties that I'm going to have. So first of all this is going to have a user ID. So we don't have real data, right? So you're going to create what? So I'm going to create a user, and then I'll just give a math dot cell. Inside this let's do math dot random into, maybe let's do into 10. Okay, so this is going to create a random user ID, and then I'm going to return. So first let's return the event ID. So here I'm just going to do crypto. So let's do here crypto dot maybe random UID. After this I'm just going to do event type, because we also have the event type here. This will be order placed. Next we are going to have the order ID. So in this case what we are going to do, so I'm just going to do order, and here maybe let's do like this, right? So we have this order ID and then just do plus plus, because we have to increment the order ID every time there is a order placed. Then I'm going to pass the user ID, then I'm going to pass the amount, because we also have the amount here. So amount, let's do number of math dot random. What I'll do, right, maybe let's give a bigger number, so I'll do into 500 plus 500, and here you can do 2 fixed of 2. Okay, so this is going to do what? It's going to create a fake amount between 500 to 5000, I think, something like this. And then I'm also going to do a created at, and here I'm simply going to do something we are doing wrong here. Something we are doing wrong. Okay, these will be inside this. So here I'm just going to do new date of to local to date string. No, not date string, let's do ISO string. Okay, so this will be your event timestamp. So this is going to create some fake order. So now remember, this is the actual data that we need to send. We already discussed all these points, right? That in this one, that when we are going to send the data, it's going to actually send this, right? So maybe let's go where we have discussed that part, right? This one. So when this order service is going to publish the data, it's going to send the data to this Kafka topic, and then these services is going to consume. So this is that data, the event data. So now what we have to do, now here we are going to do what? Producer is going to now send this where? To the topic. See, now these things are clear, right? So now I look topic, so the order place topic, and here you're going to pass the messages, as simple as that. Here what you have to pass, we have also discussed this key. Remember, this key will be, right, same user ID goes to same partition. So here I'm simply going to do event dot user ID, because we have discussed that user ID we are going to keep and the actual value. So this will be json.stringify, and this will be the event. That's it. So now I think this is done. So after this, what I can do, that maybe let's do here log, because we have to understand, and here I'm just going to do produced event dot event type for this order. So I'm just going to colon, and here I'm simply going to do event dot order ID, and also let's give for this user, so I'll do event dot user ID, and I think this is done. So now what I'm going to do, right, I think main function is completed. So here I'm simply going to call this. So let's copy this one, I've already written, paste this one here. So what this is going to do, right, so here we also need to close the Kafka connection. So I'm simply going to do producer dot disconnect, and then we are also going to do here also, if there is any error, so you're going to disconnect, and then you're going to fail the process. So now this is done. So this will be the order producer. So now this is not yet completed, because we need to first create the consumer, until unless we will not be able to test the flow. So first go to notification consumer, we'll create one, and then we can replicate the same in the next one. So first I'm just going to do consumer. This will be Kafka dot consumer, and here we have to give a, remember we have the group, so we will give a group ID, and in this case we'll do notification group. This one I already discussed, I remember. Let me just check. See, this one, notification group. So this will be a notification group, and after this I'm simply going to do async function main, and here again we have to connect. So I'll do consumer dot connect, and I'll do log, and I'll do notification consumer connected. And here what consumer needs to do, consumer is going to do what? Subscribe, right? So consumer is going to subscribe. So consumer is going to subscribe to a topic. So this topic will be your order placed topic, and I'm just going to add one property, which is from beginning. Now to what this is going to do, so this is going to do what? The first run is going to read the old events also. Okay, so this is going to the main important part, that consumer is going to subscribe from this topic. And then what you're going to do, I'll wait consumer dot run, and here what we have to do, right, so I'm just going to take each message, this would be async, and here we are going to have the partition, and the message, actual message. So first we need to get the event, right? That event I need to consume. So here what you're going to do, so this will be partition, and inside this I'm simply going to do const event. So this will be JSON.parse. Now you see I explain each and everything. If you go to consumer, right, you'll see that I already mentioned it's going to connect to Kafka, subscribe to a topic, read the message, parse the message. Remember I already mentioned that also. So it's going to parse the message that I wanted to get from my producer or from my topic, not producer, message.value, and then I'm just simply going to do toString, or else let's keep this on as empty object, as order placed event. That's it. So now after this what you're going to do, I'm simply going to do a log, and here let's do one thing. I'll do notification, let's render partition also. So I'll do partition, and here I'm just going to give the partition value. Okay, let's take this one as template literals. So I'm just going to pass the partition, and also you're going to take the offset. So offset will be, so this message that you have is going to give you the offset. So here you can check the offset also. And let's do one more log here, and I'm simply going to do notification service is going to do what? Do the business logic. So what is the business logic? Sending the email. So here I'm just going to do send email for this. Yeah, you have to take this. So this will be send event for this event, and this event is going to have what? User ID, sorry, order ID. Let's render the order ID to this user ID. So we'll do event.user ID. That's it. So this event is the event data that we send here, this one. So I think this is done. So now what I can do, right, so let's save this, and then you can go here and then just copy the same thing. So this will be consumer. Okay, so I think this is done. So now same thing we are going to do for analytics service also. So the logic will be same, something will change here. So I'm just going to copy, and then let's paste it here. So first of all, Kafka consumer, this change this one to analytics group. Consumer.connect will remain same, and I'm just going to do analytics consumer connected. Order placed, this will remain same. This is also same, so I'm simply going to do this one as analytics. Partition again same, and maybe here we can do something like this. Instead of send email, I'm just going to do, it's going to track the revenue for this amount. So I'm just going to do for this amount here something like this, and here I'm simply going to do event.amount from this order. So from this order of this event.order ID. That's it. Save this. Now I think this is done. So you created one producer, two consumer. So now what I can do, right, so I'm just going to take these three, okay, three script, go to package.json, and then just add it here. So have our producer, consumer, notification consumer, and the analytics consumer. So now let's go here, clear this, and then I'm going to add, open this two more time, and then one more time here. So first let's go here, and then first I'm going to run the consumer of the notification consumer. So here I'll do npm run consumer notification. Okay, this is now connected, notification consumer connected, fantastic. Now copy this, and then I'm also going to run this one, analytics consumer connected, and now I'm going to run the producer. So the moment producer is going to start sending the event, and you'll see that what will happen. So I'll do npm run producer. So it's sending the event. Now we'll go here, and you'll see that you're already receiving partition 2, offset, and everything. And if you go here also, you can see that at the same time you're receiving all of this, right? And you can read all of this, right, how many partitions is created, and then the offset also, whatever concept that we have discussed so far. This is tracking the revenue, means every consumer is responsible for certain action, right? So this is sending the email, this consumer is tracking the revenue, and at the same time producer is keep sending your order. So order 1 for order user 1, order 2 for user 1, order 3 for user 3, blah blah. So I hope that this process will at least give you some idea that how these Kafka concepts and how practically you can implement. You'll see that this will be very much beneficial once we are going to start the Node.js Microservices video, right? If you complete this one, now you'll understand that how much easier it will be for you to understand all of this. So with this, now I think this is completed. You can see that partition also is changing here. So you have partition 1, this is partition 2, right? So with this, now this is done. Let me know that what you think, how much you have learned, if you have any issues. So with that, now that's all for this particular video. I'm going to add the source code in the description. You can download from there for free, and I will see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace. Alright, so now we're going to start working on the practical section of Kafka. I hope that you have completed the previous section, which was the prerequisite, and also have some idea that some of the basics. Okay, so first what you're going to do, right? So first let's start with creating our Docker compose file. Okay, so first I'm just going to create a Docker folder here, and inside this let's create a Docker -compose .yml file. Okay, so first let's add services. So I'm just going to add services here, and these will be, so here I'm just going to add Kafka, and here I'm simply going to give an image. So these will be Apache /Kafka :4.3.1, and here we're going to give a container underscore name, and these will be, let's give this one as maybe Node Microservices Kafka, and then we are also going to take ports, and here I'm simply going to do, so let's give 9092:9092. Okay, so this is what you're going to do. So now what you have to do, right? So go to package.json, and in the package.json now we are going to add some scripts. So first I'm just going to add a Kafka :up, and this will be Docker compose. So this will be -f. So you have to go to our Docker folder /, and then we have our Docker -compose.yml file, and we are going to do up-d. So copy these, and then we are going to add 2 more. Okay, and here this will be down, and this will be logs. So save this. So first all this will be same. So for this one only we have to make this one as down, and for logs you are simply going to do, so after this you are going to do logs -f, and I'll do Kafka. So this is what you're going to do. So first thing, so let's start this, right? So also before that you should have your Docker desktop open, because we are going to now start our container. So let's open this, and then you have to run this npm run Kafka :up. So I'm just going to do npm run Kafka :up, and you can see that this is now created. Okay, so you already have this one, and in the images you'll see that I already have this image. Okay, so if you don't have, so it will actually download, or else it will start. So this is the very first thing we have to do. So now what will be the next step? Okay, now this is where it will be very important, and you need to know what actually we are doing here. Why? Because we need to create some utility functions that we are going to use whenever we are going to interact with Kafka. So what are the things we need to create? So first, and where we are going to create this is also very important. So first of all, we are going to create this in our package shared, and inside source we are going to create a Kafka folder. Okay, so this is where we are going to write all our Kafka related utils. So first of all, let's start with topics. So what are the topics we are going to have here? Okay, so first, when we discuss the flow, right, we have already discussed that when we are going to trigger our Kafka flow. So first one will be when we are going to create any task. Second will be when we are going to upload any attachment, right? So we are going to upload any media. Now this actually depends. So why I'm writing this one, this actually depends the type of application that you are building. So depends on the type of app you are building. So what I mean by this, now actually we are mean by that, let's say in your application you have 10 more functionality that you need to implement. So it's not like you are only going to have 2 topics always. You can have 2 topics, 10 topics, or 20, or even 100 topics. Okay, so first let's start with, I'm simply going to do export const, and I'm just going to give this one as topics. So first we are going to have one task underscore events, and this will be, I'm simply going to do task underscore dot events, and also I'm simply going to do a media underscore events. So this will be media dot events, and here I'm simply going to do as const. So this is the very first thing we need to do. Now second, what I have to do here, so we need to create our client, right? So see, remember, we are going to use KafkaJS, correct? So we need to do what we need to actually create our Kafka client, so that whenever we are going to use this from any individual service, we will be able to just import that create client connection, and then we'll be able to connect to our Kafka. But before that, we also need to do one very not interesting but important thing, and that is we need to install KafkaJS package. So I'm just going to do npm install, and here we are going to do Kafka, and this will be JS. I think you already know from the previous section. And here we are going to do what, -w, and this will be our shared, because we are doing inside shared folder, right? And if you go to package.json, you'll see that the name is actually shared, and then we are going to do enter. So it's going to install the KafkaJS. So you'll go here and just verify once. So KafkaJS is now installed. So now what we're going to do, right? So first let's start with creating the Kafka client first. So you'll go to our Kafka, and then I'm just going to do client.ts. Okay, so first what we have to do, so first of all, I'm just going to create a function, and this will be create Kafka client. Okay, so what actually this is going to receive, so first of all, it's going to receive the client ID. I will explain what actually this client ID is. So this will be, let's say, string, and then we are also going to have a config, that if you want to pass any config. Now here I'm just going to take this one as partial, and we need to pass a Kafka config. But from where you're going to get the Kafka config? So you're going to import from our KafkaJS package. So I'm just going to do KafkaJS, and this will be type, and I'm just going to do Kafka config. So here we're going to pass this Kafka config, and let's give this one as this. And now what we're going to do, right? So first of all, we need to pass a couple of things here. Alright, so what is the first thing that we need to take here, and that is brokers. So before that, I just open one link. So you see that what I search, does KafkaJS expects broker to be an array? Yes. So it's going to expect the brokers configuration property to be an array. So you will be able to pass it like this. So brokers localhost 9092 9093. Okay. So for this one, what you're going to do, right? So first let's go to our env, and here I'm just going to add one more, and this will be my Kafka, and here let's give this one as Kafka underscore brokers, and this will be localhost :9092. Save this. So now we'll go here. So I'm simply going to do const brokers. This will be process.env. So we have Kafka brokers orders. So let's give a default value. So I'm just going to give this one. Okay, and then I'm simply going to do a split. So we have multiple. Let's see if you have multiple. So I'm just going to do a split with comma, and then I'm simply going to do dot map. So this is going to give me broker, and this will be broker dot trim, and I'm simply going to do filter boolean. So this is the first thing that we need. Now I'm simply going to check that if the brokers dot length, if this is 0, so in that case what you can do, right, you can just throw a normal error, that okay, throw new error, and I'm simply going to do Kafka brokers are empty. So save this. Now once this is done, then we are going to return a new Kafka instance. So I'm simply going to take Kafka from KafkaJS. You are going to import, and what are the things you have to first you have to pass a client ID. Now what actually this client ID is, this client ID is going to identify the application in your Kafka logs, okay, and also in your monitoring tools. Each service, right? So whenever you are going to have a multiple services, so in this case also we have a multiple service, so each service should use a meaningful value. Okay, for example, task service, notification service, something like this. So you need to pass a client ID. So that is the first thing. Then we also need to pass our brokers. Okay, so brokers we also need to pass. I already mentioned that what KafkaJS is going to do, right? So KafkaJS is going to use these addresses to discover or to find the rest of your Kafka cluster. Okay, and this is actually very, very important. Also, you can pass something called log level. Okay, so here I'm simply going to do a log level KafkaJS, and then I'm simply going to only pass error here. And also very, very important, you can also pass a retry property, and I'm simply going to pass a retry of maybe let's do 8. Okay, so what will happen, right? So let's say there is some problem in the brokers, or some brokers are temporarily unavailable. So in that case, and that can also happen in startup while starting. So in that case, we can leave some retry mechanism here, and then if you pass some extra config that you are going to get, so I'm just going to destructure this here. So whatever config you're going to pass, it's going to destructure, and see that it's very clean. So now it's going to create a Kafka client. This is going to have your brokers, right? We are simply checking the broker's length is 0, so it's going to return error, and then we are going to pass our client ID, which is very important. So you can also consider this client ID as a identifier. Okay, then you are going to pass the brokers, log level, retries, and other config if we have any. So this is going to do the first thing that we need to do. Next, what do you have? Next we have our what? Producer and consumer. We already know these concepts from the previous section, right? What is producer? Producer is actually responsible for sending the records or the data to your Kafka topics. Simple. Consumer is going to consume that from your topics. It's very, very simple. So first, what you're going to do, right? So you need to create a producer.ts, and then I'm also going to create one more, which will be my consumer.ts. So let's start with producer first. So first, I'm simply going to do export async function. So I'll do create producer. So what this is going to receive, again, client ID, and here I'm simply going to return a promise, and this is going to return a producer. So I'm just going to take type from, and this will be from KafkaJS, and we need the producer type here. Okay, so this is going to return a type of producer. So first of all, what we have to do, first we need to create a client. So I'm just going to do Kafka equal to create Kafka client from the client just now you have created, and what you have to pass? You have to pass a client ID here. See, now you got it, that when you're going to use this producer from individual services, you're going to pass a client ID, and this client ID now we're going to pass to our Kafka client, and it's going to actually help us to identify, okay, this is for which client. Okay, I'm trying to explain in a simpler way. So first, what are you going to do? So first we are going to do a const producer, and this will be our Kafka that we are going to import from KafkaJS, and then we are also going to do, no, KafkaJS, not KafkaJS, we already have the Kafka, and this is going to give me the producer. No, why are we getting error one? Oh, we have to do this one. Let's keep this one capital. So we'll do Kafka.producer. Let's keep smaller only. So we'll do Kafka dot, and you have the producer. Okay, so we'll do dot. You see that we have admin, consumer, logger, and producer. We have the producer. So again, I'm just going to repeat once again, although we have already covered. So what Kafka producer is going to do, so this is actually responsible for sending records or your data to the Kafka topics. So this is going to send the data to your Kafka topics. Then this producer, what you're going to do, you're going to reuse across many publish operations. Now what we have to do, right? Okay, this is also very, very important, because see why I'm repeating this thing again and again in interview also. This is off topic, but I just wanted to mention because it just came to my head, and that is that why actually you need producer and consumer. This is also very important. And see, we already remember that when you're going to interact with your services, your service is not going to directly interact with a different service. You are going to interact via Kafka. So Kafka is nothing but it's your middleman. So you're sending the data to your producer, and producer actually sending the producer is actually responsible for sending the data or records to your Kafka topics, and then consumer is going to consume. Okay, so first of all, once we create the producer, what we need to do, we are going to connect this particular producer. How we are going to do? So we are going to use something called connect method. What this is going to do, this is going to establish, or it's going to connect your producer connection to your Kafka cluster. Okay, and now we are simply going to have it, and if you do producer, and you'll do let's keep this one small. So we'll do producer. So I'm simply going to do producer dot, and you see that you have connect here. Okay, so this is going to connect, and now what I'm going to do, right? So let's do a logger. So this logger we have import from our logger, and let's do a info. So I'm going to pass the client ID. Here we are going to pass, and now I'm simply going to do Kafka producer connected. Okay, so this is done, and then at the end we are going to return the producer here. because we are returning a type of producer here. Okay, so now I think this is done. So let's save this one, and then we'll go to consumer. So what consumer is going to do? So consumer is going to use your same group ID, and it's going to work together as a one consumer group. Remember the consumer group concept that we have covered in the previous section. Okay, now if I try to explain in a very simple way, not related to Kafka, you think like this. So you have something called your producer, and you have something called your consumer. Producer is going to produce something, consumer is going to consume something like this. Okay, so first let's go to your consumer, and let's do export async, and I'll do function, and let's do create consumer. Consumer is going to receive again your client ID, which will be string. It's also going to receive the group ID. This also will be string. And then what this is going to return, so it's going to return a promise, and again it's going to return a type of consumer. So I'm just going to do KafkaJS, and let's give a type here, and I'm simply going to do consumer. Okay, so now I'm simply going to return, this will be type of consumer, and then we are going to again do what? So I'm just going to take Kafka, and this will be create Kafka client, and you're going to pass the client ID here. And then what you're going to do, right, you're going to create our consumer, and this will be Kafka dot save consumer, and you're going to pass the group ID. Okay, so this group ID we are also going to pass. So now we are going to simply connect the consumer. So we'll do await consumer dot connect. That's it. And also let's give a logger dot info, and here we're going to pass the client ID, and also let's pass the group ID, and I'll simply do Kafka consumer connected. Okay, and then at the end we're going to return the consumer here. That's it. So now I think this is done. Also we need to create one more method, that when we are going to subscribe to this consumer, so we need to actually create one more, something like run consumer. But for now this is enough. We also need to one more method here in the producer, but that we are going to do later. Okay, so till this part we have created our topics, we have created our client, Kafka client utility, created our producer, and created our consumer, these four things. So now what we are going to do, right, go to our index, and then I'm simply going to do what, again you already know, we are going to export all of this. So first let's start with export something from, so we'll go to Kafka, and then we'll go to our topics. So we have our topics, then we're going to do export these from, so we have our Kafka / we have client. So here we have the create Kafka client, then we are going to do export something from, and this will be your Kafka / producer. So this will be your create producer, and then at the end we are going to export something from Kafka / consumer, and this will be your create consumer. So with this, now let's save this. So now what we're going to do, right, so first we'll see that how we are going to now connect this Kafka to our service, because at the end what you're going to do, your service is going to talk to your Kafka topics. It's going to do something, right? So producer is going to do what? It's going to send the data or the records to your Kafka topics, and then consumer is going to consume. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. And remember, I already mentioned we also need to add one more method here, and also you need to add one more method in the producer, but we are not going to add it now, because later you will understand why actually we need those two methods. So now let's move on to the next part. All right, so moving to the next one. So now it's time that how we are going to interact from our service. So what are you going to do, right? Go to apps, go to task, service, and first let's go to our services. Okay, and in the service, and you'll see that what we are doing. First you need to understand the process. So here you are creating a task. Now what you need to do, right, so once we'll create task, we are going to actually publish one event here saying that okay, now we just created one task. Now it can be anything, like for example, it is on creating task. You can also try this one when you are going to delete a particular task, anything you can do. But at the end here you are going to do what? You are going to publish one particular event. So before doing that, what we need to do, right, we actually need to connect, or we are going to initiate Kafka in this particular service or in this particular task service. Correct? So for this one, what you're going to do, right, so let's go to source, and then I'm just going to do Kafka.ts. Now first of all, what are you going to do? So first I'm just going to take let, producer, and I'm simply going to take awaited, and here I'm simply going to give a return type which will be type of, and here we are going to import our create producer. I think we can directly import, so we'll do create producer that we have created, and this will be from our shared package. This create producer is nothing but creating the producer, where we are creating the producer, connecting to it and returning this one back. So first this will be return type, or else we are going to give this will be null, and by default we are going to give this one as null. So now that is the reason I already mentioned you should have proper TypeScript knowledge, so you understand what actually we are doing here. So first I'm simply going to do export async function, and here I'm just going to do init Kafka. But the point is where we are going to initialize the Kafka. These we are going to initialize in our main entry file or in this particular file. Okay, but before this, first let's do this one. So I'm just going to do init Kafka, and here I'm just going to take the producer, and this will be await, and I'm still going to do create producer, and what actually this is going to receive, see client ID. This is the reason I mentioned. So now I'm just going to simply give, okay, this is my task service. So task service is nothing but my individual ID or unique identifier that will actually tell Kafka, okay, this we are connecting from my task service. Okay, just trying to explain in a simpler way. There can be some terms that I might be explaining wrong, but it's not the point. The point is I'm trying to explain in very simple words that what is happening here. So now the point is, as I already mentioned, when we are going to create a particular task, we are going to publish one event, right? So that means here we need to do something. So for example, let's say I wanted to do await publish task event, something like this, and here we are going to pass. So I'm just going to do newly created task.id, and then I'm also going to pass my user ID. So these two things I wanted to do, so that means I'll understand, okay, just now I created a new task and this is the user that created the task, something like this. So that means this particular event now I need to create in this Kafka. So here I'm simply going to do export async function. So this will be publish task event. Here I'm going to get the task ID, which will be string. I'm also going to get the user ID, which also will be string. And now I'm simply going to do await, and this is where we are going to do something. We are going to create one more utils in this shared folder, and remember I mentioned that we are going to add one more function here, and that is, so what you're going to do, right? So you're going to create a publish JSON kind of utility function. So what this is going to do, when your task service is going to send some data, so it's going to send, or it needs to send a plain object as a Kafka message. Okay, the point is Kafka, what Kafka is going to do, Kafka is going to store bytes. So that is the reason here we are going to have a helper function that is actually going to do what? So we're going to do json.stingify, so that every service actually doesn't repeat the same send and json.stingify boilerplate. So it's nothing but we are creating a reusable function, as simple as that. So because see, for now we are going to have 2 services, but you can have 10 service, and every time you are going to do the same thing again and again. So that is the reason we are just going to create a simple helper function. Okay, so first what we are going to do, right? So let's do one thing. I'm just going to do export async function, and I'm just going to do send, not send, let's do publish JSON safely or safe, and here we are going to first get the producer as the input. So the type will be producer, or else this will be null. We are also going to get the topic. This is also important, so you have to pass the topic here, which will be string, and this will be, see how many times I need to pause and record. You guys don't have any idea. I think there is some noise continuously, it will come from the outside. Okay, so this will be record and this will be string, and I'll give the value as unknown for now. And also I'm going to receive a key, and this will be also a string, and what this is going to return, so it will be just promise of void. So here I'm simply going to do if this not equal to producer. So I'm just going to take the logger, and I'm going to do a 1, pass the topic, and I'm simply going to do Kafka producer is not ready. Okay, and then we also need to return from this, and then we are going to simply do try, and then I'm just going to do a catch error. So I'll do logger dot error, pass the error, pass the topic, and I'll do Kafka publish failed. So now inside this, what I'll do await and I'll do publish JSON. So this is our actual helper that we're going to create. So publish JSON. Okay, so let's create this. So what we're going to do, right? So first let's go to the top and I'm simply going to do export async function, and now we're going to do publish JSON. What this is going to receive, again it's going to receive a producer, so the type will be producer. It's also going to receive the topic, so this will be string. It's going to receive the payload, so this will be record of string and unknown, and also it's going to receive the key, and this will be string. Okay, so what this is going to return, so it's going to return a promise and it's going to return something called a record metadata from your KafkaJS, and this will be of array. Now inside this, now we're simply going to do const result, so this will be await producer. Will have a send method, and here you're going to now pass the topic. So first will be your topic, then you're going to pass the actual messages. So here messages, what you're going to do, right? So we'll take a key. If you're sending the key, orders, this will be null, and this is where you're going to pass the value, right? So value will be what? So this is what I was talking about. So we are going to just do json.stringify and we're going to pass the payload, that value you're sending here. So then we're simply going to do logger.info and pass the topic and payload, and I'm simply going to do Kafka event published, and now we are going to return the result. Okay, so now it's going to return the result and the type will be of record metadata. Okay, so now what you can do, we can simply pass all of this from our publish. So what you have to pass here, first you have to pass the producer, topic, payload and key. So we're going to pass the producer, topic, payload and the key. So now this is not yet done. So what you have to do, right? Again, remember, you need to always export this one where in your index. So here from our producer, I'm just going to take the publish JSON and publish JSON save. So save this. So now what you can do, right? So now we can actually go to my KafkaJS, and this is where we are going to actually publish this task event, and this we are going to trigger from this, from our creating task. So whenever you're going to create task, we are going to publish one event. So now what you can do, right? You can call this publish JSON save from shared package. So what are the things you have to pass? You have to pass the producer, topic, payload and key. Now how you're going to get? So first you're going to get the producer simply from here. Next you're going to see, remember you have created the topics, and then we are going to have the task event and the media event, remember? So we're going to pass the task event because we are working with task service. Then we are going to now pass your actual payload. So what will be payload? Now this is actually important. So here we are going to pass the actual value. So I'm just going to do, we are going to pass a event. What will be your event? Now these things you need to understand. So you're creating a task, correct? So this will be what? This will be task dot created. That's it. Then you are also going to pass the task ID, this task ID that we are going to get from here, right? And then what else you are going to pass? You are going to pass the user ID, and also I'm going to pass a message, and I'll do task created successfully. And then we are also going to pass a, let's do a timestamp also. So I'm just going to pass a timestamp, and this will be, so timestamp we are going to do new date, and let's do 2 ISO string. That's it. So this is done. And then at the end what you have to pass, so this is payload, and then we have the key. So key, what you can do, right? You can pass this task ID only as a key, and this is done. So now this is going to publish this, and this we are going to import from my Kafka. So now what is the flow? So first it will come here. So let's say you're hitting an endpoint, it's going to create a task. Once it's going to creating task is successful, it's going to publish this event. This is going to do what? It's going to call this method, and then it will go, first of all it's going to create a producer, and producer is going to publish this JSON with your topic, with the event type and all the other values or data, whatever you wanted to send. So this is not yet done. Why? Because now we need to actually initialize our Kafka in this particular service, which we haven't done. So how we are going to do this one? We need to go to our main index file. This is inside task service index, and this is where you can see that we are connecting to the port, correct? So here I'm just going to create a function. So I'll do async function, and then I'm just going to do startup, something like this. Now let's do init startup, and then here I'm simply going to do a try catch, and here I'm simply going to take the logger dot error. So you're going to pass the error, and I'm just going to do Kafka producer init failed, and here we are going to call await, and you see that we have this init Kafka. So this is what we're going to call. So init Kafka, and then what you can do, right, you can move this part, this one here inside this. So after this you can just paste it here, save this, and then just call this init startup. So now let's go here. Before doing that, so I'm just going to call this, and let's see where I'm just going to close all this. Okay, so let's start one more time. So first let's start with our npm run dev task, and you can see that Kafka producer connected. You see this one, Kafka producer connected here. Okay, so that means from where it is coming, this is coming from your shared logic here in the producer. So that means you can see you have a client ID which is task service, and Kafka producer is connected. Fantastic. So now let's open all this one by one. So I'm just going to do dev gateway, then I'm going to run dev media, right? So how many we have? So you have the auth gateway also you have to run. So npm run dev auth service, I think it is. Let me just check. It is auth. Alright, so now let's test it. Okay, so I'm just going to test this one. So what I can do, we can just go to our let's go to the login first, try to send. Alright, so you can see that we have the token here. So copy this. So now also before that, let me just refresh this. So you have the user. So let's go here, and then I'm just going to go to the task, right? So this is where we are getting. So I'll do task added by. So let's go to task and see how many we have. So let's do it after Kafka task added, Kafka task added, something, some random value we are giving. We'll go here, and then I'm simply going to paste here and try to send. Okay, this is created. So first I'll check here if this is coming. So Kafka task added, but now we have to see if we are getting the, see the log is very, okay, this is which one, let me just check. Okay, so I have to do first one, Kafka event published. See, if I'm not sure if you're able to see the message is coming here. See, task created successfully and Kafka event published. You're seeing this one. So that means if I just go here, and so you're getting from here. So this is your topic payload, and this is going to actually publishing this one. If I'm not able to see properly, see this one, task dot created task ID. This is your payload, and then you are also getting the user ID, and message is task created successfully. This is your timestamp, and message is Kafka topic published. Fantastic. Just see this one from this one. So you have the topic payload, right? So your topic is task.events. This is your payload, and the message timestamp and everything, and this is your message Kafka event published. So from publish JSON it is working fine, and it is working absolutely fine. So that means you have successfully sent one particular record to our Kafka topic. Okay, so this is how you need to understand. So with this, first what we are going to do, right, the same way we are going to do in the media service also, because whenever we are going to upload a particular media, we also need to create one more data or record, and we are going to send that on to our Kafka topic. So let's see how you're going to do that in the next part. All right, so now we'll start with our media service. Okay, so this will be same process only. Okay, there will not be that much changes. So okay, let's close everything else. We'll go to media service and create our Kafka.ts file. So first of all, again same thing. So first we're going to, although I can copy, but let's not copy this one so that you'll also get some practice. So I'll do awaited. Inside this we're going to take a return type, and this will be type of create producer, and here or else this will be null, and by default let's take this one as null. So first what I'm going to do as so you'll just take function, and I'll do init Kafka. This is what I have taken, correct? And now here we're going to take producer, and this will be await, create producer, and what you have to do is the client ID, which will be media service. So this is not your task service because you have a different service for this one. So now where you need to publish the event, so this that is the first thing we need to decide. Go to services, and you remember we have actually done this one, right? So you have created uploaded the attachment. So this is where we are going to do this one, correct? So once we'll create the attachment, you see that we are returning this. So this is where you are simply going to tell Kafka that okay, we just have to publish an event here. That okay, now we have actually uploaded. Now we have uploaded an attachment. Okay, so that means first what you're going to do, right? So let's create the function. So we'll export async function. So this will be publish attachment event, and here we are going to get the task ID. This will be string, and then we are also going to take the user ID, and this will be string. Again, user ID is always to track that okay, which user actually doing all of this. And here we are going to have it publish JSON safe, and simple as same thing, right? So you're going to pass the producer, you're going to pass the user ID. No, not user ID. What you have to pass? So you have to pass the producer topic. So topic will be your topics dot media events. Then we are going to pass the payload. So here we are going to pass the payload. So now I'm simply going to do event type. So this will be attachment dot uploaded. We are going to pass the task ID. We're going to pass the user ID, and also let's pass a message, and this will be attachment uploaded. And also we'll do a timestamp, and I'll do new date dot to ISO string. So now here we're going to also pass the task ID as key, and this is done. So now let's save this, and this is where we're going to call. So we're going to call this one here. So I'm simply going to have it publish attachment event. Whatever it was the task ID and the user ID. So pass the task ID. What we have in the task ID? Let me just input dot task ID. It will be input dot task ID, and also we're going to do input dot user ID. Save this. So now we're going to have to go to our index, and then we can just simply copy this one from here, this part. So let's copy this, and then I'm simply going to paste it here, remove this, and this will be media service, and we're going to import the Kafka here. So save this. So now let's see where it is running. Okay, so we have, this is which one? This is media service media. No, this is not that one. So let's see if this, okay, this is the media one. So let's save once again. So now we can go here. So first let's go to our login. Let's create one token. We'll copy the token, and we need to upload, right? So we'll go to post. Okay, this is the attachments. So now we are going to we need a ID, right? So let's do one thing. Okay, let's get all the task. Okay, task is empty. I don't know why it's coming. Okay, first we need to send the token here. Okay, maybe which one will do, right? Kafka task added, this one only will do. So we'll copy this, and then we'll just go to this attachment, and I'm going to paste this one here. Go to body, and then I'm just going to remove this one and upload a new one. Maybe this one, let's do it, and then I'm going to send. Awesome. So this is done. So now let's go to attachment first. We have two, right? So this is just now we have done, and then you'll see that we should be having this one. See, Kafka event published. So let's see. So you have topic, media events, payload. This is your payload. So you have the event type attachment dot uploaded, task ID, message timestamp, and this is the message Kafka event published. So that means this is also done. So with this we have completed two things, that every time you are going to create a task, so there will be one particular event that will be published. Similarly, whenever you are going to upload a particular attachment for a particular task, that time also you are going to publish another event. So with this, now let's move on to the next one, which will be what? Now you're going to start working with workflow service, because at the end we are going to store all of this in our workflow collection. Now these will be very interesting, and please do not skip the next part also. So let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now it's time to start implementing the workflow service. So workflow service is going to consume all those events, and then you're going to store in our event. This is very important. Okay, so first what you're going to do, right? Let's go one by one as usual. So we'll go to our env first, and let's add one more, and this I'm just going to do workflow port, and this will be 3004. Okay, and let's add one more here, and this will be workflow service URL, and this will be 3004. Now I'm going to close everything else. So we'll go to our apps and let's create workflow service. Okay, so let's open this one in a terminal, and first I'm just going to do npm init -y. Okay, so you have the package.json. Here we are going to remove couple of things. This is not needed. Script, this one not needed, and also you're going to remove this one. Let's remove till this part, and then let's create your tsconfig.json, and then you can just copy this one from here. Okay, also what you have to do, right, go here and let's create our source and then index.ts. So first of all, we also need to do one more thing, that we need to install some packages. So let's delete this one. Let's open another terminal. So I'll do npm install. So we'll do .env, need express, and we need shared -w, and we'll do workflow service. Okay, why this is happening, man? But let's add this. I think this part we need to check why it's not installed. Okay, this is installed. Okay, and then I'm also going to install -d. So we'll take types/express. We also need types/node, we need tsx, and we need TypeScript. Again we'll do -workflow service. Okay, so this is done, and also don't forget to add the script, which I always do, and that is these two. So copy this and go to a package.json and then just add it here. Save this. Okay, so now let's remove everything else, and then we are going to do what? We are going to create the first initial config. So first I'm just going to take the .env. So this will be config. So we are going to get config, and this will be path. So this will be resolved from node path. So we're going to take process.cwd .env, right? And then also we're going to take from our root .env. So this is the first thing. Next we are going to import express from express. So this will be const app, and this will be express, and also we need the port right before that. Let's take the port, and this will be process.env workflow port. Okay, so then we are going to use the http logger from shared. We also need express.json, and then we are going to create our health. I think for this one let's just copy this from here. So we need the health, and also we need all of this. So let's copy, and then we'll paste it here. Let's import this one we don't need, and also import the app router and also error handler. So now we can just go here and then copy this, paste it here, and this will be your workflow service is now running on port this. So now again I'll go here and then we'll add one more here. So this will be dev workflow and this will be workflow service. Save this and then we are going to just clear and I'll do npm run dev :workflow. Okay, so it's running on 4000. So we can just copy this, open one more. So we'll do 4000/health, send. So we are getting task service. Why? Okay, I think we have copied this one. This will be workflow service. Okay, fantastic. So this is done. So now what will be the next step? So next step we are going to start working with all the other folder creation and everything. But before that we need to do one very important point, and that is first we are going to create our SQL, and that what are the properties that we are going to have in that workflow table. Okay, so let's create one more. So we'll do 004. So we'll do workflows.sql. So first I'm simply going to do create table if not exists, and I'm simply going to do task workflows. Okay, and here I'm simply going to first we'll do id. So id will be what? Primary key. So here I'm going to do default. This will be gen random uuid. Next we are going to have the task id. So task id also will be uuid, and this will be not null. Then also you're going to take event type. We need to understand, okay, this is for which event, which will be text, not null. Let's also take a message. So this will be text, not null. And also I'm going to do created by. So this will be also UID, not null. And I'll do created at. So I'll do timestamp, not null. And let's take a default value will be now. That's it. And then we are simply going to create one index if not exists, and this will be index task workflows. Let's do task id on, and this will be your task workflows, and here we're going to pass the task id. And I think this is done. So let's save this. So we're going to have the id of each workflow. Task id, this is for which task we are creating the workflow. The event type, message, created by, this is for created by which user, so that we can keep a track, and created it. And then we can just open one more terminal, and I'll do npm, what is that, run dv migrate. So do npm run dv :migrate. So we'll do SQL/004 underscore workflows.sql. Enter. Okay, so this is migrated. So now let's refresh this. So you have task workflows id, task id, event type, message, created by, created at. So with this, the base setup is now completed. So now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so now what we're going to do, right? So at the end, once producer is going to send the data, right? So we need to do what? So what will be your final aim? Final aim will be to save the workflows in our DB, correct? So for this one, so we need to start working on our workflow service. So first let's create all the folder. Okay, so first we'll start with creating our controllers, and this will be our workflow dot controller.ts. Then we'll create services. So this will be workflow.services.ts. Then we are going to create our repository. So this will be workflow.repositories.ts. Also we need to create our routes. So we'll do workflow.routes.ts. Okay, so first what you're going to do, right? So let's start with the controller first. So okay, we are going to go reverse way, or else it will be a little tricky to understand that what actually we are doing and why actually you need all of this. So first of all, okay, before going to the controller, also you need to know one more thing. Normally how we usually store the data in your DB. See, we are going to have a route, something like create task, right? So in the task service only we have created, and then in the create task we are going to have a controller. Controller is going to call your service. Service is going to interact with your repository, and your repository is going to do what? It's going to at the end store your ticket in your, or store your task in your DB. So this is how it's going to work. But in this case, what you're going to do, right? So you have to remember that we are actually not directly storing via route. So we are going to consume the data, right? So producer is going to send the data to your Kafka topic, and then we are going to consume it, and then we are going to store in our DB. So first, instead of doing the controller, let's do one thing. Let's start with the repository, and I think it will be much easier to understand why actually we are doing all of this. Before that also, let's create one more folder here, and let's give this one as types.ts. So here I'm simply going to do export type, and let's do workflow, and this will be, so we are going to take ID, so ID will be string. Also let's open this one, then we have a task ID, so this also will be string. Then we are going to have event type, this will be string. Then we are going to have a message, this also will be string. Then we are going to have a created by and created at, so created by string and created at will be date. Okay, so this is the first thing that we need. So now what will be the first? So first I'm just going to create a function, so I'll do export async function, and this will be create workflow. So first we are going to receive an input. So what are the things we are going to receive here? So first we are going to receive a task ID, that for which task we are actually creating this. We are also going to receive an event type, this also will be string. We are also going to receive a message, this is also will be a string, and also we are going to receive by this is created by which user, so this also will be string. And here we are going to return a promise, and this will be type workflow. Okay, so first I'm simply going to do const result, so this will be await get pull dot query, and here we are going to give a type of workflow, and here now we are going to write our query. So first we are simply going to do insert into, and we have task workflows. So what are the things? So first we are going to insert task ID, then we are going to insert event type, then we are going to insert message, and also the created by user. Okay, and then I'm simply going to do values, so this will be 1, 2, 3 and 4. And now simply we are going to do a returning, so I need the ID, I need the task ID, I need the event type, I need the message, I need the created by, and also I need the created at. So all these things we need. Now what we're going to do, so we're going to give a comma, and then let's pass, we'll do input dot task ID, input dot event type, input dot message, and I'll do input dot created by. Okay, and then at the end we are going to do what? We are going to return our result dot rows of 0. So this is how normally we usually do what? So we're going to create a workflow, and we're going to have a repository, and then in normal workflow how it will work, so we're going to have a route, it's going to have a controller, and then it's going to call your service, and then we are going to call this particular create workflow. But in our case there will be a difference. So what will be the difference? So we're not directly going to hit this particular method via route. Instead we are going to consume this from our using consumer, so from our Kafka topic, right? So for this one we need to do what, right? So we are going to create our service first. So we'll go to workflow service, and let's go to types, and here I'm simply going to do export type. Let's do domain event. I'm going to create event, so I'm just going to give an event type, this will be string. I'm also going to give a task ID, this also will be a string. I'm also going to give a user ID, string, and also you're going to have a message, this will be string. Okay, also let's do one thing, let's create one more file. So I'll do workflows utils.ts. And if you remember, in the task service we have created this convert to public task. Similarly, we are going to create one for here also. So to convert to public workflow. So here we are simply going to have an ID and say this will be workflow and this will be workflow. So we have workflow.id, then we are going to have a task ID. So this will be workflow.task ID. Then you are going to have the message. So this will be workflow.message. Then you have the created by. So this will be workflow.created by. We are also going to have event type, right? So do event type. So this will be workflow.event type. Created at, workflow.created at, and updated at is not there. So this is another thing we need. So now we can start working on the service first. So first what we are going to do, right? So here we are going to actually create our method which is going to initiate or start our Kafka service. So first I'm just going to do export async function, and I'm simply going to do start Kafka. And this is where you need to understand what we are doing. So first, how this process will work. First of all, you need to know, in the previous section or in the prerequisite section, I already explained one particular term that is called consumer group. Okay, what this start Kafka method is going to do, this is going to connect a particular consumer group, and then it's going to listen to your both producer topics. So what I mean by this, both producer topics, you remember in the previous section we created two events. One is task.events and then media events, right? So these two are your producer topics. So now this particular method is going to do, alright, so we're going to create a consumer, and now we are going to do what? We are going to have a consumer group, and that consumer group is going to listen both the producer topic. Okay, so now what you're going to do, right? So first I'm just going to do const, let's do one by one. So I'll do const consumer first, and then I'm just going to do await, and I'm simply going to import create consumer from my shared package, and this consumer is going to receive your client ID. Okay, and also you can see that you have your group ID. So I'm simply going to do client ID. So let's do workflow hyphen service, and also I'm just going to give a group, and I'll do workflow service group. So this is the first thing. So now what I'm going to do, right? So here we are going to run the consumer. Okay, so what I mean by run the consumer, this one, so here we are going to have a utility function that we are going to create in our shared package. So let's go to our shared package first. Where is the shared package? Go here and let's go to Kafka and let's go to consumer. So here we are going to create one more method here. Okay, this run consumer is going to do a write. So here we are going to have one particular method that is called consumer.run. Now what actually this is going to do, this is very, very important. This run consumer actually is going to do a couple of things. First, we need to subscribe to each and every topic names. We are also going to start a loop, sorry, not loop, we are going to start a poll, and also we are going to call our business handler for each and every message. So what I mean by this, so first let's do one thing. You'll go to package shared source Kafka and then consumer file, and first let's create this, or else this will be a little tricky to understand. So I'm just going to do function, and I'm just going to do run your consumer here. Now this run consumer is going to first receive your consumer, comma, it's also going to receive your topics, so that can be multiple topics, so it will be string of array. It's also going to receive a handler. Okay, and this handler, let's take this one as payload, and I'm simply going to take this one as each message payload from KafkaJS, and this is going to just return a promise of void. So after this we are going to take a options. Now this is optional, and here I'm simply going to pass a from beginning, and this will be boolean. And now here what you're going to do, right? So this will be promise of void. So first I'm just going to subscribe, so I'll do consumer.subscribe. So this is going to subscribe, so it's going to tell your Kafka that which topic this particular consumer group wants, and here you're going to pass the topics first, and then I'm going to pass a from beginning. So this will be options.from beginning, or else I'm simply going to do false. So first it's going to subscribe, and then we're going to start a polling here. Okay, so how you're going to do, so I'm just going to do consumer, and you're going to run. Okay, now here what you have to do, you have to run each message. So you have each message. So this each message, whenever you're going to send some data, each message is going to have some payload, correct? So here we're going to take this one as payload, and now what you're going to do, right? So first of all, we're going to get a couple of things from my payload. So first I'm going to get my topic. also the partition, and also the message. First let's do a logger.info, and here what we're going to do, right? So first we're going to pass this topic, we'll pass the partition, also we'll pass a offset, so this will be message.offset, and then also I'm going to pass a key in case, which will be message.key.toString. okay, and then what we're going to do, right? So after this let's give comma, and here I'm just going to do Kafka messages received. And now here what we're going to do, right? So it's simply going to call the handler and we'll pass our payload here. Okay, so what actually we're doing, so if I just sum up in a simpler way, so see, this run consumer is going to do what? So once we'll create the consumer, we still need to do a couple of things. First, it's going to subscribe to the topic names. Second, we are going to start a poll, and then the important part is that we need to call our business handler for every business handler for every or for each message, right? So it's something like this. So let's say you have your run consumer, right? And then you have, this is your consumer, and then we are going to do async, not async. Then we are going to have our topics. Let's say topic 1, topic 2, topic 3, and then what we are going to do, so then we are simply going to have a method, and this is where we are going to have our message, and then we are going to do certain operations. So in our case, what we are going to do, we are going to insert to our task workflows, so something like this. Okay, so this is the first thing we are going to do. Now this run consumer, once we create the consumer, we are going to run it. So it's simply going to do void. Also I think we have done a mistake, we need to also export this one here. So we'll do run consumer here, so we'll go to consumer, and we are going to simply pass run consumer also. So save this. So now we are going to simply do run consumer from shared. So it's going to receive the consumer, so you're going to pass the consumer, this one, and then you're going to pass the topics. Okay, so I'm simply going to do topics dot task events, topics dot media events. Now I think this is clear, right? So how many these topics we are simply passing, and then we are going to pass here each message. So let's take the message, and then what you're going to do, right? So first of all, we need to convert this value to string. So I'm simply going to do value. So this will be message. This, let's do message dot value dot to string. Then if there is no value, we are going to return simply, and then we are going to do a try catch. And in this, first let's do here, so I'll do logger dot error, pass the error, and I'll do workflow consumer failed. And this is the place where now you're going to do what? So here I'm simply going to grab it, and I'll do handle your event. So I'll do handle domain event, or whatever you wanted to give. So I'll do handle domain event, and here I'm simply going to do json.parse. We're going to pass the value, and this will be as our domain event that we have created. Okay, and this one we are going to create. So now what you're going to do, right? So let's create it here only on the above. So I'm simply going to do async function. So now handle your event. So I'm just going to do raw data, and this will be your domain event. And what you're going to do, first you're going to check if the raw data dot event type, or raw data dot task id, or raw data dot user id. If these are not present, so we are simply going to do a logger dot one, and I'll pass the raw data, and I'm simply going to do invalid. Let's do a message here. So I'll do invalid domain event, and I'm simply going to return. If this is not the case, now we are going to create a workflow here. So that means we are not directly creating the workflow from our routes. Instead we are consuming the data from our Kafka topic, and then we are creating and storing in our DB. So now here what you're going to do, so you're going to import star as workflow repo from, so we'll go to controller, not controller, we have to go to our repository, workflow repository, and this is where you're going to call workflow repository.create workflow. You're getting. And now what you have to pass, you have to task ID, event type, message, and created by. So pass the task ID. So this will be a raw data dot task ID, event type raw data dot event type, message raw data dot message, or let's do raw data dot event type, and also I'm going to pass the created by, which is nothing but your raw data dot user ID. So this is going to now create your workflow, and then we are simply going to do logger dot info. Just give a info here, that's something like workflow ID. So this will be your workflow dot ID. So this workflow dot ID, and I'm simply going to do event type. So this will be workflow dot event type, and I'm simply going to do workflow row created. So this is what you have to do. Okay, so this is where we're actually starting our Kafka. This is going to create your consumer. It's going to run the consumer. Consumer will run for each and every topic, and then we are going to have a handler. Handler is going to do what? It's going to check whether we are receiving proper event data from our Kafka. If we are getting, then we are going to create it and we are going to store in our DB. Okay, so this is what we need to do. So now this is not yet done. Okay, so first we have to go to our index, and then we are going to use this in our index file. Okay, so first what are you going to do? So first I'm just going to do passing function, and I'll do init start. So we'll do try catch. I think you already know what you're going to do here, and then I'm simply going to do, oh, we have to give this. Hey, what we are doing, man? Okay, so try catch. So here I'm simply going to do a logger dot error. I'm going to pass the error, and we're simply going to do Kafka consumer init failed here, and then here we're going to use await, and we'll start Kafka from your service. Okay, and then we can just move this one to above and just run this init start. So let's save this. Now I think let's see while it is running. Okay, it's running here. So Kafka consumer is connected. So now we need to see. Now remember, this is not yet done. We also need to create one more method, but for now this is completed. So the process is simply like this. So your producer is going to send record or data to your Kafka topic. Kafka topic is going to do what? So it's going to first initialize the Kafka here. It will go here. It's going to create consumer. It's going to run the consumer. It's going to get the data, and then it's going to create your data in your DB. So let's see if this is working or not. Okay, first we'll start with, so let's go to login first. So I'm going to log in. Let's send this, or maybe let's do one thing. Let's do with a different user. So I'll do John, send this one. We'll get it this here. So let's create one post first. So I'm just going to do not this one. I need the post. Okay, this one. So I'm just going to change this one and go to body, and I'm simply going to do just now John added this one. Now John added just now. Okay, so I'm just going to send. Okay, so this is done. So now we'll see what is happening here. So you can see that workflow row is created, and now if I go here, let's refresh this. There you go. So now you have a data, and see, remember, this is not coming directly from route. You're creating via Kafka. So you consume the Kafka topic, and then you just added this one automatically in your DB, and you see that you have the ID. This is the task ID, and you can also match this one. Go to task and see this one. John added just now BEA85630. And if you go here, BE85630 task.created, message task created successfully, created by, this is the username, and this is created at username created by. So you'll go to users, and you'll see the John user here. You're getting. And now if you go here, and you'll see that you have this last message, workflow ID, this event ID, task.created, message, workflow row created. Fantastic. Alright, so now let's test the attachment flow also, right? So that means once we'll upload the attachment, then also we should be having one more record that should be added in our workflow DB. So first let's start with this. I'm just going to change this one to Sangam, and let's create one more token here. Okay, so let's copy this, and we'll go to, let's say, maybe post, not this one, I need this one. Let's go to headers, and then let's do test attachment Kafka flow. Okay, and here I'm going to send this one. So this is done. Now you'll see that you should be having one more here first of all. So it's added here, right? So now if I go to task, so we'll be having task attachment Kafka. So this is what, so first what are you going to do? So let's go to headers, copy this, go to post, go to headers, paste it here, and then we'll just do one thing, we'll get this ID. Okay, this ID. So copy this, and then I'm simply going to replace it here. And then we'll go to body, let's add one more, so maybe this one, and let's try to send. Alright, so this is added. Now the important part, first we'll go to attachment. So I think the new one should be added here. So first what I'll do, right, go to task workflows, and you see that now you have attachment uploaded. So that means not only tasks created, but every time you're going to upload an attachment, that also it's actually recorded in your DB. Fantastic. So this is done. So what is the last thing that is left? So last thing, we are going to add one more route here. Now what you're going to do, right, you're going to face the list of workflows. So first what you're going to do, so let's go to our let's start with routes. So I'm going to close everything else, and also let's open our repository both. So first let's do one thing. Let's do here, first I'm simply going to do export async function, and I'm going to do list workflows by ticket ID. So here we are going to, not ticket man, this will be task ID. So here I'm going to get the task ID, and this will be string, and here we're going to get a promise and of this workflow. And here what I'm going to do, so first I'm simply going to do const result have it get all. So here we are going to do dot query, so pass the workflow, and here now we are going to need couple of things. So first I'm just simply going to do select ID, task ID, also we need the event type, message created by and created at, and this will be from what is the name of that? We think its name is task workflows. So I'll do from task workflows, where task ID is equal to this, and also I'm going to do a order by created at, and let's do descending, and here we are going to pass the task ID, and then I'm simply going to return result dot rows. And here what you have to do, right, we have to take this one as array. Okay, so let's save this. So now what will be the next step? So first let's go to our controller. Okay, so in the controller we need to create one more the first controller, and before that what we can do, right, let me just copy from this task controller. We are not going to write, so I'm just going to copy this require identity, and then I'm just going to use it here. Okay, so here now also let's go here and then copy this also. So first what we'll do, so I'm simply going to do export async function, and I'm just going to do list workflow by task, and here we'll get the request, response, and we'll get next, and this will be next function, and here we're simply going to take a try catch. So in the catch what you can do, right, just call the next, and here so we're going to get our required identity of this request, and simply we'll get the user ID, role. So now I'm just going to do const task ID. How I'm going to get the task ID? From our params. Same thing, so we'll do request dot params dot task ID, and then I'm simply going to do const workflows, and this will be await. So first let's do one thing, so I'll do import star as workflow service from, so this will be your services slash workflow service. So now we are going to create one more method here, so we'll go to workflow service dot not start Kafka, because we need to add one more here, that is to list your tickets. So we'll go here, and then I'm simply going to do export async function. So this will be list workflows by task. So I need the task ID first. I'm not explaining all of this. I think these we are doing so many times, same thing. We need the user ID, and also let's take the role. And here first we'll get const. Let's do task, and here first I'm going to do await. And also let's do one thing, workflow repo is that, right? So first what I need to do, we need to find the owner of that particular task. So that means we need to write one more method in the repository to find the owner. So I'm simply going to do export async function, and this will be find task owner. So here I'm going to get the task ID. This will be string, and let's do here promise. And here I'm just going to get the created by, and this will be equal to string, or else this will be null. So here what you're going to do simply, so I'll do const result. So this will be await. What we're doing, something. Oh, okay, this is correct only. So I'll do get pull dot query, and here we're going to simply get the created by, which will be string. And now we are going to write, so we'll do select created underscore by from. So we have what is the name? I think we have tasks, if I'm not wrong. So let's go here, tasks. So from task, where id is equal to this, and here we have the task id. And now we are going to simply do return. So we'll do result dot rows of 0, or else this will be null. So now this is going to give you the task owner for that particular task. So this is the first thing we are going to do here. So I'll do workflow dot find task owner and pass the task ID. If this task is not present, so it's simply going to throw new app error. So I'll do 404, and here we're going to do task not found. So now I'm simply going to check if the role is not equal to admin, and if the task dot created by, if this is not equal to the current user ID, so in that case we're going to return a forbidden request. So I'll do throw new app error 403, and we're going to do forbidden, and then we are simply going to do const rows, and this will be await. And now we are going to do workflow repo dot list workflows by task ID, and here you are going to pass the task ID. That's it. And then we are going to do return rows dot map, and you're going to do convert to public workflow. That's it. So now let's save this, and this one now we are going to do what we are going to use here. So I'll do workflow service dot list workflow by task, and we need to pass the task ID. So this will be our task ID, user ID, and the role. And then we are simply going to do success response. So this will be a response, and here we are going to pass the workflows, this one. So I think this is done. So let's save this. So now we'll go to our routes, and let's go to these routes also, and I'm just going to copy a couple of things. So I'll copy this, paste it here, copy this, and now we are simply going to do router. Let's do get, because this will be a get. So we'll do router.get. Now only one route will be there, so this will be slash tasks slash colon task underscore task ID, and then I'm just going to do workflows. That's it. And here we are going to do import star as workflow controller from, so controller. So here we're going to do workflow controller dot list workflow by task. That's it. So save this, and then at the end what we're going to do, we are simply going to just use this in our index.ts. So now I'm simply going to do import workflow routes from, so we'll do route / workflow routes, and now you can just use it here. So do app.use, and what you're going to do, right, you're simply going to do require gateway secret and pass these workflow routes here. So save this. Now first see if this is working or not. So I'll do save, it's running. So now we'll go here, and then let's go to role-based access control, and then we are simply going to add one more. So this will be get, so this will be task class, and this will be workflows, right? So you've given workflows only. Okay, so save this. So now what you're going to do, right, so let's say for a particular task we wanted to check if there is any workflow is there or not. So maybe let's say task ID is this one, EF8A7, this one. So what I'll do, right, so let's go to tasks. What is that? This one. So I'll just copy this, and then we'll just go here, paste it. Let's go to get, not get, let's go to this one. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it, and then we are going to do /workflows. So first try to send, so getting invalid token, that is correct, and then we are going to simply log in. So let's start with John first, send, copy this, and we'll go to headers, authorization, we'll do bearer, paste, and then try to, this is the task ID only you copied, right? And then try to send. Okay, we're getting route not found. So localhost 3000 /task ID, and this is correct only. Okay, these we added task ID, workflows. Okay, we'll go to our here, something we are doing wrong, that means, array man, how this will work? No, we have to add the proxy, right? I do these mistakes, man, always. You're getting what I'm talking about. So we need to add the workflow service in our that auth gateway, because we need to register that one also, right? So let's go here. So we'll go to this auth gateway, go to index, and then we have to create one more here, man. So this will be workflow proxy. So this will be workflow proxy, and this will be workflow service URL. So we'll do workflow service URL, right? So we'll go here, so we'll do const workflow service URL, copy this, and this will be workflow service URL all 3004. And for this one also, what you have to do, you have to keep this one as task only. And here now what you have to do, you have to just add one more condition here, that if request dot path, so do dot includes, and if that has workflows, so in that case we are going to return workflow proxy, and we'll return request response next. Okay, so this is what you have to do. So now let's save this and try to send once again. Okay, we're getting forbidden, means something is going wrong here. So that means, okay, I got it. See where it is getting problem, right? Maybe let's go to workflow service first. So it's actually coming here, and this should not happen. You see, if I just log it, right, so we'll do logging here, right? So let's copy this one, and this is workflow service, right? So I'm just going to log this one here, try to send. See, so it's actually coming here. So that means this is not matching, because role is what? Role is for this user. What is the role? John is normal user. So that means we'll just log here. So we'll do log role and task dot created by, and also we're going to log the user ID. Okay, so then we are going to just check it, what is happening here. So this is an error, I think, for sure. So let's run this again. Okay, so we have user, so 7512, this is task dot created by. Okay, it's this user is coming. Okay, if you notice, you're getting 7512708C, and in the normal user ID you're getting this. So that means while creating the task we are doing something wrong. Let's see. So we'll go to task, let's go to controller, create task. We are passing the user ID from here only. Go to create task, created by, we are getting user ID only. Okay, then what is wrong here? Okay, let's do one thing. Let's go to task once. What is that, man? Which task we are checking? Okay, let's do one by one. Okay, I think something we are doing wrong here, and this is a big issue actually. So we'll do one thing. Let's start use John. Okay, so I'll start one by one. So first let's try to, because this we need to debug. So we'll start with John, and this is our John's token. Okay, so you're getting John token. Now let's do one thing. I'm going to copy this and let's go to your task, and here I'm just going to replace this token clearly. Let's see. First let's remove this completely. I'll do AppError and then I'll paste it here. So this is John's token. Here in the body I'll just give this one as India. Okay, and just India. Let's do India test 1 2 3, something like this. Now what I have to do, right? So first let's do one thing. Let's send this. Okay, so you're getting created by E2DB CD52, which is this one, E2DB CD52. And if I go to task, let's see, India 1 2 3. This is created by E2DB CD52. Okay, so this is the task created by this user. So now what will happen, right? So what I'm going to do, okay, let's go to your task workflow also. So we have the last task that we have created. What is the last task? The task is India 1 2 3 17325B. So if I go here, 17 task ID 17325B, and this is created by E2DBCD52. Okay, now I think this is correct. So then what we can do, right? Let me just copy this task ID, last one. So I'm going to copy this, and then we'll go to our postman and try to send here. So I'm just going to send this task now. Okay, and these tokens should be replaced with the token of the John token. Okay, so this is the token, right? Not this one. This token. So let's copy the John's token now, and now if I go to this and replace this with the John token, so do AppError, paste this, and this is 17. So this should give me the result here. If we are getting forbidden, that means see, so that means something we have done wrong. So I'll tell you what we have done. We have used some we have used the token of Sangam's, you're getting, but the task is created by John, so that is expected. So you see, now it's coming fine. So just verify. So you have the ID 477128, which is your workflow ID. So you have 477128, task ID 17325B1F, task ID 17325B1F, and created by E2DBCD52. So created by E2DBCD52. E2DBCD52 is nothing but is created by John, and if you go to task, India 1 2 3 1732 is created by John only. So that means this is working fine. So in that case, what will happen if I go to, let's say, task workflow, and maybe let's say I wanted to check for this particular task EF8A787C, right? So in that case, if I just copy this is created by Sangam, this is a different user, and let's check it if this is coming. So if I try to give here this one, and what also we need to do, we need to change this one to Sangam's token. So I'll go to this, let's go to login, and then I'm change this one to Sangam, send this. So now copy this, go last, change this, so do AppError, and then try to send. So 2 should come, two workflows should come here. You see, 2 is coming here, because with this you have 2 here, right? For this particular task there are 2 workflows you're getting. So that means this is working fine. So there is no code logic issue. It was like we have done probleming, or we have done some issues while testing. Okay, but this is working fine. You don't have to make any code changes. But the reason I've done the live coding, so that you'll understand how we can do all of this. All right, so with this, now this is I think we have completed all the project and all the section. I think you have learned a lot of things, because we have done a couple of little complicated stuff in this particular project. If you like this particular series, let me know. I'm going to create some new parts in Node.js. So that's all for this particular video. I will see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.